Year 2194. Green Flame City, 42nd floor of Twilight Star Hotel. The luxurious hotel room exuded lavishness, with floor-to-ceiling windows providing a breathtaking view of Green Flame City. The dazzling lights of the metropolis twinkled below as the room's occupant, a man in a sharp suit, stood near the expansive window, his eyes fixed on the extravagant pool party unfolding beneath. The pool party celebrated the takeover of an heir to the Reaver Guild, now officially a super guild due to the addition of the heir in the immensely popular VR MMORPG, Divine World. At the current time, Divine World had ensnared nearly 90% of the world's population, leaving only the remaining 10% who couldn't afford a virtual helmet or cabin. Yet despite the vibrant festivity below, the man near the window felt a palpable sense of isolation and abandonment. Former Vice Guild leader Su Feng, the guild board directors had already announced that you are to delete your game account in accordance with the contract. Of course, compensation would be paid out as well as a mansion on the outskirts of the city. Consider this the generosity for your contribution to the Reaver Guild. The disembodied voice echoed through his smartwatch, yet Su Feng's stoic expression remained unchanged. The guild's rise to super guild status owed much to his 2 decades of dedication. Hence, the board director's decision sought to erase him entirely from the game, preventing any chance of resurgence. They know if I retain my game account, they will be ruined. But then again, it was the naive decisions of my younger days. A hint of bitterness and regret colored Su Feng's gaze as he observed the lively pool party. Even if he deleted his game account and attempted a fresh start, climbing back up would be a futile endeavor. Turning away from the window, Su Feng admired the hotel room's lavish interior before deciding to rest on the comfortable bed. How long had it been since he could truly relax? The memories of the bloodshed and schemes in Divine World flooded his mind. Many friends were made, but they too abandoned him when he fell from the top. As he stared at the glamorous ceiling, Su Feng removed his suit and lay on the bed. Closing his eyes, he vowed never to repeat the same mistakes. If given a chance to redo his life choices, he would seize it without hesitation. Despite the boisterous pool party outside, Su Feng quickly succumbed to sleep. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the great sleep, Su Feng was awoken by the sound of an alarm clock. What's going on? Confused, Su Feng rubbed his eyes slowly, his hand seemingly trying to reach for the alarm clock to stop the beeping sound. He was positive that he didn't set any alarm clock, so why was there even a beeping sound to begin with? After a few seconds, Su Feng found the alarm clock and stopped the beeping sound. He then tried to glance at his smartwatch to check on any updates. The smartwatch could contain lots of messages and emails. It had already become routine for him to always check on it whenever he woke up. However, Su Feng was astonished when the supposed smartwatch on his wrist was nowhere to be found. Moreover, that wasn't the only thing astonishing. He was in an unfamiliar yet familiar place. Confusing, right? Why does this look like the dorm that I used to live in? Su Feng's astonishment wasn't unfounded. After all, this was the dorm that he had lived in during his school days before moving to a better neighborhood, once he was recognized for his strategies and skills in Divine World. Was he dreaming at the moment? That was the only plausible explanation for how he had gone from a fancy hotel room to his dorm room. Or maybe it might have been his subconscious mind working and giving him such an illusion of being able to return to his past. How laughable. Su Feng smiled bitterly at such a scenery. If such an illusion was being shown to him, then it was quite clear that he had indeed been lying and deceiving himself. Who wouldn't be furious about being ousted after you worked hard and toiled your sweat to develop the guild? As Su Feng believed that he was merely dreaming or hallucinating, he heard a ding notification sound. His smartwatch was nowhere to be found, but Su Feng found his old phone that he had used in the past. Amused, he decided to let this illusion play out. Now that he had all the time in the world to waste after losing all of his position, Su Feng could afford to idle away. Once he grabbed his old phone and glanced at the notification, he smiled at the surreal situation. There was only a simple message, but it was this simple message that made Su Feng want to laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Zhaokai Su Feng, where are you? The school competition is about to start. Zhaokai was a friend of his and had joined the game Divine World with him. Yet for some reason, Zhaokai suddenly disappeared from the game and even stopped contacting him. It was as if he had been disintegrated or snapped away from existence, so how could Su Feng not find this situation surreal? No matter how much time he attempted to contact Zhao Kai in the past, it would always go through voicemail. Nevertheless, it seemed like this illusion had read the regret in his mind. He had always wanted to investigate what happened to his friend, only to end up in a dead end every time. With the opportunity now arose for Su Feng to finally be able to contact Zhao Kai, he decided to mess with him. He was in an illusion after all. His finger rapidly tapped on the screen and replied to Zhao Kai. The message was very simple. Su Feng, who are you? After sending that message, Su Feng felt energetic. Having been ghosted by this man and tried every method to search for him, it was about time he paid him back a little interest. HMPH, I'm not a petty person, but you deserve this treatment. However, less than a few seconds after Su Feng had sent the text, Zhao Kai had responded, albeit vulgarly. Zhao Kai Adulur Hesh. Zhao Kai, are you joking with me? You dare to pretend to not know me now, huh? Zhao Kai, Su Feng, do you have no shame? Su Feng's brows twitched slightly at the speed at which Zhao Kai was texting. Isn't this illusion a little too real? Turning the phone to silent mode, Su Feng didn't plan on going into a texting warfare with Zhao Kai. He had only planned on venting a little of his frustration, and the goal was achieved already. Just as Su Feng was about to lay back down on his bed, mainly to wake up from this illusion, the door of his room door was barged open. Stunned, Su Feng turned his head slightly and saw a somewhat angry bear-like human. That human was none other than Zhao Kai, and his face was beet red. Fangs, how dare you pull a prank on me? Zhao Kai lifted his sleeves up, almost as if he was trying to mimic those third-rate villain actions you would find in the corner of a dirty street for a brawl. If he was still living in the past, then Su Feng might have reacted. But having lived through numerous obstacles that had shoved into his life, he was too lazy to even entertain such pointless action. This illusion of mine has already gone rogue. Su Feng no longer held any interest and wished to just wake up. Meanwhile, when Zhao Kai saw the lackluster reaction from Su Feng, he was thoroughly stunned. This Feng is really trying to prank me this far, huh? Nodding his head, Zhao Kai rushed forward and grabbed Su Feng by the shoulders. He then proceeded to shout like an abandoned woman, Feng, even if you want to avoid the school competition, you are still obliged to attend. I don't care what kind of prank you are trying to pull, but you ain't escaping from me. Being grabbed by the shoulders suddenly, Su Feng had enough of this illusion. Enough of this nonsense. What school competition? I've long graduated from school. He retorted, feeling exhausted by the nonsense development. Even if he had been ousted, it still remained a fact that he once stood at nearly the top hierarchy, with an abundant amount of influence among others. As if he would let this kind of illusion mess with his mind. Graduate from school. Feng, have you slept too much? We still have 2 years of semesters left. Zhao Kai's eyebrows were raised as he glanced at Su Feng with a skeptical expression. Look at the time already, Feng. We can't afford to waste any more time. Before Su Feng could even respond to him, Zhao Kai proceeded to shove his phone toward him, trying to signal the urgency of the matter. When Su Feng glanced at the time, he was baffled. The time on the phone was listed as February 14th in the year 2174. A few minutes had passed since Su Feng took note of the date and time on Zhao Kai's phone. Initially, he disregarded it as a potential illusion of the past. However, the physical pain he experienced when Zhao Kai grabbed his shoulders was too intense to dismiss as mere illusion. To make matters more perplexing, Su Feng realized that several valuable items, including his smartwatch, were missing. Ignoring Zhao Kai and pushing his hands away, Su Feng stood up, determined to investigate his current situation. His actions left Zhao Kai bewildered. Is Feng finally losing his sanity to sleep? Zhao Kai wondered. The abnormal behavior and the altered aura of the current Su Feng were stark contrast to Zhao Kai's memories of him. Meanwhile, Su Feng paid little to no attention to Zhao Kai's reaction as he walked around the dorm room. During the process, Su Feng even decided to pinch his hand as hard as possible, only to realize the simulation of the pain was indeed real. Have I really reincarnated to the past? Su Feng muttered, feeling excited yet anxious at the same time. Reincarnation, everyone was somewhat familiar with this term, but for it to exist in reality was a different matter. Who doesn't wish to have a chance of reincarnation and redo all of their life choices? Hey Kai, can you come over here? Su Feng decided to put a theory to the test, hoping to confirm his deduction. Confused, Zhao Kai slowly walked toward Su Feng. However, once he got into a close vicinity, Su Feng suddenly threw a punch into his cheek, causing him to stumble backward. A bruise was subsequently visible on Zhao Kai's cheek. Meanwhile, Su Feng felt a slight tinge of pain from having to throw the punch, essentially confirming his theory. It's true. Feeling the tingling pain on his palm, Su Feng realized he had truly got back to the past. Of course, it might have still been far-fetched to decide the conclusion now, but Su Feng no longer cared. After all, he realized his vision was quite blurry, which indicated that he was no longer wearing contact lenses. Scrutinizing around for a bit, Su Feng soon found his old pair of glasses as he put them on. As for giving Zhao Kai a punch in the face, Su Feng was already being generous by throwing only one punch. After putting on the glasses, Su Feng walked toward a mirror as he glanced at his reflection. Looking at himself, Su Feng was somewhat bitter. The current him was tall and lean, with a relatively average build. His physical appearance contrasts with some others who may have more imposing or physically dominant traits. His brown hair was usually neatly combed, but due to waking up, the hairstyle at the moment was not particularly flashy and seemed to be in a mess. As for the rectangular shape of his glasses, it gave others a feeling of him being a nerd. Sigh, looks like I have a lot of work to do if I wish to regain my fit physique. With his current standard of perspective, Su Feng deemed himself below average. While Su Feng was disappointed at his physique, Zhao Kai, who was punched in the cheek, finally regained his composure. At first, he was completely dazed and bewildered by the unexpected punch. After all, he might be lamenting and complaining about Su Feng, but he never expected the latter would throw him a punch in retaliation. They were friends, and friends usually acted like this. What's wrong with you today, Feng? Calming his emotion, Zhao Kai was inspecting the man in front of him. He was acting way too weird. So weird that the bruise mark on his cheek did not matter at all. Nothing, I just felt like giving your face a punch. Su Feng answered, unwilling to give much context to the current ordeal. Something like reincarnation was merely a myth or a fictional event that everyone wished and dreamed of happening. Hence, if he started spouting nonsense like he had reincarnated, then there was a high chance that people might truly think he had gone insane. Hearing such an explanation, Zhao Kai breathed in and out, deciding not to argue with him at the moment. The school competition took priority first, so he could not afford to be idle anymore. Anyway, let's go and head to the school competition. Without even waiting for Su Feng's response, Zhao Kai grabbed his arm and started dragging him out. However, not even a second later, Su Feng brushed his hand away as he stood in place. Kai, the school competition, just forget it. If it was still the past, then he might have regarded the school competition as important. But with the Divine World being released tomorrow, he had no intention of wasting his time on a mere school competition. Once Divine World was released, everyone's focus would turn to the virtual world. Not even those big companies were able to resist the temptation of the Divine World. After all, it was not just a simple virtual game anymore, but it was a game that would redefine the world. Are you being serious right now, Feng? Startled, Zhao Kai was staring at Su Feng as if he had been possessed or not. Just a few days ago, Su Feng was blabbering about how he was going to be in the top 10. Yet now he was telling him to forget it. Was he playing with him? You can go ahead if you want, but leave me out. Su Feng knew it was impossible to convince him to give up on the school competition. Hence, he didn't bother to waste any talk with him as he turned to the left corner and proceeded to leave. Now that he had this kind of chance, he would not waste a single minute on trivial things like the school competition. He was going to prepare himself fully for the Divine World, to take advantage of the information that only he had. The decision that I've made in the past was indeed a valuable lesson. Su Feng smirked coldly. Now that he had learned, he would never let anyone trample over him again. After leaving the school, Su Feng wasted no time in heading toward a shopping street. There were two items that he needed to purchase, a virtual helmet and life water. A virtual helmet was obviously an item that allowed a player to connect to the virtual game world. As for life water, this was a grand invention that allowed a person to be mentally refreshed as well as improved physical condition. Normally, Su Feng would never buy a single life water because of the fraudulent price of even an inferior quality. However, that was the past mindset and not the current mindset. Having understood the true value of life water, he would be a fool to not purchase one when he could afford one. It was just a shame that his life savings could only allow him to buy two and a virtual helmet. Thanks for the purchase, customer. Your total comes to $5,700. The female worker behind the counter said sweetly, packaging the item neatly for him. Her action didn't surprise him one bit. Who wouldn't be so sweet when a wealthy customer had spent so much? With extreme heartache, Su Feng resolutely paid the price in full, instantly blowing all of his life savings, of those included are his scholarship money. The virtual helmet cost $1,500, and each life water cost a whopping $2,100. If other students were to learn of how he managed to waste all of his life savings in one shopping spree, then they would have fainted on the spot. Having finished his shopping, Su Feng proceeded to return to his dorm and drank a life water. In just one gulp, the expensive life water was consumed. Nevertheless, a joyful expression could be seen on his face, as the changes happened instantaneously. Phew, although my physical condition isn't considered ideal, it's still doable for now. As for my mind, I feel completely refreshed. Su Feng was glad that the money didn't go to waste. While Su Feng was satisfied with his changes, in the school auditorium a commotion was created. Never once did they expect a student to disqualify themselves by not showing up. This Su Feng is pretty arrogant. He actually dares to skip the school competition. What do you know? Su Feng knows his limit, so naturally he chooses not to show up. Look, isn't that Zhao Kai over there? He's friends with Su Feng, but look at his ashen expression and bruised cheek. I bet he regrets being friends with him now. Feng, you really know how to cause trouble. Zhao Kai was flabbergasted that Su Feng really didn't show up. At first, he thought Su Feng was trolling with him, but who would have thought it wasn't? Zhao Kai was currently in a somewhat miserable fate, having been unable to comprehend the illogical actions of Su Feng. Needless to say, everyone here who was a participant and eligible to partake in the school competition had shown up. Only a fool would skip it or even be late to it. Yet here we are with someone having the confidence and nerve to skip it entirely, without a hint of regret too. When Zhao Kai recalled the determined expression and tone of Su Feng, even he was nearly convinced that the school competition was a trivial matter. Hey, look at that Zhao Kai. Does he still think he has a chance in this competition? Hey, don't talk him down too much. You'll hurt his tiny heart. Ha ha ha, you're right. My bad, Tilda. Zhao Kai clenched his fist when he heard his fellow classmates' words. They were fellow classmates, yet their toxic mouths never shut. No wonder Feng doesn't care about the competition. Even if we win, it won't change the situation. Having such thoughts, Zhao Kai seemingly lost interest in the school competition as well. What was the worst that could happen? Reputation ruined. As if they had any good reputation to begin with. Just based on these toxic classmates, there was no point in proving anything to them. While he was having such a thought, Zhao Kai suddenly heard a ding sound. Taking his phone out, he read a simple text. Su Feng, if you ever change your mind, go buy a virtual helmet and ignore the school competition. Did he know I was going to give up from the start? Zhao Kai thought but quickly shook his head. There was no way Su Feng knew he was going to change his mind. Dorm room 21. After sending Zhao Kai a text, Su Feng shut his phone as he began a simple set of exercises. Kai might still continue the competition, but it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, he will find how pointless it is. Su Feng never planned on having his text convince Zhao Kai. After all, before the surge of popularity Divine World had taken the world by storm, everyone's focus was on the school competition. Winning it would guarantee them a bright future in life. Hence, Su Feng didn't plan on wasting his energy and breath to convince him to do something else. Instead, he was more focused on himself and prepared for the launch of the Divine World. Back then, he was a newbie, having understood zero things, and eventually got conned into joining a black-hearted guild. But now that he had reincarnated, he was going to monopolize all the great things for himself. As for the rest, they could have the scrap leftovers. With that in mind, Su Feng continued his routine exercise, prompting him to be sweating quite a lot. He couldn't be considered fat, but it was indeed difficult for him to exercise for a long duration when he barely moved his body around. Nevertheless, Su Feng persisted and refused to give up. Others might not know about the divine world, but he knew it was not just a simple game. Divine world optimization and immersion are on a whole new level. By the time those big conglomerates realized how big the divine world was, they would already be behind. A day had subsequently passed, and Su Feng remained oblivious to the crowd outside the school. The students were celebrating their victory in the school competition. Gazing through the windows, Su Feng fixed the position of his glasses before taking a seat by his bed. His hand held the virtual helmet as he heaved a sigh of relief. It's time. With a determined look, Su Feng wore the virtual helmet and logged into the divine world. Soon, the vision around Su Feng turned dark before a glow of light shone at the far end of a path. There wasn't a need to walk toward the end of the path because the light seemingly zoomed forward, nearly blinding him in the process. Having closed his eyes temporarily to avoid the blinding light, Su Feng slowly reopened them and was met with a system prompt. System, hello brave adventurer, welcome to the divine world. To begin your very first step in the great divine world, please choose the classes that you prefer the most. Looking at the system prompt, Su Feng was hit with a wave of nostalgia. How long had it been since he saw the starting screen? Nevertheless, Su Feng finished reading the system message, and a list of available classes was promptly shown to him. In total, there were 10 classes available for him to choose from, and each one of them was unique in their respective classes. Warrior, Gun Knight, Berserker, Knight Lancer. Mage, Sorcerer, Summoner, Arcane Mage, Cleric. Specialist, Gunner, Assassin, Swordsman. Warriors are frontline fighters known for their physical prowess and combat expertise. They excelled in close-quarters combat, wielding a variety of weapons and heavy armor for protection. Warriors play a crucial role in soaking up damage, leading charges, and disrupting enemy lines. Mages harness the arcane arts to cast powerful spells and manipulate magical energies. They are often characterized by their intelligence, casting abilities, and vulnerability in physical combat. Mages contribute to battles by dealing devastating damage, controlling the battlefield, or supporting allies with magical enhancements. Specialists are agile and skilled individuals who excel in specific combat styles or tactics. They often rely on finesse, precision, or specialized tools to outmaneuver opponents. Specialists play diverse roles in a group, ranging from stealthy infiltrators to ranged marksmen. Seeing the description of each class, Su Feng smiled lightly. Others might only think of these as basic classes, but not for him. Without hesitation, Su Feng chose the Cleric class and a description of the class was given. System, Cleric's role blends divine magic with support abilities to aid allies in combat. Its attributes channel the power of deities for healing, protection, and light-based magic. Cleric's abilities heal wounds, provide buffs, and possess defensive spells, making them essential support figures in group battles. As expected, they don't bother to tell you that a class can be built differently. Su Feng was not surprised at the brief description of a Cleric class. System, are you sure you wish to choose the Cleric class? Yes, Su Feng answered straightforwardly. His tone was filled with complete confidence. System, Cleric class accepted. Please designate a name for yourself, brave adventurer, and your appearance for divine world. Keep in mind that the adjustment of appearance is only possible up to 10%. For appearance, Su Feng decided to adjust it to the maximum percentage possible. After all, it was best to remain unknown to others when playing Divine World from the real world. As for the username, Su Feng didn't think much about it and simply used a different family name to replace Su, Lin Feng. There are a ton of Lin Feng out in the world anyway, and he was too lazy to think of a cool name. System, congrats on creating your character, Adventurer Lin Feng. Please select the birthplace that you want in the Red Sun Kingdom. It's finally here, the loophole that everyone failed to recognize until it was too late. Su Feng breathed heavily as he didn't choose a birthplace immediately. Instead, he glanced at the system prompt and asked, Almighty Being, I found my skills a bit too lackluster and not qualified yet to enter the divine world. Please allow me to gain some experience to fully prepare myself for the upcoming adventure. Silence. The atmosphere turned silent right after Su Feng announced such an unusual request. Normally, players who joined the divine world would be eager to hurriedly begin their adventures. They were afraid of missing out and allowing others to have a head start over them. But it was precisely because of this mindset that had caused many to be filled with bitter regret. Just because the system prompt tells you to choose your birthplace immediately does not mean you should follow and listen to it blindly. If others realized they had missed this golden opportunity, I wonder what kind of expression they would make. Su Feng mused, not feeling any bit of guilt for those rushers. Divine World was not just a simple game, and anyone who continued to mistakenly believe so would suffer. Patiently waiting by the side, Su Feng showed no sign of urgency or anxiousness on his face. He was like the calm wind, observing the atmosphere without planning on interfering. There was no need to rush things. Haste makes waste. Besides, Su Feng was confident that no one else would be doing the same thing as him. A few minutes had passed by, and Su Feng was able to see a response from the system to his pleas. System, requests to gain some experience for the upcoming adventure have been approved. Adventurer Lin Feng. You shall be sent to the sanctuary, but remember, there is a time limit of 1 hour. Once the time limit is over, you shall be teleported to a random birthplace. Do you wish to proceed with it? Damn sure enough, there isn't free lunch in this world. Su Feng twitched his brows slightly. Others might not worry about being randomly teleported to a birthplace, but not for him. A birthplace was essentially the starting location of their adventure, and depending on the location, a lot of things could be changed. In other words, the system was warning him that he could gain some fruitful experience in the sanctuary, but there was no guarantee it would be successful. At the same time, it was stated that regardless of failure or success, he would be teleported randomly without his consent. It was a gamble, and the system was asking if he dared to accept such a gamble. Needlessly to say, Su Feng gritted his teeth as he accepted the condition. Since he had already gone to this point, it would be dumb of him to give it up. Whatever, the random birthplace is merely an inconvenience and not a real problem. Su Feng was not the stubborn type who didn't know how to adapt to a situation. System, adventurer Lin Feng has accepted the condition. Transportation happening in 3 seconds. The moment the system prompt appeared, 3 seconds passed rather quickly, and Su Feng could see the ground beneath him forming a circle-type formation. The circle soon illuminated brightly, and Su Feng subsequently disappeared. A few seconds later, he reappeared in an unfamiliar place. Looking at the map in the system, Su Feng realized where he was. Holy Sanctuary. System, you have been teleported to the Holy Sanctuary. Your time limit of 1 hour begins. Soon, a large timer appeared in the sky, and Su Feng understood once the timer reached 0, he would be teleported out of there without any delay. How is this possible? It's the Holy Sanctuary. Su Feng murmured in disbelief. The information that he had obtained back then was definitely not this. The player back then discovered this kind of method and widely boasted about it because this worked only one time. Some didn't believe him and restarted their account to attempt it, only to be denied by the system, leaving many people frustrated. With this incident, it essentially verified the player's other statement of the location to be Sky Wind Empire. After all, the Sky Wind Empire was not just any simple empire. It had a unique aspect of letting players undergo a class change quest specializing in their empire. Players could only enter the Sky Wind Empire once they reached level 50, which is why when the person discovered this earlier, the players were still in their heyday of level 20-ish. Additionally, the player that claimed to arrive there and managed to complete his class change quest as level 1 shocked everyone senseless. No one doubted the player any further with such concrete evidence. Therefore, he was highly sought after by numerous big guilds, along with many wanting to purchase information about the class change quest. However, Su Feng was not a bit disappointed to see that he didn't teleport to the Sky Wind Empire. In fact, he was even more exhilarated to be teleported to the Holy Sanctuary instead. Fortune is by my side, he exclaimed in joy. Holy Sanctuary, this was not a location that players could enter. Even back then, when those players were reaching close to the apex failed to find a clue linked to this place. He had anticipated the location to be Sky Wind Empire, but this surprise was more than welcome for sure. Only a fool would complain about this unexpected event. Whatever, no plan is absolute anyway. Although this was quite unexpected and kind of ruined his initial plan, Su Feng was not disheartened. What kind of unexpected scenarios had he not encountered in his past life? Well, the class change quest I plan on taking was just to make my path easier. But this is even better. Su Feng admired the sky and environment of the Holy Sanctuary. The architecture of the Holy Sanctuary was grand and majestic. Tall, ivory-colored spires reached toward the virtual sky, adorned with intricate carvings depicting celestial beings and sacred symbols. The sanctuary featured lush gardens with vibrant flowers and exotic plants. These sacred gardens are meticulously arranged, creating a serene environment. At the heart of the sanctuary, a fountain of purity flowed with crystalline water. The fountain symbolized cleansing and rejuvenation, offering buffs to players who come to bathe in its divine waters, enhancing their spiritual connection. It was no exaggeration for this location to be called the Holy Sanctuary. Just by being here, Su Feng could feel a vast amount of mana surrounding the atmosphere and buffing him. These buffs were just the passiveness of the Holy Sanctuary. Su Feng truly wanted to admire the scenery more, but with the time limit ticking down, he could only stop himself from sightseeing. Let's check the map on the location of that baptism. Su Feng opened his minimap and began scrutinizing each area. Currently, he was dressed in the beginner equipment of a cleric, but none of that mattered. After all, the so-called training was never meant to fight monsters to begin with. Instead, it was supposed to be an early exploration for them in a city. Whether they gained an opportunity or not depended on the player itself, and in his past life, that player was indeed lucky enough to undergo a class change. Nevertheless, Su Feng knew he was definitely more lucky than that player. Walking around the streets, Su Feng was heading toward the famous baptism area, which only a small number of players were ever able to get into. As he was walking, he noticed many NPCs giving him some glances, given his equipment was beyond the term shabby. Luckily though, the NPC at the current stage had not gained much intelligence yet. They could still interact normally, but they aren't lifelike enough yet until the Divine World system undergoes another update. After a while, Su Feng stopped at a building that was similar to a large coliseum. His hands were visibly trembling slightly, not from nervousness or anxiety but from excitement. In the heart of the holy sanctuary, Su Feng stood before the grand coliseum-like structure, where the crazed and rumored sacred baptism would take place. The building's architectural magnificence reflected the divine nature of the ritual about to unfold. As he entered the Colosseum, Su Feng marveled at the interior, adorned with intricate patterns and radiant symbols. A sense of anticipation and reverence filled the air. The Colosseum's design seemed to channel the divine energy that permeated the holy sanctuary. At the center of the Colosseum stood the baptismal altar, a platform bathed in a soft celestial glow. This was the focal point of the sacred ritual, and only a select few players had ever set foot on this hallowed ground. With each step forward, Su Feng felt a surge of mana coursing through him, resonating with the divine energy of the holy sanctuary. The buffs from the sanctuary enhanced his senses and awareness, preparing him for the transformative experience that awaited. It really isn't an exaggeration when those players said they wished they could remain here forever. Su Feng felt like he was connected with every fiber of his muscles, allowing him to transcend beyond the mortal bound. As Su Feng approached the baptismal altar, an NPC clad in ethereal robes appeared. This NPC, known as the Guardian of the Sanctuary, exuded a dignified aura. Their eyes gleamed with otherworldly wisdom, and a sense of purpose radiated from their being. Although there wasn't any hostility, Su Feng was suffocating from the pressure the Guardian emitted. "What is the reason for your appearance here, adventurer?" The Guardian of the Sanctuary asked in a somewhat autonomous tone. "Greetings, respectable Guardian of the Sanctuary. I wish to be baptized by the baptismal Atler." Su Feng bowed his head slightly and said respectfully. He dared not to show any hint of disrespect toward the Guardian. The Guardian in front of him could easily swat him away like a fly. The NPCs might not have much intelligence early on, but they could still discern hostile and non-hostile entities. And if they felt threatened or disgusted, then they would act upon such desire and make a move. The players in the past were ignorant of this and decided to troll around, only to end up regretting their actions. Being killed by an NPC was anything but fun, especially when the NPC were nobles or held a certain reputation in the area. Losing experience and dropping a level was considered a blessing. The worst-case scenario was to be thrown in prison based in real time, essentially crippling them from being able to game for that certain amount of time. The Guardian here was not only a noble but also held a high reputation. Thus, Su Feng had to put on his most respectful and solemn expression. "The baptismal Atler is off-limits to outsiders." The Guardian of the Sanctuary responded. But before Su Feng could be despaired or disheartened at the response, The guardian of the sanctuary continued his words. However, seeing how you have the permission of the divine God, you are permitted to enter for 10 minutes only. The divine God that was spoken about was referred to as the system that the players knew. To players, the system was the interface and the main connection for them to be in the divine world. However, to the NPC, it was the divine God, a domineering figure that managed the world they were in. Thank you for your generosity, Su Feng quickly gave his thanks. He was truly gambling on whether or not he was able to be baptized, given that it would have given him a tremendous boost, a boost even better than a class change. Thus, he was inwardly exhilarated that he was actually able to do so. I truly have to thank that idiotic bragging player for sharing such precious information. Otherwise, I wouldn't have such an advantage. Su Feng once again praised that player for their great generosity. If that player had known this event would occur, then he would have definitely beaten the crap out of himself for bragging so much. Alas, it was a little too late, and Su Feng was going to reap all the benefits for himself. Having gained permission to enter, the guardian of the sanctuary sidestepped a bit to make way for him. Remember, the time limit is 10 minutes. If you are not out by then, there will be punishment. The guardian warned. Su Feng nodded his head. He would definitely keep that in mind and ensure that he would be out by then. As for trying to test the guardian's patience and staying longer than 10 minutes, an amateur might do it, but definitely not him. Walking toward the secretive area, Su Feng was greeted by a large pool filled with glistening crystal water. Naturally, the liquid in the pool was anything but simple. Although he had never experienced what baptism was, he knew this glistening crystal water was able to awaken his potential to an unimaginable height. Taking a step forward, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It wasn't because of nervousness, but because of excitement. I've always been envious of those lucky bastards, but who would have thought I would become those lucky bastards one day? He mumbled, trembling in place. As much as he wanted to jump straight into the pool and enjoy the baptism, Su Feng knew it couldn't be that simple. After all, there was quite a bit of information regarding the pool in the baptismal altar in the past. The time needed to be baptized varied from person to person. Some could be easily done in a matter of seconds, whereas some would be done in minutes. The crux of the matter was how willing the person was going to go, meaning he needed to embrace all the pain without cowering to restructure his body. Overall, it depended on the will of the person to be baptized. Breathing deeply, Su Feng soon controlled his breathing, immersing himself to become one with nature. His eyes remained closed for a few seconds, and by the time he reopened them, there was only calmness and determination in them. "Let's do this," he uttered, diving into the pool without any hesitation. After diving into the pool, the first thing Su Feng felt was a cold sensation erupting throughout his body. It was as if he had gotten frostbite, but even that was an understatement to his current situation. The icy chill of the water seeped into every pore of Su Feng's being, sending shivers racing down his spine. He had expected the baptism to be intense, but nothing could have prepared him for the sheer magnitude of the sensation coursing through him. Damn, those people really aren't exaggerating about this baptism being the same as undergoing hell. As he submerged himself deeper, the frigid water seemed to envelop him in its embrace, pulling him into a realm of pure elemental energy. His senses heightened, and Su Feng could feel every molecule of water swirling around him, each carrying a potent charge of divine power. With each passing moment, the cold became more intense, bordering on unbearable. Yet despite the discomfort, Su Feng remained resolute. He knew that this was a trial he had to endure if he wished to unlock his true potential. This little bit of pain is nothing. He gnashed his teeth, clenched his fist tightly, and continued to endure. As the seconds ticked by, Su Feng's vision began to blur, the edges of his consciousness fading into darkness. Soon he felt as if the world was threatening to consume him, but he fought against it with every fiber of his being, clinging to the hope that this ordeal would soon be over. Just when he thought he could bear no more, a surge of warmth washed over him, cutting through the icy veil that had enveloped him. It was a sensation, unlike anything he had ever experienced, a pure and radiant energy that filled him with renewed strength and vitality. "This is..." Su Feng was astonished inwardly at the sharp change. With a gasp, Su Feng broke the surface of the water, his chest heaving as he gulped in lungfuls of air. He had emerged from the baptismal pool reborn, his body pulsing with newfound power and purpose. As he stepped out of the pool and onto the sacred ground of the baptismal altar, Su Feng felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He had undergone a transformation, both physically and spiritually, and he knew that he was no longer the same person who had entered the sanctuary mere moments ago. I feel like I'm a part of this world now, Su Feng murmured, having felt his connection with the divine world had increased tremendously. No wonder those who manage to baptize themselves are so powerful and have such quick reactions. The difference is like heaven and earth. Back then he had scoffed at them and was even somewhat envious of these lucky individuals. After all, who didn't want to become stronger in the divine world, whose influence would soon affect their real world? The stronger an individual is in the game, the more influence and power they will gain in the real world. He had attempted to reach such a stage in the past as well, but he was just lacking that little bit. It was merely that little bit of obstacle he needed to overcome, yet that little bit seemed more massive than the largest mountain. Adventurer, your time is nearly up. Please evacuate the area in due time, otherwise there will be punishment. Su Feng snapped out of his daze when he heard the guardian giving him a warning. It didn't feel like many minutes had gone by. Despite the confusion about how he nearly reached the time limit, Su Feng quickly tidied his clothes. Due to the magical effect of the seemingly ordinary water, his clothes were completely dry, almost as if they had never been soaked before. Not trying to test his luck any further, he exited the area and was greeted by the sight of the guardian. The guardian merely gave a glance at Su Feng before nodding its head. It was clear that the guardian didn't care whether or not Su Feng had succeeded in the baptism. The only thing it cared about was the time limit not being crossed. Nevertheless, Su Feng still gave his thanks with the utmost respect. Thank you for the opportunity, guardian of the sanctuary, he calmly said and left in a smooth manner. As soon as he exited the building, Su Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was indeed nerve-wracking to be in the presence of such a formidable being as a mere newbie. There's less than half an hour, staring at the timer in the sky, Su Feng didn't realize how much time he had lost for this baptism. Although regrettable that he failed to capitalize on the time to its best value, he was still grateful for the opportunity. Being thrown into an unexpected location, it was difficult to plan what to do on the spot. Hence, Su Feng started pondering over what kind of benefits he could gain in the holy sanctuary. Information revolving around the holy sanctuary was limited, and most of the players were a stingy bunch that kept any critical information to themselves. Had it not been for some who simply wished to be noticed and gain fame, then he would have been clueless about the baptism. Wait a minute. There should be quite a lot of magical herbs in this sanctuary. If I can snatch some of them, then I can easily concoct a few rare potions. Almost like a bolt of lightning had struck him, Su Feng suddenly thought about the possibility of stealing some rare magical herbs. Normally, the rare magical herbs could only be seen in the latter stages of the game. Therefore, the potions that could be concocted in the early stage of the game were considered irrelevant. After all, they were low-level potions with minimal effects. Potions that could buff a player's stat were practically non-existent. It's time to milk those rich players dry. A creepy smile appeared on Su Feng's face as he lifted his glasses up a little bit, causing a sharp glint to reflect on the lens. With the goal of getting the rare magical herbs available in the holy sanctuary to produce some rare and high-quality potions, Su Feng quickly got to work. The NPCs on the street might be robotic and seem unalive, but Su Feng was able to communicate with them in a roundabout manner. He would first greet them politely and talk amicably, being overly friendly. The responses he got were some fixed dialogues, but with his careful words of choice, Su Feng managed to piece each clue bit by bit to get the information he wanted. In the end, he spent nearly another 10 minutes to finally pinpoint a location that houses multiple rare magical herbs. The location was unsurprisingly and unoriginally called Miracle Herb Garden. The patrol guards of the Miracle Herb Garden might not be at the level of the guardian of the sanctuary, but with my current attributes, it's impossible to confront them directly. Su Feng cursed silently in his mind. Why must there be guards in the garden? The garden merely had some herbs, and they should have just left those poor herbs alone. How insecure must these people be to assign guards for the garden? They're so despicable and overly paranoid. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Su Feng decided to inspect the patrol guards closely. He was going to analyze the situation first, and if deemed impossible, then he could only give up. Just the fact that he was able to be baptized had already benefited him far beyond his original goal anyway. Standing across the miracle herb garden, Su Feng watched as the NPCs repeatedly walked past the area. Throughout this time, the patrolling guard showed no reaction and remained in their station. A few more minutes passed by, and Su Feng was astonished to see the patrolling guard suddenly show some reaction. It was toward an NPC dressed in more fancy clothing compared to the others, almost as if they were trying to show their respect. Interesting, he murmured, rubbing his chin at this development. Glancing back at the sky to check on the time, Su Feng realized he had wasted 10 minutes or so inspecting. Whatever, it's worth the risk. I'll be kicked out of here anyway once the time limit is done. I might as well risk it for the biscuit. Determined, Su Feng tidied his clothes a bit, and as much as he wished to get fancier clothes similar to the ones that the patrolling guard had shown respect for, time was against him. Not to mention, he doubted he would even have the money to afford such clothes. Exuding an air of confidence and demeanor akin to noble, Su Feng proudly walked toward the miracle herb garden's perimeter. Halt, this is private property, and no one is allowed inside without permission. One of the patrolling guards spotted Su Feng and warned in their usual tone, filled with zero emotion that resembled a real human. Their weapons were extended forward, hinting that it would turn violent soon if he didn't retreat. Nevertheless, Su Feng kept his calm and in fact began sneering coldly. HMPH, a mere patrol guard dare to stop me. Su Feng glared at the patrolling guard in disdain. The guardian of the sanctuary has bestowed me permission to enter here and grab a few herbs after successfully being baptized. And yet here you are, halting me from my path. Are you trying to hinder my growth and prevent me from being a force to the holy sanctuary? The patrolling guard was stunned briefly and seemed confused by the outburst from Su Feng. It seemed as if the patrolling guard was trying to ponder over the information, but how could Su Feng allow him? In a bluff, it was best to act dominantly and confidently. However, the main aspect that most forgets about is to give your opponent zero time to think. Otherwise, the bluff would easily shatter as more time goes by. What? You don't believe me, huh? Su Feng continued to act haughtily and spread his arms wide. Use your eyes and look at me. Do you not see my baptized state, or do you think I'm daring enough to use the name, the guardian of the sanctuary, to deceive others? Although still suspicious of Su Feng's claim, the patrolling guard indeed squinted its eyes and inspected him more thoroughly. A few seconds later, the patrolling guard was astonished to see the baptized state from Su Feng. Hesitation soon appeared on its expression, seemingly unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Su Feng was starting to curse silently in his mind. Damn, baptizing is a sacred and rare thing to achieve. There shouldn't be any problem with it. He was hoping his arrogant demeanor and the fact that he was baptized would quickly bypass the guard to avoid giving them the chance to verify the information. After all, his lies would instantly be exposed if someone went ahead to check. The situation was getting tense and awkward, with the patrolling guard standing still like a statue. He no other choice. Su Feng exclaimed inwardly. With a snort, he stepped forward and shouted at the guard, I don't care if you refuse to believe me, but my time is running out. I'll be heading inside to grab the herbs, and you can use that time to verify my information. I'm sure you would have no problem with it, given that I'll be right here when you return. His suggestion was equivalent to saying he would be in a house arrest, and they could always detain him if he were caught lying. However, if he was indeed speaking the truth, then there was no harm in letting him enter early to retrieve the herbs he was bestowed upon. Very well, you shall enter but not allowed to leave until we verify your statement. The patrolling guard spoke emotionlessly. How all success. Su Feng was laughing with joy from the inside but kept his cool on the surface, merely nodding his head in response. Miracle Herb Garden. Having successfully bluffed his way inside and giving the patrolling guard a reason to let him enter early, Su Feng was kindly escorted by the other guards. The herb garden is immensely precious, so you're only allowed to take what you're bestowed with. If you take something you're not supposed to have, then there would be punishment. Is that clear? One of the guards warned severely. Despite the tone usage, Su Feng doubted it was the guard's true emotion and more of a programming code. After all, the body posture and fluctuation of emotion didn't match the guard's tone usage. Previously, when he was pretending to be an arrogant person, he made sure his body posture and emotions matched the arrogant tone. Of course, the guards most likely didn't care about his efforts in acting, but that didn't mean he would do it half-heartedly. If you're going to do something, then either give it your all or don't do it at all. That was Su Feng's motto. Rest assured, I'm not ignorant enough to ignore the rules of the miracle herb garden. Su Feng calmly responded. Inwardly, though, he was snickering at them since he was a fake from the get-go. Take what you're bestowed with. What a joke that was. He was never bestowed with anything, and he calculated the time needed and the time he might be exposed already. Therefore, the moment he finished robbing the necessary herbs, the guards should have already realized he was deceiving them all along. However, by then, he would already be kicked out from the holy sanctuary automatically by the system. We'll stand guard outside since more people inside the garden would harm the environment. The guards said before taking their stance right by the entrance of the garden. HMPH, you speak as if we're polluting the garden. Su Feng sneered and entered the garden. Simultaneously, he was thanking and praising these guards for being so generous. By standing outside the entrance, it meant that he wouldn't be scrutinized by them when he tried to take some herbs, saving him from giving an explanation. Just how generous could these guards get? My bad luck seemed to be turning for the better. Tears of joy would have been gushing out of his eyes if he hadn't controlled his emotions properly. Although overly excited and jubilated, they were all concealed in his mind. On the surface, his facial expression had never changed, much less shown any emotion. This was something that he had gained from being at the management level in his past. If others tried to replicate this, it would be difficult unless they had gone through the same or similar obstacles and journey that he did. Turning around, Su Feng determined their line of sight was limited, so by going to the sides they wouldn't be able to spy on him. And as much as he wanted to close the door, Su Feng rejected that thought because it would raise the guards' suspicions and their vigilance. Taking a right turn, Su Feng's eyes glistened in sparkle. The sight of numerous rare and unique herbs lay in front of him. If I don't bring these home with me, then it'll truly be a sin. He murmured, keeping his pace steady and calm. The guards might not be able to see him, but their ears could still detect his footsteps. If he was to become agitated and tried to rush ahead, then it would be the same as alerting them. Only by being calm and collected, along with steady movement, would the guards lower their doubts on him further. This was the benefit of having experienced the might of these NPC guards in the past. Others could only blame themselves and make this mistake themselves to find out. Arriving near a herb, Su Feng smiled in joy. Sunfire Lotus, an amazing herb that grants fire resistance and enhances physical strength. So long as I synthesize this, I'll be able to take in a large amount of money. Opening his inventory and practically emptying most of the Sunfire Lotus, Su Feng proceeded on his next conquest. Starlight Blossom, Moonshadow Fern, Frostvine Orchid, and numerous more herbs were rapidly vanishing from the Miracle Herb Garden at an astonishing rate. All of the herbs had finally found their true home, his inventory space. It was a good thing that the same herb type could be compiled together as one inventory space. Otherwise, Su Feng would be crying in pain for not being able to rob all of them. As time slowly passed by, the guards outside were getting oddly suspicious. Alas, thanks to the game still being in the early stages, the guard didn't attempt much action and remained in their position. After some time more had passed by, and nearly 70% of the herbs were robbed clean by Su Feng, leaving only the center 30% untouched. The center herbs are rare but not as precious. Also, the guards would definitely react if they personally saw me snatching all of them. Su Feng thought to himself. He was greedy, but not greedy to the point of not knowing his limit. Clasping his hands, Su Feng realized he had actually become fatigued from picking up all the herbs. Due to the environmental effects of the garden, Su Feng was capable of picking them up without any side effects and had gone overboard. After all, herbs like these are normally found in the wild, and they are not easy to harvest. Either high-level monsters were guarding the herbs, or it was the environment affecting the players. Calculating by the time, Su Feng knew he had around a few minutes left before being kicked out. However, right when he was calculating silently, Su Feng and the guards heard an angry shout from afar. That person was lying. Capture him at all cost, guards. Damn, talk about arriving not too fast and not too late. What is this crap? Su Feng clicked his tongue and quickly dashed toward the entrance. Initially, the guards outside were dumbfounded by his action, but soon they realized Su Feng wasn't surrendering. Have fun waiting outside, Su Feng smiled gently and fluently shut the door, almost as if this wasn't his first rodeo. Closing the door tightly, Su Feng smiled bitterly as he wondered if someone was toying with him. Like why? There was probably only a minute left till he would be kicked out. So just why would the guards verify the information he was lying at this moment? Couldn't they have waited until he was kicked out first? Maybe this is the divine world system playing a horrible joke on me. Or a punishment for trying to cheat and get a head start. Su Feng scratched his head as he pondered over the timing of such a coincidence. Alas, he could barely get any time to ponder things over with the constant banging sound of the door outside. Despicable liar, open the door or else your punishment would be even more severe. The guards outside shouted in fury. So now you all decided to act human-like and want to deceive me back. Su Feng rolled his eyes, finding the situation laughable. Obviously, he would be a fool to believe their words that the punishment wouldn't be more severe. Deceiving the guards and ransacking their sacred garden herbs, each one of them was a huge offense. Bang! Another loud banging sound echoed throughout the garden, prompting Su Feng to be alerted. Fixing the position of his glasses, Su Feng understood the magnitude of the current situation. He had underestimated the guards' desire and anger of wanting to detain him. Despite the grim situation, Su Feng was rather calm now. Enough of the banging, okay. I'll open the door, but the banging just now has caused quite a rumble in the garden. He announced loudly, as long as you know that you're in the wrong. Quickly open the door and accept your punishment. I promise to be lenient if you cooperate. I want to open the door quickly too, but thanks to whoever was making the banging on the door, the scenery here is a mess. Lots of soil is scattered around with some of the herbs even being uprooted. If I don't tend to them now, then they'll lose their medicinal effect. Instantly, the atmosphere turned silent, almost as if the guards outside were thinking about what to do. As for Su Feng, he was naturally spouting nonsense. A sacred garden could easily be toppled over because of a few banging on the door. What kind of nonsense was that? The main point of speaking such stuff was to stall them. At the same time, it would make the guards pause for a moment. After all, they believed he was trapped in here, so there was no rush in arresting him. However, if the herbs became spoiled or had their medicinal effect diminished because of their unwillingness to let him tend to them, then the fault would be placed on the guard and not him. It was a wicked and shrewd lie that Su Feng made up on the spot. Not only was it extremely effective, but Su Feng could also take this time to rob the remaining 30% of the herbs. Previously, he needed to be cautious with his actions and refrain from disturbing the central herbs, which were in full view of the guards. But now that his personal facade had been exposed, there was no longer any need to be polite with them. To leave behind such precious herbs, despite having the opportunity to pocket them, would be a sin so grievous that it could curse him and his entire lineage for centuries. Bless the game for having easily fooled NPCs. Su Feng prayed sincerely as he swiftly cleaned up the entire herb garden. The harvest that he earned today could be quadrupled into real currency if he played his cards right. Just as he was joyfully celebrating in his mind, the banging on the door resumed, this time with a greater force than before. What? They weren't fooled. No, that's impossible. The guards clearly hesitated when I mentioned the possibility of herb destruction. Su Feng was stunned initially. He didn't understand what made the guards regain their composure to act so decisively. There must have been an unknown variable at play that caused his deception to fail. With the situation rapidly changing for the worst, Su Feng retreated to the far end of the wall, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the door. If only I'm not a cleric but a sorcerer right now, then I would have been able to delay them longer. He knitted his brows, realizing the flaw of being a cleric at such an early stage. As a level 1 cleric, there were limited abilities that could be utilized. He would have to level up in order to unlock the abilities that are useful. Currently, Su Feng's skill trees contain 5 abilities: Heal, Blessed Protection, Blinding Strike, Blessing Valor, and Sacred Fire. Out of the 5, only one of them, Sacred Fire, actually deals damage to the opponent. Just when Su Feng finished buffing himself with supporting abilities, a loud boom echoed throughout the garden. Boom! The door broke open from the brute force of the guards, causing some debris of the door to scatter across. Immediately surrender now or else you will die a painful death, despicable liar. One of the guards brandished his spear, issuing a stern warning. Now that it comes to this, you all leave me with no choice. With a resigned sigh, Su Feng realized there was no avoiding confrontation. Instead of succumbing to panic, Su Feng calmly produced a sunflower lotus herb he had acquired earlier. Cradling the delicate herb in his left hand, he cast sacred fire. With a deft motion, the sacred fire flickered dangerously close to the herb, eliciting gasps from the guards. Do not push me further. I am but a cowardly and timid soul. Any sudden movements or shouts might result in this herb meeting an untimely demise. Su Feng's trembling voice carried a hint of fear, echoing through the tense atmosphere. The guards, observing Su Feng's nervous demeanor and the perilous proximity of the sacred fire to the herb, faltered in their resolve. Following the subtle threat from Su Feng of destroying the herb, the guards could only stand in their position, unwilling to provoke him further from committing the act. The herbs were precious and the culprit was in front of them, which meant that sooner or later he would be apprehended. However, if their actions caused the culprit to destroy the herbs altogether, then the losses would be tremendous. Therefore, they were stuck in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat, with Su Feng leading the situation completely from start to finish. What a bunch of idiots indeed. If this was an upgraded version of the game, then this bluff of mine would be useless. Su Feng sneered inwardly. It was no exaggeration to say the guards weren't human-like and were just a bunch of robots at the moment. After all, the Sunfire Lotus herb in his hand currently had attributes such as increasing fire resistance to a player. So what was his mere sacred fire going to do to the herb? Even if it did come into contact, the Sunfire Lotus would still be glistening with zero damages. As if I would risk burning my wealth, Su Feng exclaimed inwardly. He was meticulous in everything and was long ready for the situation to change drastically. Despite not wanting the situation to come to this, there was no regret in his actions. No pain, no gain. That was a common phrase, but one that stood true no matter the situation. My hands are trembling with those spears pointing at me. Please, I'm very cowardly. Su Feng continued his act and proceeded to tease the guards further by making the sacred fire closer to the herb. His realistic actions prompted the guards to retreat a few steps, clearly afraid of him actually destroying the herbs. Look at these guards. Do they think I will destroy my own wealth? There was simply no chance of him ruining the herbs when he had spent so much effort into ransacking them. Once the guards retreated close to the entrance, Su Feng distanced the sacred fire from the herb and sighed in relief, continuing with his act. Go outside and let me cool down for a second. I can't even escape from here, so there's no harm in it, right? He then shouted, albeit in a somewhat panicked tone. His statement was quite logical, and there was indeed no other escape path other than the entrance door, which they were tightly guarding. Therefore, the guards nodded but gave a final warning. We'll only give you a few minutes to think of your actions. If you really destroy the herbs, then you'll never see the daylight in your lifetime again. Su Feng nodded his head in understanding, but silently he was urging them to exit the garden. Just leave already. By the time you all stood outside, I'll be gone by then. I want to see how you'll threaten me afterward. Sometime later, the guards left the garden and actually closed the door. In their mind, Su Feng was like a trapped rabbit with no escape paths. Thus, they didn't mind closing the door. Luckily for Su Feng and unfortunately for the guards, if they had known Su Feng was going to be kicked out very soon, then they would have risked it all to detain him on the spot. With the door closed, Su Feng finally breathed out a sigh of relief as he glanced at the time remaining. 1 minute. Although 1 minute seemed like a short time to Su Feng's current situation, it was rather long. How did these guards realize my lie so quickly? The location from the miracle herb garden to the baptismal altar is quite far. Just how did that guard manage to travel so fast? He knitted his brows, seemingly unable to comprehend this unusual variable. Even if the guard did suspect him and wanted to verify the information as soon as possible, it should have still taken the guard at least 15 minutes to arrive there. That time interval was the estimation that he had done to rob the herbs and be kicked out. However, the estimation was completely wrong, causing him to confront the guards and resort to deception to stall for time. Patiently waiting for the time to count down, Su Feng relaxed his muscles when the number hit 0. Finally, goodbye guards, and thanks for your lovely herbs contribution. Su Feng laughed heartily as he eagerly waited to be kicked out of the holy sanctuary. Alas, his laughter came to an abrupt halt when he saw a system message pop up. System, due to adventurer Lin Feng's misconduct in the holy sanctuary and his misdeeds of ransacking the miracle herb garden, punishment would be imposed upon him. What? Su Feng's mouth was wide open when he read the system message. It never occurred to him that the system of the divine world would be personally imposing a punishment upon him. This kind of process went against all logic and information he learned from his past. Never once had there been an incident of a system personally imposing a punishment on a player, unless they were caught and detained by fellow NPCs. While in the midst of confusion, the system continued to send out a few messages. System, given that the arrival of adventurer Lin Feng here in the holy sanctuary was because he wanted to gain some experience and had obtained approval from the system. Therefore, adventurer Lin Feng falls under the administration and jurisdiction of the system. So I was under surveillance by the system due to this loophole, he facepalmed, clearly not expecting this kind of plot twist. Then what punishment would I face? Am I going to have my herbs confiscated or the baptism revoked? Su Feng asked in concern. Alas, there was no longer any response from the system, as he was directly removed from the holy sanctuary. His vision blurred completely, and there was a sensation and feeling of him being tossed around like a rag doll, causing him to feel nauseous. Is this part of the punishment? He screeched, covering his mouth. After being thrown around like a rag doll, Su Feng's vision finally gained clarity as he seemed to have arrived at a town. There was a teleporter in front of him, meaning that he should have been teleported from the holy sanctuary to this town. At the same time, he heard chattering from the sides, with players interacting with one another. These players didn't have much equipment on them either, and seemed to have just started the game. Phew, at least I didn't spend too much time in the holy sanctuary and caused me to be behind others. Su Feng was quite relieved to realize this point with a mere glance. Just as Su Feng was feeling quite relieved, he heard an angry shout from behind. Hey, move aside already. Don't you know the traffic here is high? Su Feng didn't get agitated by the angry shout as he turned around to the person shouting angrily. It was a muscular man with a wooden shield on his left hand and a steel lance on his right hand. So it's a Knight Lancer class player. He thought to himself, inspecting the gears of the person. Sorry, I'll move away now. He smiled with a somewhat apologetic look and said softly, exiting the teleporter platform. A teleporter platform served as a function of transportation for players between locations. Depending on the distance, the cost and usage of the teleportation could vary in price. In being a town, one that is a starter town location for players finishing their character creation, the teleporter platform was usually free of charge, and players would be able to return to the town without needing a teleport scroll or return scroll. Thus, blocking others in this crowded space naturally led to frustration from fellow players, so Su Feng didn't take offense to the harsh tone directed at him. After moving away from the teleporter, Su Feng began to ponder the potential punishment imposed by the system. The first thing he checked was his inventory, and only when he saw the herbs were there did he sigh in relief. Phew, at least the system wasn't so cruel as to take back the herbs I painstakingly obtained, Su Feng thought, patting his chest. With his main concern resolved, he now wondered what other punishment the system might have in store for him. The fact that he wasn't imprisoned or had his herbs confiscated made him thoroughly confused. After all, the system did state punishment would be imposed, and there was no way the system would lie to him. It wouldn't and couldn't do so either. There was a saying for those who played Divine World. Believe in the system more than you believe in your parents, lovers, and friends. Parents, lovers, and friends could lie to you, but the system won't. Sigh whatever, let me check my status screen first. Fixing the glasses position, Su Feng decided to open his status screen for the first time since arriving in the Divine World. Player name Lin Feng. Class Cleric. Level 1. Experience points 0-100. Attributes Strength 8, Agility 7, Endurance 9, Intelligence 12, Vitality 10. At first, Su Feng merely browsed through his status screen without much thought until he noticed the experience points were highlighted in a darkish red color. What's the meaning of this? He mumbled, clicking on the experience points. As soon as he clicked on it, Su Feng realized the so-called punishment that was imposed upon him after reading the system message prompt. System, due to adventurer Lin Feng's ethics, the experience points gained from killing normal monsters are reduced by 99% for the duration of 3 days. Although 3 days didn't seem to be a long time, one must understand that the game had just been released. To have your experience points drastically reduced by 99% at the start of the game was equivalent to being behind by the rest for a month. After all, a fresh start of a game is the most important time for a player, and those who are pros or those who play games for a living. Normally, anyone receiving such a harsh debuff would be disheartened and might even lose their will. Su Feng's body was trembling, and from an outsider's perspective, he was someone going crazy, causing others to give him a side glance and avoid him like a plague. Of course, Su Feng realized the surroundings, but he couldn't be bothered. He was simply too speechless at the moment. "Ah, system, how could you believe this kind of debuff would set me back?" Su Feng laughed inwardly. The debuff was targeted at normal monsters, meaning the system thought he would be like other average players, trying to gain experience by killing the tutorial monsters. Tutorial monsters, as in those low-level and easy-to-kill mobs that could increase a player's level as soon as possible. But most importantly, what are classified as normal monsters in the divine world are those found in the wild. As if he would spend the time hunting for them when he got a bunch of rare herbs. "Let's open the map and check where in the heck did I get sent to," he thought to himself, opening the map interface. Riverwood Town. That was the name of the town that Su Feng was thrown into, and he couldn't help but silently curse at the system's despicable move. Damn, to think I'll be thrown at Riverwood Town under the jurisdiction of the Etheria Empire. Aren't you trying to force me to be sandwiched to death by those wealthy heirs? He was definitely annoyed by the circumstance, but there was nothing else he could do. To attempt to transport himself to other regions would cost him quite a fortune, not to mention the loss of valuable time. To be unlucky enough to be thrown into an empire region meant the competition was going to be fierce. However, that doesn't mean it was all bad, because if he could maneuver his scheme properly, then this supposed bad fortune could turn into a gold mine. The system thinks it screwed me over, but I, Su Feng, am not afraid of a challenge. He clenched his fist tightly, and a glint of determination flashed behind his glasses. Riverwood Town was a bustling hub for newly minted adventurers. Excitement permeated the air like a palpable energy. The town bustled with eager players walking through the cobblestone streets and lively marketplaces. Within the marketplaces, it was a common sight to see wooden signs adorned with intricate carvings that marked the entrances to shops and guild halls, inviting exploration and discovery. To add to the lively atmosphere, NPCs, indistinguishable from their human counterparts, roamed the streets, offering quests and guidance to the fledgling adventurers. Most of the players, clad in basic armor and wielding simple weapons, would have their eyes wide with wonder as they took in the sights and sounds of this virtual world. Meanwhile, deep in the center of Riverwood Town was the town square, where groups of players gathered, forming impromptu parties and exchanging tips and strategies for their next quests. Looking for a party of 5 to kill some hobgoblins. Must be at least level 2. Our newly formed adventure team, Killing Gods, is looking for people to join. No level requirement. Recruiting level 3 and above players for the Blazing Depth Dungeon. Different types of players shouting for recruitment or looking to be recruited could be heard from all angles, and Su Feng was not an exception to this, as he was forced to listen to their shoutings. These players really got a lot of time in their hands. Recruiting in public is just a waste of time, and only a few would be lucky enough to recruit actual good players. Su Feng thought finding these players in the town square ridiculous. If there were indeed pros or skilled players, then they wouldn't be frantically looking for a party or an adventure team here. Instead, they would improve their image and hope the famous guilds would take notice of them. Although the game had just started, the starter town offered many features. From the blacksmith forging weapons to the innkeeper serving hearty meals, players could also go to the town hall to establish their own guild. After all, surrounding the town were dense forests filled with monsters and hidden treasures, beckoning players to venture forth and test their mettle against the dangers that lurked within. To encourage players actively, letting them believe they have the freedom to do whatever they want was the main point of a starter town. Additionally, there are many tips and guides available through the channel of NPCs to assist clueless players. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 NPCs walking towards Su Feng directly and requesting him to do some quests. In response, Su Feng would put on his usual gentle smile and politely reject them, stating that he was working on a quest already. Of course, that was a big fat lie, and he had not accepted a quest at all. "I'm already being inflicted with a huge debuff, so what's the point of doing your quest when you won't give me experience points in return?" Su Feng wanted to roll his eyes when these types of NPCs approached him. Unlike most games that have experience points granted to players upon completion of a quest, there are quests in the divine world that don't reward them. And most of the quests in the starter town wouldn't reward experience points to maintain balance and prevent others from hoarding the quests. Thus, Su Feng had zero interest in doing the quest, even if their request was to kill a few mobs. After all, besides him, other players didn't have a negative 99% experience gained and would do those quests. Taking a deep breath and ignoring the crowds, Su Feng slowly made his way toward the town hall. As Su Feng arrived and stepped inside the town hall, he was greeted by sturdy oak walls adorned with simple yet elegant tapestries depicting scenes of local history and lore. The interior of the town hall could be said to exude a sense of modest grandeur. The floors were made of polished stone, worn smooth by the countless footsteps of visitors and officials alike. Large windows allowed ample natural light to filter into the space, casting a warm glow over the room. A simple chandelier hung from the ceiling, providing additional illumination when needed. A few potted plants added a touch of greenery to the room, while maps and charts displayed on the walls offered information about the town's layout and surrounding areas. And near the entrance, a receptionist sat behind a small wooden desk, her demeanor professional yet friendly as she greeted visitors and directed them to the appropriate areas of the town hall. With a warm smile, she welcomed players to the town and offered assistance with any inquiries they might have. "Hello, what can I help you with today, adventurer?" Upon noticing Su Feng walking toward her, the receptionist smiled and asked gently. Not beating around the bushes, Su Feng directly responded, "Hi, I want to exchange a few rare herbs for money, and I wish to conduct the trade in a private room." The receptionist, initially stunned by his request, quickly regained her composure. "Adventurer, are you sure you want a private room to conduct the trade?" she asked, somewhat in a daze. "If the herbs that you mentioned are indeed rare, then there would be no problem. But if it isn't, then there's a fee you must pay for such mobilization." To summarize, the receptionist was trying to kindly warn Su Feng of the consequences and to reconsider his decision. After all, the current stream of players could barely get an upgrade in their gears, much less have rare herbs that the town might find valuable. Hence, it wasn't the receptionist trying to look down on Su Feng, but it was the reality of the situation. "You may rest assured, receptionist." Su Feng smiled and proceeded to retrieve one of the herbs that he had ransacked in the miracle herb garden. He discreetly showed it to her, making sure no one else besides her would see it. Thud! The receptionist's palm slammed on the wooden desk and her eyes widened in shock. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva nervously and said, "Wait here for a while, adventurer. I will get someone specialized in herbs." Once the receptionist finished telling Su Feng to wait, she simply dashed out from the main lobby of the town hall and ran upstairs. The ordeal created some scenes, with players turning their attention to Su Feng. What's the deal with that player? What made the receptionist so anxious?" The receptionist is an NPC and they don't usually have much emotion. Yet that player caused her to run upstairs. The player has the novice robe and novice staff, so presumably it's either a sorcerer, summoner, arcane mage, or a cleric. The players were quick to discuss among themselves as they began guessing Su Feng's class and wondering what he did. Meanwhile, Su Feng pretended to be deaf and blind, ignoring these gossiping players. Though inwardly, he was flabbergasted at the reaction of the receptionist. Why did she have to create such a big reaction? Usually the NPCs at this stage of the game won't have much emotion, which was why he dared to reveal his rare herb here. Yet he seemed to have miscalculated once again. Could this be the butterfly effect? Since the herbs I have shouldn't be available at this moment, it causes the abnormal behavior of the NPCs. Su Feng wondered silently. Knitting his brows, Su Feng realized that he needed to pay close attention to his future actions. The advantage of knowing future events was great and could allow him to capitalize on it, but it needed to be done with caution. He won't be blinded by momentary greed that would cause him to lose even greater profit. One must be far-sighted and plan further ahead to stay on top. Good thing I realized this early on, otherwise things will be bad. He thought to himself and began to reconsider the upcoming trade. Before this, he wanted to reap a large profit, but that would have to be postponed now. He can't afford a possible mishap and crash the market early on. That wouldn't be the mindset of a profiteer. And neither would he wish for that kind of outcome when he wanted these filthy rich heirs or players to donate him generously. How could he possibly not drain them dry of their wealth? In fact, it would be a crime to give them an easy life. As Su Feng was thinking evilly, his outer appearance might not change, but the natural aura and pressure he exuded caused some players to become wary of him. They became somewhat terrified of him and wondered what kind of scheme he was cooking. Within a few minutes, most players who had finished their business in the town hall left hastily, unwilling to be around Su Feng, who appeared mysterious. Their actions, however, didn't affect Su Feng one bit. He was nonchalant and patiently waiting for the receptionist to return. Time slowly passed by, and soon the receptionist came downstairs with an elderly man. The elderly man had silver hair and a white goatee on his chin. Despite the appearance of an elderly, his physical build resembled more of a youthful male. "Apologies for the delay, but are you the adventurer with those rare herbs?" Not even waiting for the receptionist to introduce, the elderly man took it upon himself to ask Su Feng. Su Feng nodded his head, glancing at his surroundings in the meantime. The NPCs might not act too human-like at the early stage of the game, but that doesn't mean they are completely dense and incapable of interacting with players. Thus, the elderly man was rather keen, with his indication of wanting to speak privately in the room first. "Ah, how impolite of me. Please head upstairs with me." The elderly man smiled amicably and proceeded to walk where he came from. After the elderly man began to head upstairs, the receptionist kindly guided Su Feng. As for the remaining players in the town hall, they were all shocked senseless, their eyes glued on Su Feng, who followed them upstairs without any hindrance. How did that player manage to get upstairs? This is unbelievable. You need to complete a certain amount of quests and gain the required reputation to head upstairs. Yet that player had already completed the prerequisites. I need to inform my guild leader about this news. The players were frantic as they scurried around the town hall. Some are busy contacting their friends, while some are busy contacting their respective team leader or guild leader about the incident. These players are really doing me a free advertisement. I'll have to thank them in return by milking their wealth dry. Su Feng snickered inwardly when he heard the commotion in the lobby. Sometime later, Su Feng arrived at a room labeled Herbalist Elias. His footsteps paused, his eyes locked onto the name Elias. This elderly man is Herbalist Elias. Su Feng was astonished, clearly not expecting to meet such a character this early on. "Is there something wrong, adventurer?" The receptionist asked in concern when she realized Su Feng stopped right before the doorstep. Snapping out of his daze, Su Feng flashed a gentle smile and shook his head. "Nothing, I was just thinking something earlier," he said, not divulging much information. Not finding it suspicious, the receptionist nodded her head and guided Su Feng to sit on a comfortable couch opposite the elderly man. Once Su Feng took his seat and the receptionist closed the door, the elderly man began introducing himself. "It's nice to meet you, adventurer. I'm Elias and a person specializing in herbs. I'm also quite interested in rare herbs that are hard to find in this region," Elias said softly in a seemingly calm tone. Alas, his eyes and body language betrayed him. Su Feng's keen perspective had detected that the elderly man in front of him was filled with anticipation and excitement. Normally, based on his usual antics, Su Feng was going to reel him in slowly to prioritize maximum profit. However, knowing this person would soon become a legendary and crucial figure in the divine world, he decided to take some losses this time. Take it as an early investment for a greater yield in the future. Su Feng thought to himself. "It's good to meet you too, Herbalist Elias." Su Feng smiled amicably, ensuring none of his shrewd thoughts were exposed. "I'm Lin Feng, and I came here specifically to conduct a trade with a person of value." He introduced himself in return, his tone filled with politeness. "A person of value?" Elias raised an eyebrow, seemingly confused by the use of words. Apologies for my blunt remark, Herbalist Delay. I've been traveling in the wilderness for a while, but none have been able to detect the true values of the herbs in my possession. And today, I've finally found someone who understands the herb's value and its importance." Su Feng explained, casually lying with a straight face. His expression and body language were completely natural, almost as if he was speaking the truth. Of course, to lie with a straight face takes experience and confidence, otherwise the lie would be easily exposed. This was also why he was able to deceive the guards from the miracle herb garden despite having zero proof of identity. His demeanor and gestures alone were able to convince them. Meanwhile, Ilya's expression brightened up the moment Su Feng finished his explanation. Although it was a simple compliment, Ilya's was delighted to hear someone complimenting his recognition of great herbs. Haha, you sure know how to sweet-talk someone, adventurer. Ilya's laughed heartily. So I heard from receptionist Sandy that you wanted to conduct the trade of herbs in a private room. May I know what kind of price you wished for? He subsequently asked, getting down to the business. It appeared that he could no longer wait to get his hands on the herbs under Su Feng's possession. The conversation continued to drag on for a while, only because Su Feng wanted to manipulate Ilya's emotions. If Ilyas could get the herbs easily without much difficulty, then he would only take it for granted and not appreciate him much. Those who take things for granted will never be grateful. Su Feng sneered inwardly, having learned this lesson quite painfully. He would never commit the same mistake twice. Sometime later, Ilyas was no longer able to compose himself further. Adventurer Lin Feng, just speak your mind freely and tell me how much you want in exchange for the herbs. He said, his body trembling slightly from excitement and anxiousness. I believe herbalist Ilyas would give me a great offering. Su Feng smiled amicably, proceeding to retrieve half of the rare herbs onto the table. Half of these herbs are things that Su Feng won't be able to capitalize upon for profits. These were merely herbs that were rare and had a valuable price value on them, similar to gems like diamonds. Ilya's eyes sparkled in glitter when he saw all of the rare herbs glistening on the table. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and was barely able to control his actions of snatching all of the herbs into his pocket. You are free to inspect them, herbalist Ilyas. Su Feng chuckled softly. Originally, I planned to sell it at a higher price, but seeing your enthusiasm and admiration of the herbs, I decided not to. Instead, I hope that we can discuss and share our views of the herbs such as recipes. He added, painting himself in an honorable light. Receptionist Sandy, who was standing by the background, seemed to find Su Feng's words confusing and misleading. Yet she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong in his speech. As for Ilyas, he was exhilarated after being placed in anticipation and nervousness, all this time to notice the hidden intention of Su Feng's speech. Haha, of course, adventurer Lin Feng. It's always been my pleasure to share some of my views of herbs with a fellow enthusiast. Ilyas laughed heartily, his hands already picking up the herbs. The moment his hand came into contact with the herbs, it was as if Ilyas had become possessed. His eyes sparkled brightly, and his facial expression changed drastically. Going from an elderly man, the current Ilyas displayed a behavior no different than a 5-year-old kid. Is it really true that NPCs are still somewhat robotic in the early stages? How come this old man can display such emotion? Su Feng was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. He couldn't comprehend the emotion and actions displayed by Ilyas. According to his knowledge, the NPCs would only begin to show such in-depth human-like behavior during the game's third update. Seems like my actions are really affecting the world, he thought to himself, feeling more certain about how his actions and influence had impacted the divine world. Alas, there was no turning back now that he had come this far, and neither would he suddenly get cold feet and attempt to reverse the situation. At best, the game would simply proceed forward at a faster rate than in the past. This kind of development would merely affect the players who had zero knowledge of the game and are still trying to explore this vast new world. Why should he shackle himself to allow others to catch up? Time slowly passed by, and herbalist Ilyas had long submerged into his own world, occasionally mumbling a herb name from time to time. Su Feng also didn't wish to interrupt his moment for now, lest he might get a bad impression instead. Thankfully, Su Feng's waiting time was saved by the receptionist. Herbalist Ilyas, I'm sorry to disturb you, but time is running out, and I remember you telling me to remind you of the matter. Receptionist Sandy stepped forward and reported. A few seconds later, Ilyas regained his composure upon the mention of the matter. Ah, how embarrassing of me. Ilyas scratched his head, seemingly ashamed of his earlier demeanor. Adventurer Lin Feng, I apologize for wasting your precious time. To compensate for that, here's an old book of mine that I kept regarding my research of herbs and recipes. System, congratulations to adventurer Lin Feng for opening the rapport relationship with herbalist Ilyas. In Divine World, the rapport relationship was a notable feature, enabling players to establish various levels of rapport with NPCs. NPC relationships typically began at neutral, progressing through stages such as amicable, friendly, trusted, and affectionate as players interacted more positively. Conversely, there were also negative rapport stages including tensed, strained, hostile, and enemy, reflecting deteriorating relationships. However, one must keep in mind that only certain NPCs in the divine world would have a rapport relationship. After all, these certain NPCs have a high impact on the divine world. And it was precisely because of this fact that Su Feng was taking his time carefully in interacting with herbalist Ilias, an NPC who would have a large impact in the latter stages of the game. Glancing at the rapport feature being activated, Su Feng inspected the status listed with herbalist Ilias calmly. Rapport status with NPC herbalist Ilias. Current rapport level amicable. Recent interactions. Completed a generous trade with herbalist Ilias. Engaged in a friendly conversation about herbalism and potion making. Nodes. Herbalist Ilias seems to appreciate your assistance and values your knowledge of herbalism. Continued positive interactions may lead to further improvement in rapport level. As expected, trading rare herbs like this at the start has directly increased the rapport level from neutral to amicable. Su Feng was pleased with the result. Increasing a rapport level was not an easy feat to achieve, as it could take at least a month or more to gain the NPC's trust. Although it's quite unfortunate that our discussion would have to come short, I hope adventurer Lin Feng can accept this money. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty of taking so many of these rare herbs. Ilias said, putting a pouch that seemed to be filled with money on the table. At the same time, his hands were extremely swift, directly snatching all the herbs that were on the table. The herbs were all stored within the ring that was on Ilias' hand. Such action would normally cause confusion to those who had never witnessed this scene before, but Su Feng already knew what kind of ring Ilias was wearing. In simple terms, it was a magic ring that had a large dimension space to store a large quantity of items. It could be said to be a similar concept to a player having their inventory and storage capacity. And given that NPCs don't have a personal inventory of their own, most would love to own a magic ring for themselves. Unfortunately, a magic ring costs too much to make, and the technique for creating one seemed to have been lost already. Hence, the scarcity of a magic ring, and the reason why there are still jobs available for people to deliver goods from far away. It seems like adventurer Lin Feng is indeed extraordinary. Ilias complimented, having noticed there were little to zero reactions from him when he stored the herbs in his ring. You flatter me too much, herbalist Ilias. Su Feng shook his head and politely refused the compliment. Only a person of your stature could use such a magic ring. Nodding his head, Ilias subsequently bid him farewell. I have some business to do. You are free to use this room as you please. Receptionist Sandy would assist you if you need help with something. As soon as Ilias exited the room, Su Feng took the pouch that was on the table and glanced at the money he was given. 300 silver coins. Ilias sure is a generous man. Su Feng was satisfied, having felt like he had earned a lottery. By explicitly not mentioning a price, he was letting Ilias decide on the value of the herb. From his calculation, he would be pleased to earn somewhere between 100 to 150 silver coins. After all, the herbs weren't that valuable once players increased their levels, given that the region where these herbs are grown could be explored sooner or later. Thus, earning between 100 to 150 silver coins was a blessing already in Su Feng's mind. At the current stage of the game, players were only given 10 copper coins to start with. Copper coins are the lowest value of the currency, followed by silver coins and then gold coins. 100 copper coins are worth 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins are worth 1 gold coin. To summarize, this trade alone had earned Su Feng a grand total of 3 gold coins, but that wasn't even the most valuable one. Instead, it was the old book that Ilias had generously gifted him. Flipping through the pages of the book, Su Feng's expression remained unchanged, but his mind seemed to be practically dancing in joy. I merely wanted one recipe to synthesize a greater potion, but Ilias gave me so many recipes in one go. He exclaimed inwardly. Normally, a recipe would cost around 1 silver coin or more, depending on the rarity and quality of the potion. In other words, some of the recipes could cost a whopping 100 gold coins for players. What was worse was that these players would have no choice but to accept their fate of being extorted. Without the recipes, even if you have valuable herbs, you are not able to synthesize any potions. To put the cherry on the topping, recipes are untradeable, essentially meaning only one player could learn the recipe since it could not be shared among others. Putting the coins in his inventory, Su Feng instantly became the wealthiest player currently in Divine World. Who else but him could possibly possess 3 gold coins at the moment? As Su Feng was starting to get lost in his own world, receptionist Sandy became concerned and asked from the side, Are you okay, Adventure Lin Feng?" "Ah yes, what's the matter?" He snapped out of his daze and turned to her, raising his brows. "I'm just wondering if you're still going to use this room," Sandy said with a somewhat awkward tone, her eyes glancing at the clock. "Right, you still have to work in the lobby." Su Feng was able to understand her predicament. "You can just leave me be and take this as thanks for your assistance," he added, giving her 5 copper coins. Sandy was initially stunned by the generosity of Su Feng and wanted to decline his money, but Su Feng insisted on her taking it. "You helped me tremendously by connecting me with someone like herbalist Elias. Hence, this money is well deserved and you shouldn't feel any guilt in accepting it," he said, practically shoving the money to her face. Without a choice, Sandy could only reluctantly accept the money. Though her acting needed some improvement since Su Feng could tell she was excited. After repeatedly thanking him, Sandy promptly exited the room, leaving him alone. As the door closed, Su Feng breathed out a sigh of relief. Sandy might not have been a candidate for the rapport status, but she was still a receptionist nevertheless in the town hall. Having an amicable relationship with her would only prove useful in the future. After all, just because an NPC doesn't have a rapport status, doesn't mean they won't have an impression toward a player. In fact, these NPCs are usually difficult to deal with because players have no information about them, meaning they could only try their best to increase the invisible rapport with them. Thus, by generously tipping Sandy with 5 copper coins, Su Feng was investing in her and wasn't actually being a philanthropist. This unexpected haul is really a good feeling, he muttered, having completed at least 60% of his current goal, albeit with some alterations due to some mishaps. Despite the mishaps, Su Feng was rather glad of this development. The gain from this unexpected development was definitely superior to his original goal. A wealth of 3 gold coins and 5 copper coins, along with numerous recipes which he had already learned, things were going great. Anyway, time to check on the forum and see if anyone's been talking about me. Su Feng clasped his hands and opened the game forum. The game forum was a lovely feature provided for players to interact with others who are in the same or different regions. It was a great information-sharing platform for players, but it was mainly a large gossip group, to be blunt. Players who wanted to spread rumors or witnessed something special and wanted to share them would come to the game forum to talk about it. Glancing at the game forum, which was filled with all kinds of topics, Su Feng decided to filter them to a specific region. Ethuria Empire, Riverwood Town. Breaking news, a mysterious player was able to head upstairs to the town hall. Attached, screenshot evidence of the mysterious player walking upstairs. Jogging. A player can head upstairs to the town hall. A hidden quest maybe. Player capable of entering the 2nd floor in the town hall. Among all of the posts, there was one that garnered the most attention and had the most activities, with countless players discussing it. After all, the poster was a player named One Man Media, and to prove his credentials, the player even added a screenshot image of his back in the attachment. Since screenshots or videos taken from the divine world could not be altered, it was the greatest concrete evidence. The downside of this function was screenshots and videos actually required in-game currency to use. Thus, the player who had used the trick that Su Feng had now stolen could not produce sufficient evidence. He had just started, so he did not have enough money to take any screenshots or videos. Instead, he had to rely on talking and letting people verify him personally to prove his claims. A screenshot cost 20 copper coins, but this player was able to afford it this early on. Am I supposed to be impressed or disappointed? On one hand, Su Feng was thankful that One Man Media had helped advertise him, but on the other hand, he found him to be a spendthrift. At the current stage, players would rather spend their money wisely on gears or other useful things. Yet this player was willing to waste 20 copper coins to take a screenshot. Either this player was very bold or they were very dumb. Su Feng hoped it was the former since it meant that this one-man media had the potential to be useful. It was just a shame that Su Feng couldn't recall such a player, which meant that he didn't become an influential person. He had memorized most of the famous or influential players back then to study and analyze them to prepare himself. Thus, he was positive that a player going by the user one-man media had never entered his list of targets. Seeing how one-man media was willing to waste 20 copper coins for this screenshot, I suppose he's an ambitious person. For an ambitious person to not make a name for themselves usually involves two reasons. One, he was unsuccessful and failed miserably, or two, he succeeded but eventually got buried by the top and forgotten. Tapping his finger silently on the table, Su Feng decided to put this player's name in his mind. Whether the player was a clever person or just a reckless fool, Su Feng could determine after some tests. Clicking on the forum, Su Feng proceeded to read the comments left by other players in the region. Harold Fist, where is that player currently? I wish to meet with them for a possible collaboration. Gentle Wind, I have sent a private message to you, one-man media. Crimson Rose, are you positive it's a player and not just an NPC dressed like a player? It's quite difficult to tell from the angle of the screenshot. Lotus Lime, why are you all commenting here? The poster literally said it was in the town hall. Just move your fat body there and wait in the lobby. Harold Fist, do you think I don't want to wait in the lobby? I'm a busy person and have to do quests to level up for the first clear achievement in the dungeon. Lotus Lime, yet you have the time to be in the game forum. Sheesh, I didn't know you were a ninja that could clone yourself. Forgive me, Ninja Fist Tildo. Reading the comment from Lotus Lime, Su Feng nearly laughed a bit. At least there was one sensible person who could actually read and connect the clues, as well as crack hilarious jokes. Harold Fist, Gentle Wind, and Crimson Rose, you three are definitely some pretentious folks. He gave his verdict and fixed his glasses. A somewhat sinister grin appeared on his face. Going through the game forum, Su Feng changed his status to an anonymous user. Unlike these players who are casually using their usernames in public, Su Feng preferred to remain anonymous. Although he wasn't afraid of revealing his name to others, he didn't wish to be exposed so early on in the game. Only a fool would want to reveal their achievements openly, without having any background or sufficient power to deflect against others. How should I make my entrance? Su Feng knitted his brows, pondering over what to type. It needed to have an aura of mystery, but also not too mysterious that would raise suspicions. After thinking for a while, Su Feng gave up and decided to be straightforward, typing on the forum post. Anonymous user, seeing how active you all are, do you think that mysterious player would be willing to come down and be caught by you? Lotus Lime, good point. If I'm the mysterious player, then I'd probably go into hiding as well. Harold Fist, HMPH, will just camp for him till he comes down. I doubt he would be willing to stay upstairs for his entire life. Crimson Rose, if you really do that, then you'll just leave yourself a bad impression. Also, do you even have the time to camp in the lobby? Harold Fist, I can easily send one of my subordinates to wait. As Su Feng was calmly reading their responses and reactions, he suddenly received a notification. Opening the notification, it was actually a private message from Gentle Wind. Gentle Wind, I suppose you are the mysterious player, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone anonymous and joined in on the chat. Can we talk more in depth, especially in regards to how you are granted entry to the upper level in the town hall? Astonished, Su Feng didn't expect the player to catch on to his intention to be Gentle Wind. What a surprise! I thought it would be Lotus Lime private messaging me. Just when he was thinking of that, another notification sounded to him, and Su Feng chuckled softly at the message sender. Lotus Lime, hey anonymous user, or should I call you the mysterious player from the screenshot? Other players are just lurking around to check on the situation, but only you managed to decipher the intention of the supposed mysterious player in the talking. So I'm quite positive you are feeling the pressure right now and wanted to test the water. Reeling in two big fishes. Not a bad harvest. Su Feng smiled, wondering how capable these two players could be. Could their wealth be in the millions or hundreds of millions? Just thinking about their wealth changing owner to him caused Su Feng to be excited. Nevertheless, he didn't become blinded by greed as he calmly pondered who to respond first. Lotus Lime's message was ambiguous, having expressed zero intention of her objective. In fact, she even attempted to test him in return by asking if he was feeling the pressure from the attention he was getting. Maybe this kind of baiting tactic might work on someone, but definitely not him. To him, this kind of pressure was akin to child's play. Meanwhile, Gentle Wind was more straightforward and asked if they could talk more in depth. Most likely, she wanted to gain some information from him, such as the privileges he was currently receiving. What a shame, Lotus Lime. I had expectations for you, but you disappointed me with the private message. Su Feng shook his head, choosing to reply to Gentle Wind. With the private chat window opened, Su Feng began teasing Gentle Wind. Anonymous user, oh ho. In-depth talk about my methods in gaining permission to ascend to the upper level, huh? How positive are you that I'm the mysterious player in the screenshot and not just some poser? Gentle Wind, had you been a poser, then you wouldn't have brought up such a topic. Also, what harm could there be in gambling? If I guessed wrong, then it's whatever, but if I guessed right, then I can gain more in return. Reading her message response, Su Feng was amused. His initial assessment seemed to have been proven wrong. At first, he thought Gentle Wind was a poser trying to act all high and mighty, but who would have thought the poser turned out to be him? All right, it seems like a misjudgment from me, and I have wronged this Gentle Wind. Rubbing his chin, Su Feng decided to stop stalling her. Anonymous user, are you possibly trying to get the first clear achievement from the dungeon Scorched Caverns? As soon as Su Feng sent out this message, the other party seemed to have gone silent, having not responded for a few minutes. Despite this, Su Feng was more relaxed than ever, given that it meant Gentle Wind was now in deep thought. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest outside of Riverwood Town, amidst the dappled sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, a woman stood in a small clearing. She exuded an air of elegance and gracefulness, her posture straight and confident. Her chestnut brown hair fell in loose waves around her shoulders, framing a face with delicate features and piercing emerald green eyes. Qingru, why are you standing there in a daze? A female voice echoed from behind. Surprised, Gentle Wind turned around and noticed it was her friend. Autumn Breeze, how many times must I remind you to call me by my username? If others learned of my identity because of you saying my name, then what's the point of creating a username? Feng Qingru, otherwise known as Gentle Wind in Divine World, lightly chided her friend. My bad, Gentle Wind. I was just concerned about you earlier and spoke wrongly. Autumn Breeze stuck her tongue out and apologized. Anyway, what's been occupying your mind? She asked, smoothly shifting the conversation to avoid any further reprimand. Gentle Wind breathed out a soft sigh, her expression turning solemn. It seems like we might have to beware of a certain player. Gentle Wind was truly astonished at the beginning when the player she had privately messaged asked such a direct question. For some reason, she could feel the confidence and domineering demeanor from the message sent. The way that the player asked her seemed as if they could obtain the first clear achievement. Could this player really have some information that others don't know? Is it a beta user? But is that even possible? Gentle Wind knitted her brows. Beta users are often used to describe people who had the chance to play the game first before it was released in public. They are people who would have an advantage over others once the game is officially released, even if some of the elements within the game are changed. However, the concerning point about this was that the Divine World's developer was a mystery. No one knew who the developers were, including the distributors. But one thing was for certain, the people behind it are definitely powerful and influential. Additionally, rumors of people being beta users of the Divine World before its release were practically non-existent. Or maybe it was confidential information that was well kept hidden from the public. Seriously, Gentle Wind. Can you stop being in a daze after saying such things? At least explain it to me first. Autumn Breeze was annoyed that she was being ignored once again, especially when Gentle Wind suddenly revealed they might have to beware of someone. Gentle Wind was about to explain the private message but decided not to. After all, it was merely her conjecture and not a confirmed fact. There was still a possibility that she was overthinking it and was being trolled. Never mind, just go with the rest of the members to grind levels. We need to reach level 5 as soon as possible. Gentle Wind commanded. No. Speechless, Autumn Breeze wished to strangle Gentle Wind, who roused up her curiosity, only to conceal the matter in the end. Whatever. I'm sure you have your own plans anyway, like always. She rolled her eyes and proceeded to return to the team to relay the order. Watching her leave, Gentle Wind flashed a small smile before turning her attention to the private message. Taking a deep breath, she began typing her question, hoping to confirm her conjecture. Gentle Wind, are you perhaps saying you can help us achieve the first clear achievement? Anonymous user, clever, that's indeed my meaning. Though it won't be me assisting you but someone else that's under me. Gentle Wind, how can I be sure that you aren't talking big? Anonymous user, if I'm not mistaken, you're the one that came to me and not the other way around. You either trust me or you don't. Gentle Wind, sorry, you're right about that. Let me change the question. How are you going to help me get the first clear achievement? Anonymous user, I'm sure you're probably grinding your level to reach level 5 as soon as possible, but that's not necessary. Being at levels 3 and 4 is fine. Just message me at that time and I'll send someone to assist you. Gentle Wind was astonished by the arrangement and wanted to inquire for further details. Alas, she didn't dare to step over the line and potentially cause the opposing party to change their mind. Thus, she could only wait until she reached level 4 and the rest of her members became level 3 or 4. What an exhausting conversation that is. From start to finish, it was this person leading the conversation and I can only say yes. Gentle Wind sighed softly. The feeling of being led by others in the nose was definitely not great, but if the person could really do as they said, then it would be worth it. Having recomposed herself, Gentle Wind quickly reunited with Autumn Breeze, and the rest as they strived their best to gain experience points at the quickest time possible. As Gentle Wind was preparing to meet the requirement set by Su Feng, he was currently using Herbalist Ilia's room to begin his synthesis of potions. The synthesis process isn't difficult because the instructions are noted down on the recipe. What made it difficult was the success rate of the synthesis. After all, the creation of potions all boiled down to luck and the mastery level of the said recipe. Mastery level was a level that described how familiar a person is with a recipe, blueprints, inscriptions, design, etc. There are 5 types of mastery levels, starting with novice, apprentice, adept, expert, and master. As one advanced in their mastery level, the success rate increased accordingly. Novice had a 50% success rate, apprentice had a 60% success rate, adept had a 75% success rate, expert had a 90% success rate, and master had a 100% success rate. Naturally, the current mastery level that Su Feng had for any type of recipe was novice. Hopefully, the amount of herbs that were gifted to me generously could produce more potions. Su Feng prayed inwardly, retrieving a few sets of herbs that are required for the fire resistance potion. The herbs he retrieved are Sunfire Lotus, Emberleaf, Cinderbloom, and Flamegrass. Each one of these herbs costs quite a lot in the marketplace, with Sunfire Lotus being the rarest one. After all, the Sunfire Lotus herb itself had the attribute of providing fire resistance to players, and any type of herb that offered resistance was sought by many. In the beginning, players didn't think much of these types of things, ignoring them completely, but that was their biggest regret later on. As the game progressed, players would soon realize the value of resistance-type herbs and potions, particularly when they encountered hostile environments. Hostile environments are a pain to deal with because they cannot be nullified, only suppressed temporarily. Sigh, I definitely need to earn back the money from Gentle Wind. Otherwise, I'll be a sinful man and be damned for eternity. He murmured, stretching his hands as he began the synthesis and praying for his luck. As Su Feng began the synthesis process, he meticulously arranged the ingredients on the alchemical workstation, courtesy of Herbalist Ilias. Taking a deep breath and fixing his glasses, he muttered, "It's do or die now." With a determined expression, he first selected the Sunfire Lotus herb, its vibrant petals radiating warmth and vitality. This herb would serve as the main component of the potion, imbuing it with the essential attribute of fire resistance. Next, Su Feng reached for the Emberleaf, a delicate herb with fiery hues. Adding the Emberleaf to the mixture, he observed as its essence mingled with that of the Sunfire Lotus, enhancing the potion's potency ever so slightly. The more potent a potion was, the stronger the effect would be. With the Sunfire Lotus and Emberleaf seamlessly integrated, Su Feng turned his attention to the Cinderbloom. This herb, with its robust aroma and sturdy leaves, was intended for its ability to prolong the effects of potions. By incorporating the Cinderbloom into the concoction, Su Feng ensured that the fire resistance granted by the potion would endure for an extended period, sparing players the need for frequent reapplications. Lastly, Su Feng added the flamegrass, its verdant blades contrasting with the fiery hues of the other ingredients. It was primarily included for its mild cooling properties to counteract heat exposure. With each ingredient carefully measured and added to the mixture, Su Feng observed as the potion began to take shape before his eyes. Now all he could do was to wait for the system to finish the process with a success or failure. Please be a success. Su Feng stared intensely at the potion, his eyes seemingly threatening it to form properly. Otherwise, there will be blood to pay. And whether it was by luck or threat, the potion successfully formed after 5 seconds. System, congratulations to adventurer Lin Feng for being the first player to synthesize a potion. Fire resistance potion. Do you wish to announce your achievement in the local region? Amused, Su Feng wondered if the system was enraged by his antics and wanted to throw him into the center of attention. After all, by successfully synthesizing the fire resistance potion, he was able to gain 10 experience points, bypassing the punishment imposed by the system earlier. The debuff only applied to monsters in the wild, but Su Feng never planned on earning experience points like most average players. Who said only wild monsters give experience points? I bet you are mad, but too bad, so sad. There's nothing you can do when I've been a lawful civilian. Su Feng teased, choosing the no option without hesitation. He had tried his best to stay anonymous all along, so why would he choose to expose himself? Wouldn't that have defeated the whole purpose of being anonymous? Unfortunately, the system seemed quite adamant and even decided to add a confirmation prompt, clearly hoping he would change his mind. Of course, it was a joke, and Su Feng understood that the confirmation prompt was merely a safety measure for players who might inadvertently make the wrong decision. Some individuals could be rather clumsy or oblivious, managing to mess things up despite the presence of confirmation prompts. It was almost as if they were drawn to the yes button like bees to honey, unable to resist pressing it as if they were competing in an Olympic sprint. System, are you sure you won't wish to announce your achievement, Adventurer Lin Feng? Glancing at the confirmation prompt, Su Feng pressed the yes button and confirmed that he did not want to publicize his achievement. Could achievement bring him money? No, those achievements would bring him unnecessary attention and trouble from jealous people. With his current state, it was still not the correct time to come out in the open and become the center of attention. If only I was born with a diamond spoon, then I wouldn't need to worry about publicizing my achievement. Life is really unfair. Su Feng sighed softly. To clear out his mindset, he decided to proceed with synthesizing even more potions. By the time he successfully synthesized 15 potions, Su Feng had risen up to level 2, but he was not happy. After all, in contrast to the 15 successful syntheses, he had failed a whopping 42 times in return. Damn it, this 50% is a lie as always. What 50%? It's more like 35%. He cursed in anger. Just when Su Feng was about to rage further, he suddenly paused himself and wondered what had happened to him. Wait a minute, why am I losing my temper so easily? He questioned himself. Usually, his emotions would be calm and collected, having barely fluctuated much to prevent others from reading him. Yet here he was, flying into a rage just because of a 35% success rate. Although it was a far cry from the 50%, it still doesn't justify the fact that he was losing his cool from a difference of 15%. Fixing his glasses, Su Feng temporarily paused the synthesizing process and relaxed a bit. Glancing at the ceiling for a while, he soon figured out why he was overacting. It was because of the fact that he had an advantage no one had, so now he was feeling pressured to always stay on top. By stumbling on something repeatedly, his conscience was screeching him to hasten the pace, lest others would catch up to him and his advantage would soon be gone. How depressing is it? I actually made such an amateur mistake. Su Feng chuckled bitterly. Without realizing it, he managed to ruin his mentality and nearly made a fatal mistake. After all, if he failed to realize this sooner, then it would have been disastrous in the far future. Having this kind of mindset was no different than having a ticking bomb in his brain, ready to explode at any moment. And when that happened, it would be extremely difficult for him to bounce back. He had already experienced a different type of bomb in the past when he was ruthlessly discarded by the Reaver Guild. There was no way he would allow himself to be placed in such a situation again. It's merely some minor setback. It's not a big deal. What kind of storm have I not faced? He snorted, having completely restructured his mindset. After restructuring his mindset and to not be pressured by something intangible, Su Feng's emotions soon became tranquil. Despite continuous failure in synthesizing, there was barely any reaction or changes in his expression. The entire time, Su Feng was patient and continued with his process until all the herbs were used up. In total, Su Feng successfully synthesized 48 potions and 94 inferior potions. As for how many failed, he didn't even bother counting since he simply moved on right away. The 48 potions are the precious ones, with Cinderbloom added, meaning the duration of the potion's effect lasts longer. Meanwhile, the inferior potions are the ones that Su Feng cheaped out on, having neglected the Cinderbloom. Thus, the potion's effect's duration was short, but it was the perfect potion in Su Feng's mind. After all, the shorter the duration of the potion's effect, the more the players must purchase to continuously consume for their adventure dungeon, or whatever they are trying to do that requires it. Oh, I can just smell the money raining down from the sky already. Su Feng flashed a sinister smile. As evil as his conduct may be, it was the reality of the world. Even in the real world, people love to cut corners to lower production costs while increasing their prices. It was a common practice, so he shouldn't be condemned for doing this. In fact, he should be commended for being the first to slap the players with a reality check that whether it was real life or in-game, they would be extorted. Ah, Tilda, I'm really a saint. I seriously need to stop being so generous. Su Feng gushed, having zero shame whatsoever. Anyway, I should check out the auction market and leave this room already. I can't believe how much time I wasted in synthesizing. Hopefully, I can get the auto-function skill soon. Sometime later, Su Feng retrieved all the newly synthesized potions from his inventory. He cleaned up some of the mess and proceeded to take the secret passage. The secret passage was designed to allow the people upstairs to exit the area without being seen or bothered by the people in the lobby. After all, the town hall could be said to be the most important area for influential and powerful people. Naturally, this secret passage is not known information, and only a few people are allowed to learn of this. The same applied to Su Feng, but that didn't mean he didn't have the knowledge already. Hence, without alerting receptionist Sandy and the group of players that were camping by the lobby, Su Feng had already left the town hall. To those still waiting in the lobby, they continued to believe the mysterious player to still be upstairs, or had logged out of the game temporarily. I might as well let them immerse in the illusion that I'm still upstairs. Gleefully looking at the bunch of lost lambs in the lobby, Su Feng calmly walked around the street, finding a bench to sit on. The process of unlocking the auction market was fairly easy. One needed to reach level 2 and pay a fixed amount of coins corresponding to one level to unlock. This meant that the higher one's level was, the more they needed to pay to unlock the function. Therefore, it was best to unlock it as soon as one reached the level 2 requirement. As for why he felt the need to come outside, Su Feng didn't like the feeling of being trapped in a room. Though the truth was that being in the room would constantly remind him of the number of failures and the loss of precious herbs. Although he wouldn't rage about it anymore, it still pained him nonetheless. The feeling was akin to having seen your money being dumped into an ocean, forever gone. Opening the auction market tab that was still grayed out in the prompt, Su Feng quickly searched for the option to pay. System, are you sure about paying 10 copper coins to unlock the auction market? 10 copper coins might not seem a lot to the current him, but it was a massive amount to most players. However, that was the main aspect of the auction market in requiring such a fee. The auction market was not open for the mediocre players, and only those who could earn big bucks in a short span of time would be qualified to be here. After paying the 10 copper coins without a blink of an eye, Su Feng was soon greeted by the unlocked interface of the auction market. There might not be many items being auctioned in the current listing, but he was indeed surprised to see there were at least thousands of players online in the auction market. Online players 2,358. Current listings: Iron Sword Level 2, Seller Dragon Knight 69. Starting bid 10 copper coins. Buyout price 30 copper coins. Time left 12 hours. Enchanted Robes Level 3. Seller Mystical Mage. Starting bid 8 copper coins. Buyout price 25 copper coins. Time left 8 hours. Hunting Bow Level 2. Seller Shadow Archer. Starting bid 15 copper coins. Buyout price 2 silver coins. Time left 10 hours. Iron plate armor level 3. Seller anonymous user. Starting bid 20 copper coins. Buyout price 3 silver coins. Time left 6 hours. Most of the items being auctioned are level 2 gears, with some being level 3. These people sure know how to grind. Su Feng was amused, especially by some of the usernames and a player who wished to remain anonymous. To reach such a level without any advanced knowledge could be considered an achievement in itself. It meant that these players were already ahead of the majority and could call themselves rankers. Of course, when compared to him, they were no different than a bunch of clowns clamoring around. Gears are indeed a wonderful increase of strength, but it's very limited and can be used by one person only. How could they compare to the universal potions that everyone could benefit from? He snickered, ready to make a killing with his inferior potion stock. As Su Feng began to register his item, he was once again hit with the reality of the cruel system. Even when one wanted to list their items for auction, they needed to put in some money as a guarantee. Essentially, if one failed to sell the item they listed, then a percentage of the guarantee money would be taken away by the system once the time limit ends. As disgusting as this feature was, it does help prevent an overflow of garbage items. Su Feng understood the intention behind this structure, but being on the short end of the stick made it somewhat bitter. Nevertheless, Su Feng paid the money forward as a guarantee and proceeded to begin his listing. In his possession there are 94 inferior potions, so Su Feng planned on auctioning them in batches of 5 potions. For those unwilling to do some math calculations, Su Feng was going to have 18 batches. However, he wasn't going to outright auction them off. After all, he needed the players to understand the value and importance of these inferior potions. Thus, Su Feng started off by selling the remaining 4 potions individually to test the water and allow the players time to comprehend its value. Fire Resistance Potion X4. Seller anonymous user. Starting bid 5 copper coins. Buyout price 1 silver coin. Time left 6 hours. Reading the preview of the interface that would be published, Su Feng nodded his head and confirmed it. Fire Resistance Potion. How did a player manage to get a potion already? This anonymous user is selling them individually, and there are only 4 available. Damn it, I need to get my hands on it. This fire resistance potion is exactly what we need for the dungeon Scorch Caverns. We must get our hands on this potion at all costs. Geez, luckily I didn't purchase those expensive gears yet. How can those gears be more useful than these potions? The moment the fire resistance potion appeared on the auction market, every nook and cranny of the region went into a frenzy, each wanting to bid for themselves. Of course, there are some people who hesitate if they should spend 1 silver coin directly to buy it out. After all, there were 4 of them, and everyone had the same thoughts in their mind. There was no way other players had sufficient funds to bid. Thus, a bidding war soon erupted, with each bidding increased by 1 copper coin. Meanwhile, in a somewhat secluded forest, a female voice could be heard shouting in a frantic tone. Gentle Wind, big news. There's someone auctioning a fire resistance potion. Autumn Breeze rushed ahead and stopped just a few meters away from Gentle Wind. I just checked the attributes of the fire resistance potions, and it seemed they are the perfect counter to the Scorch Caverns. If we obtain them, then the first clear achievement is guaranteed to be from us, Silver Wind. She said enthusiastically, showing Gentle Wind the auction market. Gentle Wind was astonished, her eyes glued on the intense bidding war for the fire resistance potion. The seller just posted a few minutes ago, but the bid price is already at 73 copper coins. Yeah, should we also join the bidding and increase it by 5 to scare the others away, Gentle Wind? No need for that, Gentle Wind shook her head and opened her own auction market. Afterward, she decisively clicked on the buyout price and purchased it, shocking Autumn Breeze on the sideline. Simultaneously, in some other locations, multiple players had their mouths wide open, seemingly in shock. What the hell? Which rich bastard purchased the buyout price already? God damn it, I should have clicked the buyout price. That bastard didn't play by the rule and just swept it off. HMPH, the next fire resistance potion is opening in 10 seconds. Screw the bidding. I'm going to buy it immediately. Due to Gentle Wind's antics, almost everyone stopped their naive thoughts of hoping to cheap out on the potion. None of them dared to risk it again and allow the mysterious buyer to get it. Even though it was quite costly and could damage their funding, they couldn't care less anymore. If the same mysterious buyer obtained all four of the potions, then wouldn't it mean the first clear achievement was going to be them? Such horrific thoughts were enough to unite them all with the same mindset. They wouldn't let anyone else have it but themselves, no matter what. As everyone else had their fingers ready on the buyout price button back on a street in Riverwood Town, Su Feng was yawning, seemingly bored by the event. Truth be told, he was about to fall asleep on the bench to get some rest. Moving around didn't tire him, but it was the sitting and waiting for the synthesize that truly tired him out. One would rather have something to do and move around than be forced to sit and wait patiently for a result. Glancing at the auction market interface, Su Feng saw his potion being published again, albeit this time it was purchased in an instant. I underestimated the wealth that these players could gather in such a short time. He sighed, feeling somewhat defeated. Had he known these players were more decisive, he would have set the buyout price higher. The bidding war was officially over, and it was the start of whoever had the fastest finger in clicking. It was just a shame that Su Feng wouldn't have an idea of who the buyer was. Otherwise, there could be an interesting development with such information in hand. System, congratulations to adventurer Lin Feng. The items you have auctioned in the auction market have been sold out. After deduction of the tax, your total comes to 2 silver coins and 70 copper coins. The original deposit was returned to me, but the tax was 30 copper coins. Just how black-hearted can this tax be? He twitched his mouth. Aside from being an interface available to connect a player with others, the interface didn't offer anything else. Yet they are brazen enough to take a 10% sales tax right from the get-go. I want to enjoy this kind of life too. He placed his palm under his chin and lamented. Right after Su Feng accepted his fate of being a poor man, he turned to the game forum. Ethuria Empire, Riverwood Town. First appearance of a resistance potion in the auction market. -4 fire resistance potion sold in an instant by players with a buyout price of 1 silver coin. Would we see a first clear achievement dungeon soon? Sure enough, the discussion of the topic had quickly shifted from a mysterious player eligible to head upstairs in the town hall to the fire resistance potion sold from the auction market. It was within Su Feng's expectation that this topic would drown the previous topic anyway. Thus, he wasn't a bit worried about being camped by multiple players in the lobby. After all, the potion he just sold was highly scrutinized thanks to the beginner dungeon nearby Riverwood Town, Scorched Caverns. Due to the system warning of the dungeon being extremely hot and cautioning players to have some fire resistance, the players around the region became more alert, hoping to find such items. Of course, there are bound to be players who ignore such warnings and enter the dungeon, believing it to be a piece of cake, only to end up suffering miserably. Not only did their gear durability drop tremendously, but they were also afflicted with an ailment status. Dying in a dungeon doesn't penalize players too much, but the aftermath of suffering in the hostile environment upon revival still continued. Thus, players were enlightened by the fact that they shouldn't tackle these dungeons without preparation. Well, it's thanks to those foolish players venturing ahead that let the others know how important it is to be prepared. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to sell my potions. Su Feng thought to himself. Having investigated the region and the available dungeon, he chose to synthesize the fire resistance potion for a reason. If one wants to sell things, then they must ensure the items they sell are in high demand. After all, no one would care about how good your things are if they can't be put to use. This was the concept of demand and supply. I'll let those mysterious buyers test the potions out first before selling them in batches. Su Feng smirked evilly. To ensure that the buyer wouldn't stall for time and attempt to wait if there would be more potions available, he decided to fan the flame. Making a post of his own, Su Feng naturally used the anonymous user identity. Usage of the fire resistance potion and methods to conquer the Scorched Caverns. Using this title as the clickbait, Su Feng began to reveal bits of information on how to clear the dungeon. Of course, it was information mixed with lies and truth. The intention of making such a post was to create an illusion to the buyers that it was possible to clear the dungeon and that they should act swiftly, lest others would take the achievement from them. It was a devious plan to ensure they would reach the middle and end section, only to come up short every single time. Facing such a situation, their desire for success and belief in being able to do it would soon overwhelm them. By that time, he would be like a god, offering batches of these potions to let them attempt it again and again. Ah, Tilda, once again, I'm really too generous. Su Feng lamented silently, feeling the burden of having such a kind heart. As he was praising himself, Su Feng suddenly received a private message. Startled, Su Feng opened the message and was quite surprised. Gentle Wind, how many more fire resistance potions do you have? I wish to purchase them with real currency. Look at this Gentle Wind go. Her brain is really functioning pretty well. He smiled softly. It was not as if he didn't expect Gentle Wind would contact him again. After all, he had just mentioned to her previously that he could help her get the first clear achievement of the Scorched Caverns, and a player suddenly auctioning the resistance potion appeared. If she couldn't even pinpoint this connection or even suspect him to be related, then he would truly be disappointed. Though the speed of her messaging him had somewhat startled him a bit. If it was him, then he would at least wait a bit or speak about another topic. He would definitely not be so straightforward and ask for the price, going as far as using real-world currency as payment too. But now that she had done this, it meant that she had lost all initiative. Not to mention, he could easily deny being the person who auctioned it. What proof does she have against him? Meanwhile, Gentle Wind seemed to be anxious about not being responded to yet, and decided to send another message. Gentle Wind, I can offer you $100,000 if you're willing to give me a batch of them. She's getting desperate. Su Feng's expression turned solemn as he realized the situation. Despite the Divine World being recently published, the popularity and hype of it was no joke. Therefore, the exchange of currency from real-world money to in-game money was very high. 100 copper coins equaled 1 silver coin, and 1 copper coin in-game was equivalent to $10. Then 1 silver coin would have been worth 100 copper coins, which was 100 times $10 equals $1,000. Therefore, with 100 silver coins, you would have 100 times $1,000 equals $100,000. Of course, the exchange rate is subject to change in the future depending on the circumstances, but right now, Gentle Wind was essentially offering him a value of 90% higher. Even if he were to sell them in batches, the best he could earn was probably around 50-60 silver coins, equivalent to $50,000 to $60,000. It was a far cry from the amount that Gentle Wind was offering to him. I'm actually making a killing here. Su Feng's glasses glinted in a sharp light once he noticed this golden goose. Having calmed his emotions, Su Feng never expected Gentle Wind to be a golden goose. The straightforwardness and the courage to offer such wealth in an instant were commendable. Impressed, Su Feng seriously wanted to reply yes right away, but he didn't. And no, he wasn't trying to act mighty here. The money was definitely impressive, and he quite liked this personality of Gentle Wind. However, there was his principle or earning the maximum value. To cater to Gentle Wind's request and potentially risk losing all future business partners was no good. As a profiteer, he needed to maintain good relationships with most of the wealthy players and ensure that every one of them had a fair game. Fair game as in he would be the one controlling and deciding who would get which achievement. You're desperate enough, and I've already promised to give you the first clear achievement. So why the rush? Su Feng fixed his glasses and decided to respond back to Gentle Wind, lest she might become overly anxious. Anonymous user, Gentle Wind, I'm flattered by your offer, but it's a shame that I'm not the person who auctioned those potions. Nevertheless, I can still accept your payment, albeit with the context changed. Gentle Wind changed the context. What do you mean by that? Anonymous user, what I mean is that I won't be giving you a batch of the potions, but I can guarantee you having the first clear achievement in return for $150,000. Gentle Wind, that's quite a large amount you're asking for. Anonymous user, I doubt it's too much if it meant a guaranteed head start against other guilds you're competing with. I'm sure you are desperate to show some results too. An increase of $50,000 shouldn't be much for someone of your stature. Gentle Wind, indeed that money isn't much, but what if you fail? Why should I believe you are capable of succeeding? Su Feng smirked coldly at this time once he read that question. I've got you now, my little precious golden goose. Without the need of trying to persuade Gentle Wind further through words, Su Feng directly sent an attachment to her instead. From the attachment, it was a contract overseen by the Divine World System, ensuring that no parties are allowed to breach the contract. There was no escape from the system's judgment once caught, unless they wished to bid their farewell to the divine world permanently. Meanwhile, on the other side of a forest, Gentle Wind was stunned by the contract clauses. This player is really getting more and more mysterious as time passes by. Gentle Wind had no choice but to admit defeat this time. It seemed as if the other person had read her through like a book. With the contract clauses listed, she would be reassured by this cooperation. After all, the person stated that she would receive a batch of potions no worse than the ones auctioned in the auction market for free if they were to fail the dungeon. Additionally, all payments would be returned to her, meaning she wouldn't have wasted her investment and still receive more potions in the end. You say you aren't the person who auctioned those potions, but are confident to return me higher quality ones in case you failed. Then, aren't you just admitting you have higher quality potions in hand and were teasing me earlier? Gentle Wind became speechless when she read back on their previous conversation. Despite knowing that she was being played and deceived earlier, there was nothing else she could do. The advantage was on the other party, and if she angered them, then they could easily swap business partners. However, the same could not be said for her. "What's the matter, Gentle Wind?" Autumn Breeze turned to her with a concerned expression. "You look stressed. Is it that mysterious player you're chatting with again? Why don't you just block them already?" As soon as Autumn Breeze finished her sentence, Gentle Wind flicked on her forehead and lightly scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? If I block that person, then would you be able to give me a batch of fire resistance potions?" Feeling wronged, Autumn Breeze rubbed her forehead and stared at Gentle Wind with puppy eyes. "Read this contract clause and you'll know." Gentle Wind shared the details with her, given she was too lazy to explain to her. Sometime later, Autumn Breeze was astonished and was about to shout loudly, but Gentle Wind was quick enough to prevent her. "SHH, don't yell. This is top secret," she warned her sternly. Autumn Breeze nodded her head repeatedly in understanding. She wasn't foolish either to think someone would attempt to break a contract overseen by the system. Before Divine World was published, there had been other VRMMORPGs with the system capable of overseeing everything. There had never been one incident of a contract being overseen by the system that failed to deliver judgment on people who had breached the clauses. "Since you signed the contract, it's in effect already. So what do we do now?" Autumn Breeze asked and quickly stepped backward, managing to avoid another flick on her forehead. With her finger paused midair, Gentle Wind rolled her eyes and explained, "Naturally, we need to get the members to level up as soon as possible. Although that person didn't mention the time, we need to hurriedly reach the requirement." "Yes, I'll tell them to work harder," Autumn Breeze said, dashing away. She looked no different than a guilty child who wanted nothing more than to escape from their mother's punishment. Looking at Autumn Breeze escaping, Gentle Wind wondered if she could one day be carefree like her as well, not having to worry about her appearance and other people's perspective of her. Sighing softly, Gentle Wind closed the message and calmly joined Autumn Breeze, along with the rest of the Silver Wind members. They were going to spend most of the time here until each of them level up sufficiently to tackle the Scorched Caverns. What a good haul. Su Feng's expression was stoic on the surface, but inwardly he was dancing in joy. The money might not have been much, given he had dealt with much more in the past. However, with his current state, earning such a wealth could only be dreamed of by many others. He was confident in clearing the Scorched Caverns, mainly because of his diligence and unwavering attitude. Having studied most of the completed dungeons and analyzing how players were able to achieve such feats, he was filled with an abundance of knowledge. "I'm glad that I didn't waste that time for naught. Maybe I should give thanks to the Reaver Guild for forcing me to study all of them." He snickered coldly. Had it not been for them threatening to remove his position if he couldn't deliver a detailed report of each dungeon, along with the shortcuts and loopholes, he might have been a helpless lamb now. After all, who would bother to spend so much time analyzing and investigating multiple beginner dungeons that had long been cleared by others? The rewards were ridiculous and terrible once a player had surpassed the initial stage of a beginner and had ventured into higher-level locations. To summarize, it was no different than having a level 100 player investigating a level 1 dungeon. The level 100 player could easily one-shot every single mob with no problem even if they gave in zero effort. No point in remembering those things yet. When the time is ripe, I'll make them suffer the worst punishment ever. Su Feng fixed his glasses and decided to relax himself. Now that things had progressed to this stage, all he needed to do was wait for the person who bought the potions to begin to follow his method. He wasn't worried about the possibility of being exposed later on. After all, the ones he sold were inferior quality potions, meaning the duration of effect was diminished tremendously. Thus, it would be impossible for them to actually succeed by the time they reached the finale. He had calculated this and was despicable in his demeanor to ensure no one else, but he could enjoy the fruit of success. I should probably log out for now, he murmured, feeling the need to upgrade his real-world lifestyle. Although he believed in the game's privacy to protect players' identities, Su Feng still wanted to have double insurance. Living in the school dorm, when he no longer had any intention of contributing to the school, was pointless. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't wish to spend his money to continue to live in the dorm when he could live comfortably elsewhere. Having made up his mind, Su Feng first linked up his bank account with the Divine World system and opened up the exchange of currency interface. After pondering for a while, he decided to start with 50 silver coins to exchange with real-world currency. In hindsight, 50 silver coins are equivalent to around $50,000, but thanks to the sudden appearance of the fire resistance potion and the apparent lack of funds that most players are encountering, Su Feng could rake in more than just $50,000. By purposely listing each silver coin to be worth $1,500 and a batch of 5 silver coins to be $6,500, he was going to trap them into believing they were making a bargain, saving themselves $1,000. Once he confirmed everything was listed correctly, Su Feng published it, and a few seconds later, the batch of 5 silver coins were quickly sold out. As expected, those wealthy players have already assigned people to camp in the exchange of currency and ordered them to grab as much in-game currency as they can. Su Feng was not a bit surprised by the outcome. In the past, when he was still a low member of the Reaver Guild, he was assigned to such a job as well. Thus, he knew fairly well of their internal methods and the price they were willing to take out. What he offered was barely the limit of what they would be willing to afford. After all, no matter how wealthy one person is, they wouldn't be foolish enough to overpay for something. And even if there was this kind of foolish person, they probably wouldn't last long either in the divine world. Money was indeed an important asset to succeed in a game, but it was not the most crucial one. The most crucial one was how they could maneuver in the game and adapt to the unexpected situation to benefit them. Seems like the money is just rolling in constantly. Su Feng mumbled, having turned off the notification sounds that were constantly popping up to inform him of the exchange being done. Among the 50 silver coins listed, he had already sold 27 of them in a matter of minutes. Only 2 silver coins were purchased individually, whereas the rest of the 25 silver coins were purchased in batches. In total, Su Feng earned $35,500, an amount that was many times higher than his previous life savings. Who said video games can't make money? Look at him right now. The money he just made could be someone else's salary for the year, and that too in a short span of time. Yep, it's time to get a smartwatch to make things easier. Su Feng nodded his head. The divine world could be connected to his phone, allowing him to access things like the game forum, auction market, and private messages. However, it was rather inconvenient to use a phone for such a matter when a smartwatch was superior. The reason being so was that the specific smartwatches he wanted were designed to integrate with the divine world game, providing a cohesive gaming experience. By connecting his smartwatch to the game, he could enjoy enhanced functionality and smoother interactions, enhancing his overall gaming experience. Time to log out. Su Feng thought and exited out of the divine world. As soon as Su Feng clicked the logout button, he felt a slight sense of disconnection with the divine world. It was a newfound feeling, something he hadn't experienced before. Upon removing the virtual helmet, Su Feng wondered if it was due to the baptism effect that made him feel a sense of loss. After all, being baptized made him feel like he was a part of the divine world. And by logging out, he was getting the feeling of being extracted from the world forcefully. Hopefully, it's just a one-time thing and not every time. Su Feng lamented silently. He did not want to have this kind of weird experience each time he was to log out of the game. Putting down his virtual helmet, Su Feng noticed the dorm was empty. Seems like everyone else is still in the school competition. He mumbled softly. Although he had spent quite a long time in the game, the real-world time didn't pass by a lot. It was no exaggeration to say that people could legitimately experience 2 days in the game, while the real world had just gone by 1 day. Of course, the time ratio was still a mystery, and experts had tried to rack their brain cells to investigate the phenomenon, only to end up with little to no results. Thus, it became a norm to expect a virtual reality game to experience time faster than the real world, and that people could actually take their time to enjoy the game regardless if they have a job or not. Looking at his phone, which was quite old in model, Su Feng sighed softly. He was truly one poor bumpkin. No wonder why he couldn't get any girls in the past when he was in school. It all made perfect sense now. Sometime later, Su Feng changed his clothes and left the dorm. The first essential matter was to get a smartwatch and connect it to his game account. The smartwatch was equipped with multiple authentication factors, and only the owner of it can access any of the functions. Therefore, no one would be worried if their smartwatch was lost or stolen. After all, they are automatically locked since there was an active sensor detection, as well as security measurement that detects if it was truly the owner or an imposter that was using another means to access it. This means that even if someone attempts to steal the owner's authentication factors method, they are still unable to access it. Such a method was the latest technology achieved by humankind, and not even the developers of such security could access it without the owner's permission. I should change my phone as well to the latest version. Su Feng thought to himself. Being secured cyberly was an important matter, and he did not want to take any chances. Patiently waiting outside by the school's gate, a car soon arrived in front. "Hello, are you Su Feng?" The driver lowered his window slightly and asked, having only spotted Su Feng at the school's gate. Su Feng nodded his head and proceeded to give the PIN code to confirm his identity. Once that was done, he took the passenger's seat and put on his safety belt. He calmly said, "Take me to the Azure District." "Got it," the driver smiled politely and changed gear, driving straight to the location. Time slowly passed by and Su Feng paid for the fare, giving the driver a generous tip. "I might call for you again if I'm done with my business," he said. Having received a generous tip, the driver was naturally pleased and told Su Feng to call him whenever he needed a lift. Youngsters nowadays are really rich. The driver then mumbled, slowly driving away to take on the next order. As the driver drove away, Su Feng stood in awe as he surveyed the bustling Azure District. Known for its wealth and extravagance, this part of the city was where the affluent came to splurge on luxury items. Boutiques and stores lined the streets, offering everything from high-end fashion to cutting-edge gadgets like smartwatches. It was a place where anything could be bought, but that was only if you had the money to afford it. After admiring it for a few more seconds, Su Feng began to walk around, finding the store that had the items he wanted. Unfortunately, though, he was unfamiliar with this area since he was never here at this time of year. In the past, he only came here after many years had passed, and by then lots of things had already changed. Thus, even though Su Feng had a recollection of the layout of the Azure District in his mind, there were bound to be some differences. And these differences are quite noticeable at first glance. The decoration and store names are different, albeit with the same kind of building styles retained. Let's see where those high-tech devices are sold. Su Feng walked near a holographic screen that listed his current location and the stores in the district. Numerous holographic screens of this were laid out everywhere, ensuring that the customers wouldn't get lost. Okay, it's on the upper floor level. Not a surprise since the security must be more strict there, providing greater protection. He didn't find the arrangement surprising and was about to turn around when he encountered the most cliché scene possible. A woman suddenly held him by his arm and whispered, "Psst, help me pretend to be a couple first. I'll pay you back some money for the trouble." Damn, did I really become a lucky bastard? Su Feng's first instinct was to believe himself to become that kind of lucky protagonist who always encountered hot women in every corner. Alas, he quickly came back to reality when he noticed quite a few uniform-like people rushing down, clearly frantic and anxious. How much am I getting paid in return? Su Feng kept his distance from her despite the woman latching onto him, and instead asked for the price to do the act. Su Feng was caught in an unexpected cliché moment, but he still had his brain cells intact. Instead of focusing on the figure or appearance of the woman, he wanted to know how much he was going to get paid for the act. After all, the one desperate here was not him but the woman here. If she doesn't pay him enough, then exposing her wouldn't hurt. With his expertise, Su Feng could easily detect the woman latching onto him to be some rich heiress, and those uniform-like people are the bodyguards. Their expression and demeanor clearly didn't show they were trying to kidnap her, but were filled with worry that something might happen to her. Heh, I won't take advantage of you physically, woman. But I will definitely earn myself some extra cash. Su Feng exclaimed inwardly, eagerly waiting for the woman's response. I'll pay you $10,000 if you help me avoid those people. The woman was swift and decisive, instantly offering an exaggerated amount. Damn, I've really struck gold this time. Just a little act and I can earn that much. Does money grow on trees nowadays? Su Feng was astonished by the woman's decisiveness. She didn't even blink her eyes one bit. It was almost as if she was just discarding some small change. Deal, wrap yourself more tightly to me then. They are coming, he whispered softly, pulling her into his embrace. During the action, Su Feng made sure he didn't touch her inappropriately, and was just giving an illusion of an intimate embrace from an outsider's point of view. Meanwhile, the woman was somewhat shocked by his demeanor, having expected to be taken advantage of slightly. It's a good thing I didn't lose my eyesight and chose a scoundrel to cover up. The woman thought to herself. Just as this time, she heard the people behind her shouting and searching anxiously. Where did young miss go? She just ran down, so she can't possibly go far. Go to the exit just in case she manages to run that fast. We need to find her soon. If young miss is harmed in any way, then we're doomed. Okay, all of us split into 4 directions. I doubt the young miss would remain here since it'll be too obvious. When the last bodyguard announced that arrangement, Su Feng on the side, with his arms wrapped around the woman, was smiling bitterly. Just how terrible is your judgment? He wondered silently. Nevertheless, he had to thank this bodyguard for his clever input, otherwise, who knows how long he must pretend. Although embracing such a smooth and fragrant young woman was nice, he wasn't some dog in heat or a virgin, well, at least not in the past. The main point was that he could still control his emotions and mind, preventing him from turning into some pervert. Not to mention, he was a busy man and couldn't afford to waste his time on such cliché scenarios. If it weren't for the extra cash, he would have left already. Are they gone yet? The woman in his embrace suddenly looked up and whispered. As he listened to her question and glanced at her, Su Feng finally took notice of her captivating appearance. Her subtle allure and warm confidence were evident in her amber eyes and chestnut hair, framing soft features. Almost mesmerized by her appearance, Su Feng was quick to snap out of his daze and responded, not yet. There's still a few bodyguards left to check the surroundings. Are we being suspected then? She asked in concern, her hands gripping on his clothes somewhat tightly. I doubt so. They have glanced over us a few times, but with you wearing a hat to cover your chestnut hair and resembling no different than most people, they didn't suspect us. He calmly explained. To reassure her further and prevent any more wrinkling of his clothes, he continued, not to mention they were shouting young miss earlier, creating quite the commotion. Any normal person being chased would have fled the scene to avoid capture. Plus, considering the guards didn't even suspect most couples, you probably don't come into contact with many men either. By the time Su Feng finished his explanation, the woman could be seen visibly shocked, her hands gradually loosening a bit on his clothes. Just a few glances and this man can gather so much intel from it. She was stunned by the man she had latched onto temporarily. Although such insight might not be rare, it was hard to find someone capable of analyzing this quickly on a whim. Time slowly passed by, and the guards finally concluded that the young miss they were searching for was not in the area. Thus, they all subsequently left, most likely to join the rest of their companions to search elsewhere. It was at this time that Su Feng gently pushed the woman in his embrace away. The guards left already, so you should be safe now, he explained, fixing his wrinkled clothes. His clothes were still left with the warmth and perfume fragrance of the woman when he touched them. Watching Su Feng fixing his wrinkled clothes, the woman's face turned slightly red, seemingly embarrassed by her conduct. I am sorry about that. I can get you a new one, she offered, trying to compensate him for his effort. No need, the $10,000 you offered me is enough. Su Feng declined in a flat tone. His swift declination caused the woman to twitch her mouth slightly. Had it been anyone else that she offered to compensate, they would have already danced happily in joy. What was worse was the fact that she realized he wasn't posing in an attempt to gain her attraction, which most idiotic men do, believing it was a good strategy. She could subtly sense the man in front of her seemed occupied and simply wanted to leave as soon as possible. Did I lose my attraction and charm? She wondered silently, even touching her smooth face a few times. While the woman was flustered and questioned her attractiveness, Su Feng finished fixing his clothes. He then looked at her with a stoic expression. Anyway, so how are you going to pay me? Is it through cash or e-cash? What? The woman raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the sudden demand. What's the matter? Are you trying to renege on your words now that the storm has passed? Suspicious, Su Feng wondered if he had just been scammed by her. It was a verbal agreement after all, and no contract was signed. Thus, even if the woman wanted to renege on her words, there was not much he could do about it aside from blaming his bad luck. And no, that's not what I mean. Panicked, the woman hurriedly shook her head. I don't have much cash on hand, and as for e-cash, she explained, albeit stalling a bit in her last few words as her face gradually turned more and more red. At the same time, she was hoping that the man in front of her was clever enough to understand her hint, to save her the embarrassment of finishing the sentence. Sigh, I should have known. Su Feng facepalmed as he instantly understood the implied meaning. Carrying a large chunk of cash was naturally out of the question, so it made sense that the woman didn't have much cash on her. As for e-cash, it was even more obvious with her behavior. Since she was clearly running away and avoiding some kind of people, making a transaction with e-cash was equivalent to exposing her location to them. Therefore, she can't use this method temporarily unless she wants to be spotted. I wasn't lying about compensating you, the woman exclaimed, afraid he might mistake her as a scammer or someone who used others without repaying. It's fine, you can just go your own way. I've wasted enough time. Su Feng fixed his glasses and said, wanting to escape from this nuisance woman. He should have known that being paid $10,000 for such a trivial matter was too good to be true. He shall simply let this be a lesson and refrain from making the same mistake again, not that he expects another dumb cliché scene like this to occur. If it truly occurred again, then he might really need to have his fortune read. Just as Su Feng was ready to leave, the woman suddenly extended her hand and held onto his wrist. Wait, what is your name? I said I will pay you, and I will. Su Feng held a deadpan expression while wanting to move away. Yet her grip seemed too strong, and he was unwilling to let his clothes get any more damage. Sighing softly, he said, let go of me first. Although a bit suspicious, the woman nodded her head and slowly released her grips. Meanwhile, Su Feng used this time to utter a few words. That's my online payment system, and if you're sincere then you would remember to send the money in there. Otherwise, just do me a favor and never come to my site again. He explained and promptly headed upstairs, leaving the woman in a complete daze. It was only after a few minutes had gone by did the woman memorize the information and realized Su Feng's latter sentence. Never come to his site again. He really finds me a nuisance. The woman was speechless. Tusk, just you wait till I resolve my situation first, and I send the money to shut your mouth. I refuse to fall into your tricks and attempt to search for you. She clicked her tongue, refusing to accept the reality that someone really wanted nothing to do with her, especially with her graceful and beautiful appearance. Women are quite difficult to interact with sometimes. When you actively chase after them or pay more attention to them, then they will find you annoying. However, when you actively avoid them, then they would believe you are just trying to play hard to get. As for the thoughts of actually not being interested in them, that would never happen. They are too confident in themselves, similar to how men usually pride themselves as strong and muscular and refuse to admit defeat. And while the woman was lost in her own thoughts, Su Feng himself had finally gone upstairs through an escalator searching for stores. What a waste of time. I can't fathom why anyone would enjoy those kinds of cliché scenes. He was annoyed and wished to redo his choices if there was ever a chance. Instead of assisting the woman, he would have pushed her out and dashed away. Not helping either party and not getting involved in a mess was the ideal solution. It was just a shame that the incident was his first experience ever, so he failed to make the correct decision. To summarize, he was simply inexperienced and lacked the proper knowledge. Sometime later, Su Feng found the store he was looking for and entered, being greeted by a woman at the entrance. "Welcome, esteemed customers," the woman smiled professionally, ignoring the fact that Su Feng wasn't dressed fancily. "Is there anything you need help with?" she added, offering her services. Right after that cliché scene, I thought I'd be looked down upon with my current attire. Seems like I'm overthinking too much. Su Feng was initially stunned by the warm greeting he was getting. However, he quickly composed himself and nodded his head. "Do you have the latest smartwatch and phone model?" he asked, glancing at the woman's chest name tag that said Alina. "You are in great luck, esteemed customers. We have just received a batch of the latest smartwatch and phone model today." Alina responded with a smile. "That's fantastic then," Su Feng was pleased with that. Unfortunately, trouble and cliché crap seemed to search for him actively after reincarnation. While their conversation was in harmony, another saleswoman stepped forward and interrupted them. "Save your energy, Alina. Look at this person's attire and his appearance. It's clearly a person who's cutting school considering the time right now. Do you seriously think he would have the money to afford it?" The moment the haughty saleswoman finished her words, both Su Feng and Alina frowned slightly. Before Su Feng could even get the chance to respond, Alina stood forward, shielding him from the other party. "Sandra, we are trained to be polite and respectful to the customers. Speaking in such a tone is only going to get you into trouble." Alina warned, squinting her eyes. "Hess, are you really trying to lecture me after only working here for around a week?" Sandra snickered coldly, paying no mind to her warning. "I've been working here for a long time, and just a glance is enough to tell whether they are truly customers or just a waste of time," she added, purposely staring at Su Feng. Her implication was quite clear that she meant to say Su Feng was obviously a poor bumpkin. Hearing those words, Su Feng was usually quite restrained of himself, but he couldn't help but wonder what was the deal with this Sandra. Even if he dressed quite ordinary, she shouldn't have gone so overboard with her words, unless there was a more important individual that Sandra was looking out for. Sure enough, his deduction was on point when Alina began to speak on behalf of Su Feng. "Sandra, I know you're just trying to chase away customers because you were informed an important person might come here anytime. But what you're doing is no different than ruining the reputation of our store." Alina chided. "HMPH, since you know we're going to have important people coming in, then why are you even greeting others? Just shove these peasants away." As if knowing that arguing with Alina wouldn't help, Sandra decided to point her finger at Su Feng and raised her voice. "You can just leave and go to some shabby stores for your smartwatches. Our items are too expensive for you." "No, too expensive, you say?" Su Feng was nearly at a breaking point to slap the crap out of this woman's face. He began to fix the position of his glasses and was about to give Sandra a reality check that he could indeed afford it, until another woman suddenly dragged his arm and placed her behind him. "What the hell is going on?" Confused, Su Feng didn't even get a chance to comprehend the situation when the woman snorted coldly. "You have a lot of nerves to reprimand a friend of mine, Sandra." It was almost as if a bucket of cold water had splashed on Sandra's face. She instantly became pale and retreated a few steps. Stuttering, she wanted to defend herself. "Miss, I didn't know he was your friend. If I had known he was your friend, I wouldn't have dared to block him even if the sky fell down." During this brief interaction, Su Feng finally recognized the woman who had dragged him behind was the same woman he was trying to escape from. At the same time, he noticed Alina had a brief smirk on her face, almost as if she expected such an outcome. "How hilarious. No wonder why she was so polite to me." Su Feng instantly understood many things from that small gesture. From the beginning to the current situation now, Alina knew he was involved with this dominating woman who was overwhelming Sandra and had purposely riled Sandra up to create such an effect. How devious and malicious of her. But Su Feng must say that she was indeed a great schemer and wanted to give her a thumbs up. Since he now realized it was a plot created by Sandra, he decided to take a step back and watch the scene unfold. Either way, Sandra had irritated him, so why should he assist her? Had Sandra been polite in asking him to leave, Su Feng might have helped her out. It was just a shame that her own character was terrible and allowed others to scheme against her easily. Have a taste of your own medicine now. He was positive that today might be the end of her career, and even if it wasn't, a demotion was guaranteed. "Miss Zhang, I apologize for the situation. Elena quickly bowed down and apologized for the negligence. I didn't take care of the situation properly, which caused your friend to be humiliated. Her tone was filled with repentance and created a glorified effect of admitting to being in the wrong despite not being in the wrong. Her actions were by no means a plea for Sandra's behavior, but one that sentenced Sandra to doom. After all, Miss Zhang or Zhang Jingyi's facial expression turned even fiercer. You're really good, Sandra. It seems like your standards are really immaculate. Does that mean if I was to dress a bit poorly, then I am some poor bumpkin as well? Zhang Jingyi asked, smiling widely. Panic and horror quickly surfaced upon Sandra's face as she went down on her knees, begging desperately, "No, Miss Zhang. I was wrong. It's just that we have an appointment with Director Gao, so I didn't want him to be disturbed." Wow, so Director Gao's importance is that high in your opinion, huh? I'm afraid my Zhang's electronics is beneath you. Zhang Jingyi sneered. When Zhang Jingyi spoke those words, it was as if a guilty verdict had been handed down to Sandra, sealing her fate. However, it was right at this moment that Su Feng stepped up and said, "She's just trying to ensure an important person does not get offended during his time in your store, Miss Zhang. There's no need to fire her over this matter." "Are you sure? She was quite rude to you and even humiliated you." She raised an eyebrow, seemingly confused by his attitude. "Well, it's not like what she said didn't have some truth in it." Su Feng shrugged his shoulders. "I'm indeed dressed poorly, so being suspected of not being able to afford the items here is understandable. Besides, you've already taught her a lesson with that scolding, and I doubt she would dare to behave in such a manner in the future." After some consideration, especially with Su Feng's suggestion, Zhang Jingyi decided to be lenient and agreed with him. She was here to give him some face for assisting her earlier, so it would be bad to reject his suggestion. Not to mention, Sandra was indeed an employee who had worked for a long time and rarely made mistakes in her duties. "You're lucky that he was magnanimous." Zhang Jingyi glanced at Sandra and said, "Hurry up and thank him for the mercy." Sandra, having realized the person she had humiliated earlier was the very same person to reach a hand out and save her from losing a job, was shocked. Nevertheless, she adapted to the situation quite swiftly and bowed to Su Feng with a grateful expression. "Thank you for the mercy, sir. All right, go back inside and wait. I need to talk with him privately. Also, don't you dare mention my appearance here to anyone, otherwise, you're going to feel my wrath." Zhang Jingyi dismissed them, clearly impatient. Sandra was naturally happy to oblige her orders and went back inside. As for Alina, her expression might not have shown it, but her body language clearly indicated she was displeased with the result. She took a few small glimpses of Su Feng, seemingly dumbfounded by his actions. Was he a whipped person to begin with? How else could one explain that they would be merciful despite being humiliated quite ruthlessly? Meanwhile, Su Feng merely returned a smile to Alina when he spotted her taking a few glimpses of him. Although your schemes are nearly flawless, you failed to understand one simple fact. It's whether or not your target was going to detect your ploy and how they would react about it." Su Feng sneered inwardly. Sandra might have indeed been rude to him, but Alina's scheme was much worse than the former. After all, Alina was using him as a spearhead to target Sandra, and he would never become a spearhead for anyone. If he were to become a spearhead, then it must be done in his own free will. There was no way he was going to become a spearhead for anyone trying to order him or by schemes. As Su Feng was recalling the days of him being ordered around constantly, Zhang Jingyi began to focus her attention on him. "Anyway, it's a good thing you didn't run far and actually came to a store that is under me," Zhang Jingyi said, void of any of her previous domineering and cold aura. No. Su Feng was exhausted by this point. All he wanted to do was purchase a smartwatch and phone and possibly find a new house location. So how come there are so many other events appearing and blocking him? Knitting his brows, Su Feng held a bitter expression and asked, "Why are you chasing after me? It can't be that you saw me in a plight and came in just to assist me, right? You can't be serious, right? I haven't even gotten your name yet and you left already." "I Zhang Jingyi am a person who remembers debt and gratitude," Zhang Jingyi announced, taking this opportunity to formally introduce herself while asking for his name again. Never once had she needed to ask for a person's name twice. Meanwhile, Su Feng remained silent, clearly reluctant to reveal his name. If you tell me your name, then I can give you the latest smartwatch and phone for free. The money I said I will give you remains as it is. Ji offered. And almost instantaneous, Su Feng's frown expression turned into a smile. I'm Zhao Kai, nice to meet you, he said, extending his hand out for a handshake and shamelessly using his friend's name. The way he changed his attitude and behavior astonished Zhang Jingyi. Right, you are this type of person. Zhang Jingyi chuckled bitterly. She recalled earlier when she went to his arm and asked for a cover-up, Su Feng had asked her how much she was offering. No wonder you said Sandra wasn't incorrect. She added, not knowing what else to say at the moment. On one hand, he was a gentleman that didn't take advantage of her physically during their embrace, but on the other hand, he was one damn money grubber. If there was a chance to obtain money, he would take it without hesitation. Despite knowing his personality, Zhang Jingyi was somewhat appreciative of him. After all, he didn't bother to conceal his personality and was rather straightforward and honest with his conduct. Alas, if she had known about Su Feng's conduct in the divine world, then she might have retracted all of her opinions. Anyway, can we head inside now and retrieve my smartwatch and phone? Su Feng smiled softly and asked, seemingly eager to get his product already. Helpless, Zhang Jingyi nodded her head and proceeded to be the guide for him in the store. Our stores received a new batch, so there are quite a lot of options you can choose from. She then began to introduce each product individually, as well as their features. Okay, no need to introduce them. I'll take the black-colored smartwatch along with the phone. Su Feng halted her and pointed at the two items near the display shelf. Very well then, Zhang Jingyi smiled lightly, signaling Sandra to do the manual work. It could be said that it was somewhat her redemption, so Sandra was quite meticulous in the packaging. Here you go, esteemed sir. Sandra tried her best to not sound awkward as she handed the item to Su Feng. Su Feng accepted the items happily, it was free after all. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingyi was about to open her mouth and speak, but Su Feng was even more shrewd. Oh noes, the bodyguards came back, he shouted loudly, his tone filled with panic. What? Zhang Jingyi was alarmed and hurriedly hid behind, clearly anxious about being discovered. And it was at this time that Su Feng took his opportunity and dashed away. Later, Miss Zhang, but I don't wish to be involved with your business any further. I'm just a poor man with no background. After dashing with all his might, Su Feng managed to escape quite far away. Luckily, he had consumed a life water previously, alleviating him from being exhausted quickly. Phew, that rich heiress better not find me again, he muttered. The online payment system he gave her was not traceable, meaning she wouldn't be able to find him based on that information. As for the name Zhao Kai, similar to his concept of using Lin Feng as an in-game name, there are many similar or same names as such. Therefore, she won't be able to find any clues either. Of course, it wasn't that he was not interested in women, but based on his experience and intuition, such women were definitely troublesome ones. They won't do you any good aside from hindering you and possibly causing you to encounter unnecessary obstacles. With that being said, Su Feng also didn't plan on having any romance either. His foundation was practically non-existent at the moment, and he was just getting started. How could he let himself be distracted? Now I just need to search for a good housing location and move there. Su Feng began to walk away while setting up the smartwatch and phone simultaneously. Swapping his phone was quite easy, but the smartwatch itself took some time. After all, there were numerous steps and safety measures to be implemented to ensure everything was functioning well without any possibility of a breach. Once the smartwatch setup was done, Su Feng wore it, and instantly the notification from the divine world began appearing. Most of the notifications were about the silver coins he placed to be exchanged for money. Reading all of the notifications, Su Feng managed to sell all 50 silver coins. 5 were sold individually, whereas the rest of the 45 were sold in batches, helping him rake in a total sum of $66,000. Originally, a portion of that money was going to be spent on the smartwatch and phone, but thanks to the rich heiress, Su Feng managed to avoid paying. Welp, at least there's one good thing that came out on top of it. And if she is really a person who keeps their promises, then another $10,000 will be in my pocket. Just thinking about how he was easily earning this kind of big money was sending him to Cloud 9. Had he still decided to be a fool, then he wouldn't have made it here. He would still be in the school competition, competing for useless crap. As Su Feng began to look for a decent house within his budget, back at Zhang's electronic, Zhang Jingyi realized something was amiss. Wait, the bodyguards wouldn't return here since they had searched this area before. She muttered, coming out of her hiding spot. When she realized Su Feng's figure was nowhere to be seen, she quickly glared at Sandra. Having made such a blunder earlier, Sandra had wised up and understood her meaning. When the esteemed sir shouted about some bodyguards, he ran away while you went into hiding, Miss Zhang. She explained, visibly nervous. Although Su Feng had requested to spare her job, she could still be transferred to some barren location with just a single command of Zhang Jingyi. She was afraid that Zhang Jingyi might blame her for letting the man escape. Sai, am I that scary? Zhang Jingyi knitted her brows, seemingly confused as to why he was running away from her so desperately. Not scary, definitely not scary at all. Sandra shook her head repeatedly. If I'm not scary, then why are you trembling? I was still nervous about the earlier incident. Whatever, Zhang Jingyi rolled her eyes, clearly uninterested whether she was telling the truth or not. Valina. She suddenly turned around and called out. Yes, Ms. Zhang. From out of nowhere, Alina appeared in front of her, her head lowering slightly. Your schemes are pretty nice, but next time don't try to make use of people who have interacted with me. Is that clear? Looking visibly confused, Alina tried to feign innocence. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingyi merely snorted and crossed her arms. Did you seriously think that man earlier had a good temper? The reason why he didn't request Sandra to be punished was most likely he hated being used more than anything. Hence, he would rather let Sandra off the hook than to allow you succeed with your plot. Astonished, Alina tried to go on her knees and plead innocent, clearly not expecting to have her scheme exposed. Alas, Zhang Jingyi waved her hand in time and announced, I don't care if you are in a competition and want to kick the other person out. Competition is welcome to increase the work quality, but you need to know the limit. Knowing that it was futile to explain, Alina merely nodded her head in understanding. As for Sandra, she might have kept silent, but her expression clearly indicated that she was definitely going to remember this debt. Don't think you're safe either, Sandra. Had it not been for your rash behavior, do you think others could take advantage of you? Zhang Jingyi's scolding brought her back to reality, prompting her to lower her head in shame. Seeing her two employees have their heads lowered, Zhang Jingyi was honestly exhausted to even interact with them. If you are going to act shrewd and devious, then at least be capable of acting upon it and leave no clues. How pathetic of them to attempt such an act, but allow others to know it was their scheme. Anyway, the smartwatch and phone that I gave to that person. I want to track him down, so hurry it up. It was as if they had been pardoned. Both Sandra and Alina quickly went to work and did what they were told. It was just a shame that they couldn't accomplish what was assigned. Miss Zhang, the person seemed to have activated the smartwatch and phone already and knew how to delete the tracking. Sandra swallowed a mouthful of saliva nervously as she relayed their findings. Am I really that scary? Zhang Jingyi twitched her brows, clearly in dismay. Zhang Jingyi was wondering if she truly had a frightening appearance. She even touched her face multiple times and glanced at the mirror, reflecting her beauty. Why would anyone want to run from me? She asked. It can't be another one of those tricks that my family arranges and wants to get me to be curious, right? All she wanted to do was repay the favor and have a background check on the person. After all, she needed to ensure that this person wasn't some arrangement done by her family. Although she knew this could be another ploy arranged by her family in hopes of getting her to be in a relationship, she must say it was kind of working. Not the relationship part, but the curiosity part about who that man was and why he was acting so weirdly. If that man was truly acting upon her family's arrangement, then she would gladly allow him to experience a world that only women would understand. However, if it wasn't, then she needed to ask what was wrong with her that made him so afraid. As Zhang Jingyi was thinking of tracking this person down, she realized she had been lingering around for a long time and needed to escape. The two of you will erase any information regarding this, as well as the smartwatch and phone giveaway. Is that clear? Zhang Jingyi glared at them and warned sternly. Yes, Ms. Zhang. Both Sandra and Alina responded almost immediately as they began to delete all files and data, as well as the security camera footage. While they were doing these things, Su Feng himself was already entering a real estate enterprise. Hello, sir, how may we be of help today? One of the working ladies greeted Su Feng and asked politely. I want to look for a house, preferably one that is close to amenities and conveniences. Su Feng replied flatly. Just earlier, he had confirmed with Gentle Wind and received advance payment. With the contract overseen by the system, he would be doomed for eternity if he failed to fulfill the condition. Thus, Gentle Wind was rather straightforward and transferred the money to him. So with her $150,000 as well as the $66,000 he made by selling some silver coins, the fund he accumulated was $216,000, enough down payment for a decent house. Naturally, Su Feng could increase the funds further, but he wouldn't jeopardize his business for momentary benefits over long-term benefits. The flow of silver coins must be strictly regulated, and the market prices would be determined by him. While Su Feng was thinking about his next plan, the employee began to introduce each housing. She opened up a tablet that featured a holographic screen as she hovered around each location. Over here is a nice district and offers quite a few amenities, she said, explaining the terrain and security aspect of the location. Su Feng glanced at the location and nodded his head silently. The location was decent, but not quite the standard that he wanted. Huh? What about this one? Su Feng asked, pointing at a location that was ideal for him. Looking at the location that Su Feng had pointed at, the employee held an awkward expression. Oh, about this location, it's kind of unique. She smiled sheepishly. Unique? He raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by unique? Was there a murder here or did someone commit suicide in this house? No. The employee was subsequently speechless by the insane deduction that he made up. She quickly shook her head and decided to explain before his imagination got the best of him. After all, she noticed a few customers were glancing at their location upon hearing what Su Feng uttered. That's not the case, customer. It's just that the owner of this house is currently having some financial difficulty, so they decided to open up a room for rent. I came here to look for a house, not to rent. Why would this place even be listed then? Su Feng questioned, clearly disappointed by the reason. This house was the exact kind he wanted to move to. Not only was security great along with many amenities, but there were a lot of wealthy people in this district as well, followed by many companies. It was the perfect location to set his future foundation without having the need to transport much. Meanwhile, the employee's face gradually turned bright red, clearly ashamed of the situation as well. They were here to offer houses for purchase, so to list a house for rent only was like a slap to their face. It was no different than a restaurant claiming everything was fresh, but then the waiter suddenly said these foods were frozen. One could just imagine the shame and struggle the waiter must go through to even spout these words to the customers. We can look for other houses, esteemed sir. The employee forced a smile, trying to shift the topic. No need, I'll just take this one, and since it's a rental, the price must be cheaper, right? Su Feng waved his hands and said, Are you sure about that, esteemed sir? Do I look like I'm joking? No, then please follow me here to complete the procedure. The employee resigned to her fate. Although it was a rental price, it still cost him $50,000. To justify the high rent, the employee went through about the great quality of the house, as well as the environment. Su Feng pretended to be listening, but secretly, he was beginning to plot how he would turn this house's ownership over to him fully. Suffering from financial difficulty, then I can just work on that. He sneered inwardly. Once the transaction was done, the employee handed him the key. After all, she suggested showing him the house personally, maybe out of embarrassment, but Su Feng politely rejected it. The house location was not an unfamiliar place to him either. A branch of the Reaver Guild. Just watch how I'll make sure this branch will cease to exist soon. While Su Feng called for the same driver to get to his new house location back at Divine World, things were getting chaotic. Bam! A player clad in armor with a lance on his hand struck against a lava beast, creating a thunderous impact that echoed through the fiery caverns. The beast roared in agony, its molten form splattering against the rocky walls. As the battle raged on, other players joined the fray, their spells and weapons clashing against the relentless onslaught of monsters. Sometime later, the lava beast finally fell to its death, with the players gaining a significant amount of experience points. Boss, this potion is really amazing. We can fight against these lava beasts without worrying about the hostile environment. Additionally, their attacks are severely weakened as well thanks to our increased resistance. The Knight Lancer player exclaimed joyfully. If Su Feng was here, then he would have recognized the Knight Lancer player to be the very same one that had scolded him earlier when he first arrived at Riverwood Town. HMPH, why bother speaking the obvious, Ardent Lance? The boss, Harold Fist, snorted coldly at his subordinate. Don't you know I spent a lot just to grab 2 potions? If it weren't for the limited potions and being distracted, then I wouldn't have lost the last potion. Regret filled his expression as he recalled this matter. Though the truth was that he didn't have sufficient funds and was forced to watch the last potion being purchased by someone else. Nevertheless, he was still exhilarated to obtain 2 out of the 4 available potions. And just when he was wondering how to use these potions carefully, given it cost a fortune, a generous player decided to post on the forum on how to tackle the scorched caverns. Obviously, Harold Fist wasn't foolish enough to follow the guide right away and waste his potions. Instead, he had his subordinates enter the scorched caverns first without the use of potions and follow the guide. Sure enough, the guide was accurate, and they only ended up in defeat because of the lack of fire resistance. To ensure that it was true, Harold Fist didn't hesitate to test the theory 3 more times until he confirmed it was doable. Thus, he was now with his trusted aide, Ardent Lance, along with the elites of his guild to officially attempt the first clear achievement. Hurry up, people! Harold Fist loudly shouted. I and Ardent Lance's potion duration has a time limit, so we must reach the finale fast. Yes, boss. With the battle outcry, Harold Fist, Ardent Lance, and the rest of the members began to proceed forward, their pace rapidly increasing. As Harold Fist was determined to become ahead of the rest of the other guilds, outside the dungeon, a large group of people were gathering. Do you think Harold Fist will achieve the first clear? He has a 90% chance. Harold Fist himself leaked that he got 2 out of the 4 fire resistance potions from the auction market, and his members already tested the theory from that anonymous player as well. It seems like the Tyrant Fist Guild will become the pioneers this time. Indeed, Harold Fist is really lucky to have so much funds so early on. His fingers are also so damn fast to click the buyout option compared to others. It's definitely because his thing down there is no good, so he needs to resort to finger to satisfy his partner. That's the only reason why he has fast fingers. While the players discussed among themselves and showcased clear envy and jealousy at Harold Fist and his seemingly secured first clear achievement, in a distant area someone else was livid. Gentle Wind, are you sure that person isn't fooling you? Autumn Breeze asked. I know we have the contract, but what if he doesn't care about this game and just wants to earn some quick bucks? You've even sent him the money already too. She added, feeling confused by her friend's action. Haha, just calm down for a bit, Autumn Breeze. Gentle Wind chuckled softly, her expression tranquil. It's not even certain that Harold Fist would succeed. Maybe he will soon begin cursing and throwing his fist randomly. Hearing that nonchalant response, Autumn Breeze narrowed her eyes and stared at her suspiciously. Do you know something that you haven't told me, Gentle Wind? You'll know in due time. What's with the mysterious acting? Just tell me. I'm your bestie. Autumn Breeze started acting coy, hugging her arms and asking with puppy eyes. Despite the cute actions, Gentle Wind merely smiled and responded in a roundabout way. There's no need to know now aside from the fact that Harold Fist will definitely become an embarrassment soon. By that time, you can use some of our funds to take a screenshot of his green face. Almost instantaneously, Autumn Breeze started clapping her hands, her eyes eager in anticipation of such a scene. Ha, that Harold Fist was so arrogant in the previous game too. If I can see him being frustrated to the point of his face turning green, then that's something to be shared with everyone. She cheered gleefully. Watching her bestie imagine the downfall of an arrogant person, Gentle Wind didn't bother to comment on it and instead began private messaging someone. Gentle Wind, Harold Fist has taken the bait and is in the dungeon currently. Anonymous player, hey, thanks for the heads up. Rest assured, he won't be able to complete the dungeon and more potions would be soon available for auction. Gentle Wind, are you not going to give me a few like you promised? Anonymous player, the potions I'm putting for auction aren't that great. But if you still want them, then I can give you a few out of favor for paying me in advance. Gentle Wind, I'll take your word for it then. As Gentle Wind unconsciously held a smile on her face on the other side of the message, Su Feng himself arrived at his new house location. Closing the message prompt that was being projected from his smartwatch, he thanked the driver and gave him a good tip as well. Harold Fist has taken the bait, so I must hurry up with this business and log back in to make a fortune. He murmured, staring at the magnificent skyscraper. The magnificent skyscraper stood tall, and from his perspective, he could barely see the top of the building. The house that he rented was technically an apartment, but also not quite an apartment, given he was renting a mini room of an apartment. Not to mention, this skyscraper was one of the few that had each vacant apartment room to be the size of a medium house. One could just imagine the sheer size of the skyscraper and the amount of money poured into it for the building. Any owner of the apartment had full ownership, and not even the skyscraper owner could do anything to them unless they broke any of the major rules of the building. It was because of such unique rules implemented in this skyscraper that Su Feng was determined to take ownership of one as well. After all, you would be protected by the skyscraper owner from any external threat not belonging here. Not to mention, many floors in this skyscraper don't include just housing space for people. Instead, it had fully functional companies who rented the area to do business. These companies could only rent and not buy, and could be considered the main source of income for the skyscraper owner. This skyscraper owner is really a person's life goal. Su Feng would be kidding if he wasn't envious of such a person, who didn't want to earn money consistently while doing absolutely nothing. Of course, it was just him daydreaming because anyone capable of doing such things had a huge background and wealth behind them. As if there would be a vacant space for the ordinary to achieve such things as well. Entering the lobby that looked as large as 2 soccer fields combined, Su Feng was positive anyone would be lost or filled with pressure to enter here for the first time. The atmosphere was simply too different compared to the outside. Slowly heading toward the elevator section, Su Feng was ready to see his new house. However, he was halted by a security guard who clearly found him to be unfamiliar. "Apologies, but what is your purpose here?" The security guard asked, his tone neither overbearing nor overly polite. He was merely inquiring for Su Feng's purpose, given that the latter was somewhat of a stranger and was attempting to use the elevator designated for house owners. In this elevator section, there are multiple types of elevators, each with their designated floor. Some elevators are available for the public area, some are for the companies, and some are for the house owners. Security for the elevators in public areas was more relaxed, whereas there was some authentication required for the company's elevator. As for house owners, these were the most critical ones, hence the security guard needed to determine Su Feng's identity. After all, those eligible to own a house in this skyscraper were certainly no ordinary beings. And as if he had expected to be halted, Su Feng was swift to prove his identity and authentication to the security guard. "Apologies, sir, you may proceed to use the elevator." Once the security guard was able to verify and confirm the information, he became polite and allowed Su Feng to access the elevator. "Thanks for your hard work," Su Feng thanked the security guard and entered the elevator, his demeanor calm and smooth. Pressing the 36th floor, Su Feng calmly waited for the elevator to ascend. Meanwhile, the security guard was confused, scratching his head. When did there was a change of ownership here? How come I wasn't notified? He wondered aloud, clearly not expecting to see a new tenant. Alas, he soon brushed past the matter and returned to his guarding duty. Who cares if it was a new tenant or not? That person had all the information required, and he authenticated it already. Thus, it was no longer his business anymore. Best to not know too much and stay put. This job pays me well and I can't afford to lose it, otherwise, that tiger wife of mine will definitely hit me with the slipper. The security guard thought to himself, his expression turning vigilant, afraid of committing a mistake. While the security guard had such a mindset, Su Feng arrived at the 36th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, Su Feng noticed the hallways were simply too huge. Luckily, there were room numbers labeled on the holographic screen, allowing them to not get lost. Let's see. Room 360 is toward the north side from here. Su Feng analyzed the map and got the information he needed. There are cameras installed everywhere, huh? He noticed that there were no blind spots and became more reassured with the location. Although he had heard great things about this place in the past, the truth was he had only been here to accompany others. Thus, he rarely paid attention to the details of the structure, given he had never truly owned one himself. Of course, that might not be the case soon since he was already planning on how to resolve the other party's financial situation. He might not have the money, but with his knowledge, it wouldn't be difficult to give the person some pointers. Sometime later, Su Feng arrived at room 360 and unlocked the door using the key as well as scanning his iris. These authentications were all done back at the previous store by the employee, saving him quite the trouble and hassle. A beep sound resounded softly and the door was unlocked. Opening the door and entering the room, Su Feng's eye sockets nearly popped out. What the hell is this? He had to remove his glasses and rubbed his eyes twice to determine he wasn't hallucinating. This is actually real. The interior of the house was simply too advanced, being no different than a presidential suite, the kind of environment from a five-star hotel. Is the owner playing a joke or something? How could such a person have any financial difficulty? He muttered, seemingly unable to fathom the possibility of the owner struggling financially when they had the latest technologies. A few minutes had gone by, and Su Feng practically explored each and every cranny of the room. He didn't expect to be able to rent such a place at the price that he was asked to pay. This simply didn't make any sense to him. Did my fortune really increase? He questioned himself, feeling like this was too good to be true. It was just a shame that Zhao Kai was not here at the moment. Otherwise, he would have definitely given the latter another punch to the face to check if it was the reality or not. Despite the excitement of his findings, Su Feng didn't allow himself to get too distracted. Such vanities were naturally pleasing to the eyes, but there were more important tasks up ahead for him. He could not afford to idle his time away, admiring these vanities that didn't belong to him, at least not yet. Just as Su Feng was about to head to the supposed bedroom assigned to him, he suddenly received a message. The message was from an unknown person, but he recognized the numbers on it. "Oh, this is the owner, huh?" Su Feng muttered, opening the message. "Hi, I'm the owner of room 360 and you are allowed to use the facility in the house, but if you break anything, then you must pay for everything. Also, there are security cameras everywhere, so don't try to do anything funny. I'll be returning to the room later on to greet you, so feel free to do your own thing." Right after he finished reading the message, he heard a somewhat beeping sound on the ceiling. Lifting his head upward, he then saw a camera nodding itself up and down, seemingly implying that it was watching him. How humorous. Su Feng thought, not a bit offended by the actions. Given that the person was desperate enough to rent out a bedroom for $50,000, some sort of security measures being implemented was understandable. Unwilling to spend too much time with this person, he replied back with a simple "okay" emoji as well as making a hand signal toward the camera. Afterward, he proceeded to enter the bedroom assigned to him. "Not bad, it's spacious and comfortable," he commented, though most of his attention was focused on a large gaming capsule. This was also the main reason why he was adamant in choosing this place despite being somewhat suspicious. His virtual helmet was nice with great synchronization, but it was an inferior item when compared to the real gaming capsule. He wouldn't be forced to lay in bed while gaming anymore. Instead, he would be lying in the comfortable cushion of the gaming capsule with a monitoring system equipped to ensure his body's health was kept at the optimal state. Just a single glance at this gaming capsule, and Su Feng could determine its value to be at 100,000 and above. And precisely because the owner was generous enough to allow him to use the gaming capsule, Su Feng didn't mind being scrutinized a little bit. It was a small price to pay for such a great bargain. Moreover, the security cameras are equipped in the living room and kitchen room. Private areas such as the bedroom and bathroom didn't have security cameras. Glancing at the bedroom for a few more seconds, Su Feng proceeded to lay on the gaming capsule, choosing to log back into the divine world. Like always, there was a momentarily brief darkness before Su Feng regained his vision. Upon opening his eyes, Su Feng was dumbfounded by the sheer number of players crowding the streets. What the hell happened to the sudden influx of players? Previously, when he logged out of the game, the streets were still somewhat spacious. However, now it looked like there was no space to even walk around. Checking his game notification, Su Feng realized there were quite a bit of unread messages in the inbox. Right, I was doing the application and muted my notification. He mumbled, realizing he had forgotten to turn on the notification after finishing the housing application with the employee. Since he was filling out some important documents, he didn't want to be disturbed at that time. Although he did place a timer to have it turned on automatically after a certain time, the time runs differently in the game compared to the real world. Thus, lots of things could have happened while he was busy with his other tasks. It seems like the bait worked wonderfully and attracted numerous players to migrate to Riverwood Town. Su Feng soon figured things out after reading Gentle Wind's message and the game forum posts. Apparently, Harold Fist was on the verge of tears when he was so close to achieving the first clear achievement. And the reason why he failed was due to the duration of the potions running out. Therefore, he started spamming lots of messages in the game forum, requesting for the mysterious seller to show up and sell the potions to him. He even went as far as saying he would put out $10,000 to buy a batch, equivalent to 10 silver coins in-game. Alas, Harold Fist was impulsive, and instead of posting the forum in a specific region, he published the post to other regions as well, prompting players from elsewhere to realize the situation. A player could make a forum post based on their region or publicly, where everyone could see regardless of their location. To simplify things, it was the equivalent of a local and global difference. By publishing the post globally, he was announcing this to every player. Smiling bitterly, Su Feng didn't know how to react to this. On one hand, Harold Fist helped publicize his items for free, but on the other hand, the domino effect he was striving for had increased tremendously from his original scope. How am I supposed to stay hidden and earn a profit when everyone has their attention on this matter now? How did this Harold Fist even become a guild leader with such a mentality? Su Feng wondered silently. After realizing the severity of the situation, Su Feng soon adapted to the change and began to make new plans. Now that the appearance of fire resistance potions had been revealed to the masses, there was no longer any need to conceal it further. Additionally, his post had gone to the top 3 thanks to the extensive guide where players didn't doubt its legitimacy, courtesy of Harold Fist verifying and confirming the strategy from his frantic forum post. Everyone is following the guide precisely, with only a few variations in between and with so many other players confirming it's true. I doubt it would take much longer for someone to obtain the first clear achievement. Su Feng fixed his glasses slightly, analyzing the possibility of the situation. As much as he wished to achieve a greater shock factor, players aren't foolish enough to not find a breakthrough soon, especially when some could have a stroke of luck and complete the dungeon through brute force. While he was thinking that it was time to give everyone the shock of their lifetime, Gentle Wind was messaging him again. Gentle Wind, Riverwood Town is experiencing an explosion in popularity. Many players from other regions are coming here en masse. Are you still confident about getting the first clear achievement? Anonymous user, relax Gentle Wind. There's no need to worry much. Gentle Wind, how could I not worry? Even without those potions, I heard some teams and guilds are reaching the final stage as well. Anonymous user, then let them achieve it. Gentle Wind. Anonymous user, it seems like you have misunderstood me from the beginning, Gentle Wind. You're only speaking of their progress in the easy mode. But the first clear achievement I'm guaranteeing is hell mode. Not easy or normal mode. Let's get that clear. She's not responding yet. Su Feng checked the time and realized a few minutes had gone by since there was a response. So she really did misunderstand me. Well, not that it was surprising anyway. He was never the type to achieve some mediocre results. If he were going to do something, then it must be a banger. The first clear achievements were amazing, but that also depended on the difficulty of it. Everyone else was currently trying to obtain the first clear achievement on the easy mode level, but his intention had always been hell mode. Therefore, he was never worried about others taking the first achievement on easy mode level. After all, who would care about it anymore once the higher difficulty level was achieved by someone else? Matter of fact, their achievement and feeling of glory would soon turn to a feeling of shame. A shame that could not be washed away because while they were celebrating like kings, another party had swooped in and accomplished greater results. Them acting like kings would instantly turn into a bunch of clowns, parading their pitiful achievement. Seems like Gentle Wind managed to recompose herself. Su Feng muttered, reading her response. Gentle Wind, your intention and the contract of our deal was always about the hell mode difficulty. Anonymous user, naturally. Otherwise, why would I demand such a high fee? Gentle Wind, surely you must be jesting. How can it be considered a high fee if you were talking about hell mode? Anonymous user, well, you're my first customer after all. and the first customer usually gets some privilege. Anyway, have your members reached the threshold of my requirement yet? Gentle wind, I was just about to mention this to you. We're ready on our side. Anonymous user, great, wait by the forest and I'll arrange for my subordinate to meet you there. With that message sent, Su Feng also started listing the inferior fire resistance potions in the auction market. Online players 6,875. Current listings: Fire Resistance Potion X5. Seller Anonymous User. Starting bid 10 copper coins. Buyout price 3 silver coin. Time left 12 hours. Since the value of the potions increased extensively thanks to Herald Fist, Su Feng decided to raise the price. Not only that, but he also purposely ensured that no one else would know how many batches would be sold, essentially enticing them to buy it as soon as possible, otherwise they would lose their chance. Go big or go home, these players are now trapped in his little cages, having been psychologically manipulated into splurging more for their imaginary future success. Oh Herald Fist, because of your actions for attracting so many players here, I hereby give you my thanks and listen to your request. Now empty your pocket and splash me with the money. Su Feng sneered inwardly. Originally, he wasn't going to be that ruthless with the pricing. However, with the influx of players arriving here, causing the difficulty to rise tremendously for him to navigate, he decided to be ruthless. Meanwhile, the moment he put up the listing of the potions, players nearby him started shouting in fervor. Hot damn! The potions are back in the auction market. What? Really? Holy smoke, it's actually back and this time it's in batches. This mysterious seller is really shrewd. Now that the potions are in high demand, they are going to make a killing again. 3 silver coins as the buyout price. I don't even have 50 copper coins. Seeing them shouting in such fervor, with some being envious and others being frantic, Su Feng was pleased. He was anticipating the rapid fortune he was going to make, so he decided to join in on the fun and entice them further. The seller might have listed it up because of the increase of players here, but knowing the potion is such a rarity. I wonder if this is the only batch or not. He shouted loudly, bringing the attention to others that this might be the only batch being sold. Right, who knows if there are going to be more. Indeed, I tried to look for information and NPC stores in the area, but none of them have these kinds of potions. I came from Greenbird Town and they don't have these items either. Otherwise, I wouldn't have traveled here. As the players started to panic among themselves, Su Feng equipped a mask that he bought from a vendor and began walking toward the forest at a calm and steady pace. As Su Feng continued to head toward the forest, he would constantly hear people shouting and running around. Most of them were talks about the potions in the auction market, and some were talks about borrowing money. Hey, lend me 40 copper coins. I'll pay you back double later on. Buying silver coins with real-world currency. Send me a private message if you are interested. Our guild is purchasing coins in large batches as well. Hearing these shouts, Su Feng felt heartache. Had he waited for a little longer, then with the sudden rise of demand for coins, he could have sold for more real-world currency. Alas, what a blunder. Luckily, I only sold 50 silver coins and still have more in stock. Su Feng attempted to ease his heart pain. It was just a shame that the further he walked, the more he heard about the players willing to overpay for the in-game currency. Luckily, he was experienced and managed to calm his emotions in time. Otherwise, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood from the losses. Calm down. One can never be too perfect. We're humans after all. He thought to himself, choosing to turn deaf for the moment. So long as he could not hear them, there would not be any more heartache. Time slowly passed by, and Su Feng received a notification by the time he stepped foot outside Riverwood Town. System, you have entered the neutral area. Neutral area, just as the name suggested, he would no longer be protected by the NPC guards from Riverwood Town. This meant that there would be monsters attacking him, and possibly other players as well. After all, players killing other players in the neutral area won't be detained by NPC guards. Although they won't be detained and captured by the NPC guards, players who killed others will still gain something called a bounty tag. Bounty tags are essentially a label for player killers, otherwise known as peekers, and when those with bounty tags are killed, their death punishment is more severe. Will I meet with a bounty tag player now? Su Feng wondered silently, treading through the forest. To be fair, he wasn't afraid of being hunted despite being quite low level. Looking at his status screen, he could only smile bitterly because the harsh debuff was still active, meaning he couldn't even actively attempt to hunt for monsters. Player name Linfeng. Class Cleric. Level 2. Experience points 841,000. Attributes Strength 9, Agility 9, Endurance 11, Intelligence 15, Vitality 12. Free attribute points 5. The game experience points demanded are just outrageous. He scratched his head while allocating his free attribute points to Intelligence and Agility, with 3 going to Agility and the remaining 2 going to Intelligence. He didn't pay much attention to Strength, Endurance, and Vitality yet, as Intelligence and Agility attributes were more important to him. Strength increased a player's physical attack power, while Endurance boosted maximum HP and stamina. Vitality helped in the recovery of HP and MP, which he considered somewhat less useful for his cleric class. Thus, Su Feng regarded these 3 attributes as relatively inconsequential compared to Intelligence, which increased magical attack power and maximum MP, and Agility, which enhanced attack speed and movement speed. Having finished allocating the attributes, Su Feng proceeded forward to the destination that Gentle Wind informed him about. Sometime later, Su Feng arrived at the destination and saw multiple people gathering around. Right as he stepped near the vicinity of their gathering, a person came forward, scrutinizing him. He was a tall man with no shield or lance equipped, but upon closer inspection, Su Feng noticed his belt had guns hidden. The specialist gunner class, huh? He deduced silently, merely standing still and staring back at the man. This is a restricted area currently. Please leave now, the man announced, clearly not expecting Su Feng to be the person they were waiting for. He was also cautious of him due to Su Feng wearing a mask and concealing his appearance. Additionally, just like how Su Feng had deduced him to be a gunner, the same goes for him as well, having deduced Su Feng was a cleric. Your guild leader is Gentle Wind, correct? Su Feng responded calmly. If so, then I'm sure she is the one I'm looking for. Or do you want to continue to stop me and hinder her plans? He added, provoking the latter on purpose. He wanted to test whether or not this gunner was an impulsive person or not. If this gunner was impulsive, then Su Feng might request Gentle Wind to have him leave the team. To have an impulsive person alongside to do the Scorched Caverns was essentially asking to have the chance of success lower. Meanwhile, the gunner was clearly displeased by the attitude and tone of Su Feng, but he managed to compose himself. Instead of losing his anger, he nodded his head and asked for the code. The code that was made between him and Gentle Wind earlier to determine the subordinate he sent was verified, and not an imposter. Since he was clearly the real deal, Su Feng had no problem with saying the code. All right, our guild leader is waiting for you for a while. The gunner said flatly, turned around, and proceeded to walk without caring if he was following or not. He can still keep his cool. Su Feng thought to himself, following him at a fixed distance. Maybe it was because of the people he interacted with in the past, but Su Feng was greatly astounded by the logical people he was interacting with now. Back then, those people always held a mighty and overbearing attitude, believing themselves to be the king. They were prone to irritation and outbursts at the slightest mishaps. Little did Su Feng know that the reason why he didn't receive such treatment was due to his standings having changed dramatically. Back then he was only doing the bidding for others, but now it was him in control. Gentle Wind wished to cooperate with him, and he came under the guise of the subordinate of the mysterious player. Thus, the gunner needed to pay attention to his behavior and attitude, lest he might accidentally anger the subordinate and displease Gentle Wind. Having followed the gunner, Su Feng soon arrived at the true destination. Throughout the route, he noticed many players were inspecting the areas, clearly afraid of other unknown players infiltrating their base. How pointless is this, though? From their perspective, they were planning to do something big, but from Su Feng's perspective, it was just a trivial task. As long as they listened and followed his command properly, they could easily complete the Hell mode difficulty. There was no need for all this secrecy and manpower. Though he can't speak much of them either, considering he was hiding his appearance with a mask as well. Sometime later, the gunner stopped his footstep as he greeted the woman in front of him politely. Guild leader, I've brought the person that you're waiting for. Good work, Steelshot. I'll have a talk with the person while you and the rest get ready. Gentle Wind nodded and commanded. The gunner Steelshot nodded his head and returned to his team. Are you the subordinate sent by the person I've been messaging? Gentle Wind's gaze scrutinized Su Feng, assessing his gear and demeanor. Simultaneously, Su Feng also evaluated Gentle Wind. Gentle Wind's sorcerer attire consisted of a basic robe adorned with modest symbols, paired with a leather belt and fingerless gloves. Her staff, crafted from sturdy oak and tipped with a crystal, hinted at her budding magical prowess. As Su Feng observed her staff, he recognized it as the Arcanewood staff, typically available for equipping at level 4. She must have grinded a lot while I took a small break. Indeed I am. Su Feng calmly replied. Boss sent me here to assist you in getting the first clear achievement. Oh, is your boss not going to show up at all? Gentle Wind seemed surprised, clearly not expecting the person to remain hidden. She had initially thought the person wanted to meet them by the dungeon, and merely sent someone here for a preliminary introduction. Boss is a busy person and has too many businesses to do. Su Feng chuckled humorously, putting on a new personality to prevent the latter from connecting him to the person she was messaging. Are you a cleric by any chance? Gentle Wind raised an eyebrow. Yep, I'm a cleric in level 2 at that. Amazing, right? What nonsense is this? Before Gentle Wind could even respond, her companion had interrupted her. Autumn Breeze remained polite. Gentle Wind lightly chided her. Though based on her tone, it was evident that Gentle Wind was skeptical of this arrangement as well, but can't voice it out. Thus, having Autumn Breeze interrupting and making a scene would be better. And having received her signal, Autumn Breeze proceeded with her actions, stepping forward. Your boss received the payment from us already, but not only did your boss fail to show up, they even sent a level 2 cleric. Are you trying to mess with us? She snorted coldly. As if he had expected such a commotion from the start, Su Feng merely kept his cool and slowly retrieved a few fire resistance potions. The current market for the fire resistance potions is sky-high right now. Even with enough funds, you might not even be able to obtain them. And what I have right here is a superior version than the ones you see in the auction market. So tell me, does it look like we'll use such high-quality potions as a joke? Su Feng questioned back, deflecting Autumn Breeze's doubts. Seeing was better than hearing, and now that they witnessed Su Feng retrieving the genuine fire resistance potions, their doubts gradually lowered significantly. Do you mind if I inspect one of them? Gentle Wind softly asked. Be my guest, Su Feng smirked and allowed Gentle Wind to inspect each of the potions he had brought out. Sure enough, once Gentle Wind finished reading the description and comparing it to the one she had managed to purchase previously, the difference was clear. The ones that Su Feng revealed were superior and greater than the ones listed in the auction market. A few minutes later, Su Feng's voice broke the silent atmosphere. I suppose no one else should have any doubts that we're trying to mess around, right? Although Autumn Breeze wished to speak further, Gentle Wind signaled her to stand down. Nothing could be more concrete than the set of potions laid flatly in her eyes. The effects and duration of the potions you brought are indeed superior. Gentle Wind admitted the genuineness of it. Hess, I'm glad we managed to get that cleared. Su Feng clasped his hands together and asked, the Scorched Caverns only allow 20 players maximum, so how many players are you bringing along with their classes? Nodding her head, Gentle Wind began to give a brief report of her arrangement. Aside from you being a cleric, we have another 2 players. Followed by 6 sorcerers, 1 summoner, 4 berserkers, 2 assassins, 1 gun knight, 1 knight lancer, and 2 gunners. Hearing the list, Su Feng couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. There were simply too many varieties in the classes, and some of them could even become a burden. This arrangement is no good, Gentle Wind. Su Feng gave his honest opinion on this matter. Assassins are not needed in this dungeon, so having them is a waste of slots. 1 gunner is enough considering we have 6 sorcerers already. I suggest allocating the remaining members to 3 gun knights, 2 knight lancers. He added, inputting his own desired arrangement. In his suggestion, there will now be 3 clerics, 6 sorcerers, 1 summoner, 4 berserkers, 3 gun knights, 2 knight lancers, and 1 gunner, making up a total of 20 slots. Naturally, conflicts were bound to rise when Su Feng essentially eliminated the assassins' players, causing them to be livid. What nonsense are you saying? Don't you know assassins are proficient in dealing with traps? Or are you trying to say you can detect them better? One of the assassins retorted, clearly finding the new arrangement to be ridiculous. A commotion occurred, especially among Gentle Wind's assassin players, who were clearly displeased about being eliminated solely because of their classes. Not to mention, it was eliminated because of an outsider, Su Feng. To them, it was like a slap in their face. Just before the conflicts could expand further, Gentle Wind quickly waved her hands, prompting her members to settle down. She didn't believe the person was trying to cause a conflict and should have their own reason for such an arrangement. Right as she was about to call him, she suddenly realized she hadn't gotten the latter's name yet. Lin Feng, you can call me that. As if realizing her predicament, Su Feng gave his in-game name to her. After all, once the first clear achievement was achieved, the announcement would be broadcast in the local region regardless if he wanted to or not. At that time, his in-game name would be exposed anyway, so it was best to be honest and come up with another alias for the mysterious player persona. Okay, Lin Feng, do you have a reason for such changes? Gentle Wind asked. It's not that I want to complain, but the assassins are required to search for the traps hidden in the scorched caverns. Without them, it would be hard to navigate and advance forward, especially when the traps are laid randomly with each new attempt. I understand your concern, Gentle Wind. However, there's obviously a reason why I made such an arrangement. Su Feng raised his hand up and said, prompting her to stop persuading him. His tone of speech was quite evident for Gentle Wind to comprehend that he didn't wish to divulge the reason. Pondering over the options, Gentle Wind sighed softly in the end. With the contract serving as the foundation, she didn't suspect the latter of trying to sabotage them. After all, the compensation for breaching it was extremely heavy. Since you wanted such an arrangement, then so be it. Though we might have to wait a little longer. Gentle Wind calmly said. Guild later. The rest of the assassin players were stunned on the spot when they heard their leader agreeing to the outsider. They tried to rebuke it but were reprimanded instead. Enough. Gentle Wind's expression turned stern as she glared at the assassin players, causing them to close their mouths and lower their heads. Am I the guild leader here, or are you the guild leader? She then asked coldly, feeling ashamed of her members for such a display. She was the guild leader and these were the members. In situations like this, they should just oblige to her command without uttering a single complaint. Otherwise, weren't their actions equivalent to demonstrating her authority was constantly being challenged from an outsider's perspective. Go and level up on your own while I call for the others. Gentle Wind commanded. The assassin players didn't dare to make a sound as they vanished from the scene, activating their stealth skills. Sorry for the shameful display, Lin Feng. Once the assassins left, Gentle Wind softly apologized to Su Feng. No need for the apology, Gentle Wind. Su Feng shook his head, clearly not minding the reaction. If I were them, I would have probably done the same since I'm an outsider and haven't even proved any of my abilities yet. It's natural to feel discontent and irritated. Toward that statement, Gentle Wind merely flashed a soft smile, unwilling to respond to it. The statement might seem polite at first glance, but there was a hidden meaning in them. The meaning was no different than saying her members were immature and failed to think before they talked or acted. Although hateful, he's reminding me to pay more attention to the chain of command. Gentle Wind thought to herself, realizing a substantial flaw in her guild members. A few minutes later, Gentle Wind began calling for other players that Su Feng had requested. By the time she finished, she asked, I suppose you're going to act as the team leader and do the commanding, right? Su Feng nodded his head. If they were going to complete the Hell Mode difficulty, he needed full control of the team's movement and actions. With the team leader position decided upon, Su Feng, Autumn Breeze, Steelshot, and some other members were quite displeased. Nevertheless, they remained silent, having witnessed a prime example of the punishment for speaking out of line. Anyway, I want to ask if you're willing to join my guild, Silver Wind, temporarily. I want this first clear achievement to be fully displayed as our guild. Gentle Wind asked, knowing her request was somewhat presumptuous. That's a bit difficult. Su Feng tilted his head slightly, acting as if he was placed in an awkward situation. I know it's a bit too much to ask for you, but I don't mind compensating you for the trouble. She quickly said, clearly afraid he would reject her request. After all, the contract clause never stated he had to join their guild. Therefore, it was presumptuous of her to request such a thing, but she realized the importance of this matter now when it was revealed the dungeon they would be doing was the Hell mode difficulty and not the easy mode difficulty. An easy mode difficulty completion would garner some popularity, but it was worthless when compared to the Hell mode difficulty, especially when it was a guild that completed it. So long as the announcement displayed their guild name only, it was a guaranteed increased fame, and many players would request to join their guild in response. "Sai, if you are adamant like that, then I need to contact my boss about it. I have no authority over this." Su Feng feigned an exhaustive tone, opening his private message as he pretended to be contacting his imaginary boss. "Thank you, and you can tell your boss that money is definitely not a problem." Gentle Wind smiled, appreciating him for relaying the message on her behalf. It was better to have him message than her doing it personally. Some time had passed by, and with Su Feng meticulously pretending to contact himself, the new agreement was promptly made. Gentle Wind would increase the payment by $10,000, and with each increment of 100 players she managed to recruit within 1 week of the achievement obtained, she would pay an additional $1,000. In return, Su Feng would join her guild, Silver Wind, temporarily and give her all the credits for the achievement. Signing the contract on behalf of his boss, Su Feng chuckled softly. "My boss told me to relay this. Happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation to you as well." Gentle Wind smiled, feeling like a heavy stone had lifted from her body. The money was no problem to her. In fact, she was relatively surprised that the other party didn't care about the achievement and seemed more focused on the money. There were times she even began to suspect the other party was a poor person, but that thought was quickly submerged. After all, she can't fathom how a poor person could manipulate the market and create such a frenzy right at the early stages of the game. Not to mention, the production of the fire resistance potions was still a mystery. The game forum was practically about to be ripped apart, with so many players discussing the origin of such potions. While the two were discussing in harmony about what they would do in the dungeon, Autumn Breeze began whispering with Steelshot. "Psst, don't you think our guild leader is acting quite weird this time?" Autumn Breeze asked. "We haven't even stepped foot in the dungeon, but the guild leader seemed so confident that we will succeed." Steelshot nodded his head in agreement. "Agreed, so many people such as Harold Fist have failed the easy mode difficulty already. But we're going to be tackling the hell mode difficulty. I'm already betting that we will experience the death penalty already. Anyway, that person called himself Lin Feng, so do you have any information regarding him yet?" Autumn Breeze asked, finding the latter to be overly suspicious. He was merely a cleric and a level 2 at that, yet he was acting like some big shot. Without even properly introducing himself, he already decided to make the changes in their arrangement. Just what kind of person does that? Meanwhile, Steelshot shook his head helplessly as he tried to ask a few of his friends to investigate, only to end up with a "who" in response. "Unfortunately, we don't have many details regarding him, Autumn Breeze. It seems like he had just recently appeared in Riverwood Town, since there are no records of him slaying monsters in the forest either." "Tusk so pretentious." Autumn Breeze clicked her tongue, clearly disappointed by the result. "Whatever, if he's really just clowning around, I'll make sure to give him a taste of my fury. How dare he waste the guild leader's time?" She crackled her fist and sneered evilly. Although Steelshot didn't say anything, his expression was obvious that he would join in with her to make Su Feng pay the price if he was just showboating. Time slowly passed by, and Su Feng officially accepted the guild invitation to join Silver Wind when the rest of Gentle Wind's members arrived on the scene. "System, you have joined Silver Wind Guild. Did it really need a system prompt for this?" Maybe it was because it was his first guild, so the system made a prompt, or maybe a part of his memory simply didn't wish to remember this. After all, he was no different than a hunting dog with that notification back then. "All right, we're ready." Gentle Wind's words snapped him out of his daze. Simply nodding his head in response, Su Feng allowed Gentle Wind to take the lead. It was discussed the team leader position would be him, but that would be showcased in the dungeon. Currently, on the surface, he would need to act as a mere guild member of hers. From the perspective of others, Gentle Wind was the commander or leader who would personally lead her guild members to victory, garnering all the fame and reputation whatnot. This worked heavily in Su Feng's favor anyway, since he didn't wish to be put in the spotlight, at least not at the moment. Gentle Wind's influence was great and her backing seemed sufficient enough to handle the pressure, but the same can't be applied to him. Oh Zhaokai, hopefully, your dumb brain can finally be enlightened and join the game soon. I need some more manpower to continue my mysterious persona play. Su Feng prayed silently, hoping he would join soon. With Zhao Kai on board, there were many things he could delegate to him instead, essentially working him to death. As Su Feng was having such malicious thoughts, back in the real world Zhao Kai, who had left the school competition in a fit of rage, suddenly felt a cold shiver. What the hell? Zhao Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling his arms that seemed to have some goosebumps. Who's thinking evil of me? He murmured, finding the sudden chill to be a bit creepy. Alas, after brooding it over and finding zero clues, he scratched his head and proceeded to touch the virtual helmet that he had recently purchased. It's all Feng's fault. Had he not ditched the competition completely, I wouldn't have been ridiculed and gotten angry. Now I even bought this expensive-ass helmet. My food money is gone now. Zhao Kai teared up in pain at the loss of precious money. If only he hadn't been influenced by Su Feng, then he wouldn't have garnered such thoughts and become so impulsive. Too bad there was no going back, since he tried to refund the virtual helmet right away, but was told he was only going to receive half the money he used to purchase it. Tusk, I play this damn game then. I'll beat Feng up in the game since I still haven't repaid him for that slap. Fumed with rage, Zhao Kai swiftly put the virtual helmet on as he began his journey in the divine world. While Zhao Kai had made up his mind to join the hyped game, Divine World, Su Feng, Gentle Wind, and along with the rest of her members arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Upon their arrival, the nearby players were instantly attracted by them. Some were admiring Gentle Wind's beauty, while some were reporting the situation back to their respective leaders. Hey look, isn't that Gentle Wind? Ah, just look at her beauty. I will die to just stand next to her Tilda. Save it, ugly bitch. With your looks and mediocre skills, do you think you even have a chance? Fuck, you can't even let me daydream a bit in a game. Yeah, if I let you continue, then I'll be disgusted to even be your friend. Be realistic and accept your single life, man. Also, I need to start posting this big news in the forum. I might get many likes and comments this time, with Gentle Wind finally joining in on the fun. You are not my brother. Although most of the players were whispering among themselves, there tended to be a few folks who were beyond shameless and had no intention of whispering. You're quite the popular person, Gentle Wind. Su Feng complimented, praising her ability to attract such attention right from the start without doing much. Surely you must be joking, Lin Feng. Gentle Wind chuckled softly. If I truly had such ability, then why hadn't you been charmed by me already? Hell. Su Feng laughed awkwardly at the joke she threw at him. Naturally, she didn't intend to charm him, but was merely talking about how he didn't react like those male players earlier. And probably because of this, Gentle Wind actually gave him quite a good amount of respect. Since he didn't turn lewd or lustful despite seeing her, and was able to remain calm and concise with his objective in their interactions, she viewed him in a good light. Including with his somewhat awkward laughter in response to her teasing, Gentle Wind was more reassured. She had witnessed too many men attempting to act aloof and cold to catch her attention, but they all failed miserably. With a single glance and her intuition, she could sense these men were all filled with nefarious intent toward her beauty. All right, I won't tease you any further, lest it might raise suspicions. She chuckled softly. Su Feng nodded his head but gave some advice as well. If you're trying to gather attention, I suggest you announce your objective to everyone here. After all, announcing your objective and actually succeeding in it would be more explosive than announcing it later on. The difference between the two was merely the announcement time, but the effect one would receive was vastly different. To announce your objective beforehand would cause others to become more frantic once you succeeded, because it showcased your guild's ability and manpower are miles ahead of others. Pondering for a moment and finding him to be correct logically, Gentle Wind couldn't help but change her evaluation of him. Are you secretly a guild manager, Lin Feng? You seemed quite adept in these types of situations. She half-jokingly and half-seriously asked, clearly intrigued by his foresight. Just some common sense. Su Feng pointed his finger on his brain, tapping it slightly. Alas, his actions somewhat infuriated those behind him, having mistaken his words for jabbing them for lacking such common sense. Tusk, what a poser. Autumn Breeze thought to herself. Just you wait and see. If you fail and make us lose face, then we'll definitely thrash you to no end. While Autumn Breeze was ready to retaliate at any given moment, Gentle Wind took upon Su Feng's advice as she stepped toward the center. Hello, everyone. Gentle Wind waved her hand and flashed a graceful smile, causing the nearby players to nearly faint. Her actions were equivalent to a famous celebrity who suddenly greeted her beloved fans with a warm and graceful smile. One could just imagine how explosive the reaction would be in such a scene. I'm sure some of you are just here for fun, while some of you are anchoring for your respective guilds or teams. But I'm here to make an announcement first. My guild, Silver Wind, will achieve the first clear achievement. She announced, exuding an air of confidence. As expected, Gentle Wind is going to attempt the Scorched Caverns as well for the achievement. Harold Fist had already failed miserably, and he's still going to make another attempt once he finishes his preparation. Is this going to turn into a guild competition soon? Tyrant Fist versus Silver Wind, the rush for the first clear achievement. Seeing the players' reaction and how they believed she was competing against Harold Fist, Gentle Wind was once again dumbfounded by Su Feng's foresight. He had already predicted some would make a connection between the two and even instructed her how to respond to it. Could it be he's from the future? Just how can he predict so much? The player who mentioned the competition. What's your username? Gentle Wind kept her calm and asked. The player who made the comment fixed his posture and nodded his head. Nice to meet you, guild leader Gentle Wind. I'm One Man Media, a swordsman class, and I wish to ask if you are trying to increase your guild's reputation by competing against Harold Fist through this dungeon clearing. One Man Media questioned professionally, seemingly turning into a media reporter. One Man Media, wasn't this the person who posted in the forum regarding the mysterious player ascending the second floor in the town hall? Gentle Wind was astonished to meet with this player here. After all, if it weren't for his forum post, she wouldn't have made it here and become acquainted with Lin Feng as well as his boss. Nevertheless, Gentle Wind composed herself rather quickly and smiled brightly. You've asked quite a good question, One Man Media. However, I must correct one thing. I'm not competing against Harold Fist, given that we're not even in the same stage. I'm going to be clearing the Hell Mode difficulty. Gentle Wind's announcement was equivalent to a bomb, causing the entire atmosphere to turn completely silent. Even One Man Media has his mouth wide open, clearly astonished and stunned by the information he received. Hell Mode difficulty. One Man Media nearly choked himself, clearly not anticipating this kind of explosive announcement from Gentle Wind. Yes, the Hell Mode difficulty and not the Easy Mode difficulty. Thus, your question is a bit wrong since we're not even competing for the same thing. Her confirmation caused the nearby players to go into an uproar. What the hell? This is unreal, right? Harold Fist is attempting Easy Mode, but Gentle Wind was like, nah, too easy, I'm going for Hell Mode. Wait, what if Gentle Wind fails? Wouldn't she become a laughing stock? Fuck, who dares to laugh at my goddess? Even if she fails, she still has the courage that no one else does. Who else but Gentle Wind would attempt Hell Mode and announce it with such confidence? As the players started going into a frenzy, with some actively sending private messages left and right, Gentle Wind knew the effect she desired had been achieved. Just as she prepared to turn around and begin the dungeon, One Man Media asked discreetly, Wait a minute, Guild Leader Gentle Wind. May I know if there is a reason for your overwhelming confidence in succeeding? Unlike most players, One Man Media seemed to have noticed a critical point and was eager to find the answer from her. Surprised, Gentle Wind merely flashed a smile, refusing to answer the question. As if she would be foolish enough to reveal such a secret to others. She spent so much money to secure this and somewhat monopolize this. Yet they want this kind of information for free. Dream on. Scratching his head slightly, One Man Media wasn't disappointed by the lack of response. If it was so easy to obtain information, then he wouldn't have come here to gather news personally. Either way, it's safe to say Gentle Wind has a hidden trump card that other team leaders and guild leaders don't have. One Man Media thought, excited by this information. Meanwhile, Gentle Wind returned to her team and asked, Everyone's ready now, right? Yes, guild leader. Everyone shouted in unison, including Su Feng, lest others might suspect him. His integration into her members was smooth and refined, nearly fooling Gentle Wind as well for mistaking him as a real guild member. Why can't I have a subordinate like this as well? Gentle Wind was feeling envious of the mysterious person in her private message. To be able to have such a subordinate was every leader's dream. Shaking her head, she knew it was pointless to brood over this matter as she began to select the Hell Mode difficulty. System, you have selected the Hell Mode difficulty with 19 other members. Do you confirm with the listed information? 19 other members were listed in another system prompt, and after reviewing it twice, Gentle Wind confirmed the information. Soon, a blinding white light shrouded her, Su Feng, and the rest of the members. By the time they regained their visions, they were greeted by an eerily scenery as well as a system message. System, you've entered Hell Mode in the Scorched Caverns. Defeat the boss, Inferno Tyrant. All stats are reduced by 20% due to intense heat. Debuffs increased by 10%. The Scorched Caverns were a rugged and unforgiving environment, characterized by searing heat and the ominous glow of molten lava. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur, and the ground beneath their feet was cracked and parched. Lava flows had carved intricate patterns into the rocky walls, casting an eerie orange light across the caverns. Occasionally, pockets of molten rock bubbled and spewed forth, creating small geysers of fire that dotted the landscape. The heat was oppressive, causing beads of sweat to form on players' brows as they navigated the treacherous terrain. Quickly consume the fire resistance potions that were allocated to you. It was at this time Su Feng's voice brought the rest to their attention. They had never attempted the dungeon, afraid of the penalty as well as Gentle Wind's instruction to focus on leveling up. This was their first time experiencing such a realistic environment that affected them wholeheartedly, hence they were in a daze. Luckily with Su Feng's reminder, they didn't have their status affected too much. Just like we agreed before, I'll take command. And whoever doesn't listen to me and causes us to fail, the responsibility is on you, Gentle Wind. Is that clear? He turned to her and asked solemnly. It was as if his persona had completely changed, turning into a fierce and dominating leader. The sudden change was so unexpected that it nearly caused Gentle Wind to falter as well. Nodding her head in agreement, Gentle Wind also held a solemn expression as she turned toward her members. You best listen and not question a thing. Our guild reputation lies in this venture. She warned sternly. Yes, guild leader. Every member fixed their posture and responded seriously. Satisfied, she gave a simple nod to Su Feng, indicating that the stage was his now. Okay, Autumn Breeze, you're a summoner, so I'm going to need you to use your level 1 skill, Lesser Elemental, to bait the enemies. Su Feng instructed. However, he wasn't finished, as he continued to instruct the others regarding their respective roles. Berserkers, Gun Knights, the two classes will remain at the front at all times to defend. As for Knight Lancers, you will stay in the rear to protect the sorcerers. For the other two clerics, your only job is a heal bot, healing whoever I said to heal. You are not allowed to heal if I don't say anything. He added, being extra fierce toward the clerics. Once he finished that arrangement and was ready to commence the operation, Steelshot suddenly raised his hand and asked, but what about me? Being a gunner, Steelshot thought he was going to shine, but never did he expect Su Feng to completely forget about him. Su Feng stared at Steelshot for a few seconds before saying, you're useless for now. Just stay in the center group and be protected like a docile vase. When Steelshot heard that he was being labeled as a docile vase and useless, the first thing he wanted to do was rage up. Alas, Su Feng's next statement drenched his rage dry. If you continue to stall for time and ask such unnecessary questions, then I suppose you must be a spy, right? Otherwise, what is your intention in interrupting me? I'm not a spy. Steelshot quickly retorted, afraid that others might really believe in his nonsense. Then stay in the center group and shut your mouth. Su Feng wanted to roll his eyes at this person. The duration of the potion was already dwindling, yet he still dared to ask such a dumb question. Was he trying to mess with him? Seeing the situation was somewhat festering, Gentle Wind glared at Steelshot, clearly warning him to just listen and not delay them. Although she wasn't quite pleased with the tone usage from Su Feng, she understood there must have been a reason for his arrangement. After all, it seemed like he knew the dungeon quite well. She even began to wonder if his level was so low was due to him entering the dungeon repeatedly to investigate and receiving a harsh penalty in the process. Meanwhile, Steelshot grudgingly walked toward the center group and did his role as a docile vase. As humiliating as it was, he didn't dare to argue further, especially with Gentle Wind's stare. He was truly afraid of being kicked out of the guild under the suspicion of a spy when he was not. Where's the justice for Gunnar? How can I be useless when I can deal tons of DPS? Steelshot cried inwardly. DPS, which stood for damage per second, was critical when fighting bosses or monsters because the more damage output you dealt, the faster they would die. Thus, he can't comprehend the reason Su Feng chose not to utilize him when he could output damage just as much as the sorcerers. Alas, Su Feng had no intention of explaining every little detail to them, especially with how much time was wasted with that small banter. Everyone follows me closely behind. Su Feng took the front position, astonishing the others. After all, he was a cleric, meaning he was an easy target, extremely vulnerable to monsters' attacks. Nevertheless, nobody dared to utter a voice of complaint when they noticed Gentle Wind keeping silent. Be cautious not to step 5 meters away from my circumference position. Otherwise, you might trigger a trap and alert most of the monsters here. Su Feng warned, treading each step carefully. Feeling this intense heat, and the structure really reminds me of the terrible days. He cursed silently, feeling nauseous at this dungeon, which he had been forced to attempt over and over again to finish the detailed report. Though he can't say it didn't help him now, since he knew where the trap's layouts were based on the dungeon structure. What Gentle Wind said previously regarding the traps being random was actually incorrect. It wasn't that the traps were random, but the fact that each dungeon structure offered different trap placement. Most won't realize this in the early stages because their minds are too occupied with killing monsters and attempting to clear the dungeon. Therefore, they would miss out on trivial details regarding the structure of the dungeon. The differences in them were quite minimalistic to say, and only if one scrutinized and studied them properly would they recognize the changes. Advancing for a few more steps, Su Feng raised his hand, signaling the rest behind him to halt their movements. Is there something wrong? Gentle Wind spoke up and asked in concern. They had barely advanced much, and yet they were signaled to stop. Hence, she became concerned and wondered if something had gone wrong. It's not that there's something wrong, but those monsters are searing specters. Su Feng responded, pointing at the creatures ahead. Following his pointing, Gentle Wind noticed a few flickering flames, their forms wavering and shifting like the heat haze rising from molten lava. Those are monsters. She gasped in shock, clearly not imagining those flickering flames that had blended in with the environment to be monsters. There wasn't even an indication of a red HP bar above their head. Normally, monsters would have a glaring red HP bar on top of their head to indicate to players that they are monsters. Just because there's no HP bar on them doesn't mean they aren't monsters. You have to remember this is Hell Mode difficulty and not your walk in the park dungeon. Su Feng softly warned. In future updates, monsters will no longer be easily indicated for the players, and they need to rely on their intuition to determine which are the monsters. After all, some monsters are friendly and could possibly give out mission quests as well. To make things even more complicated, some of these monsters could have good diplomatic relationships with NPCs, and you would be in deep water for assaulting one. Anyway, they are extremely troublesome because they can easily alert our presence to every other monster with their unique ability, Infernal Vigilance. He explained. With this ability, they act as vigilant sentinels of the Scorched Caverns, their spectral essence attuned to the slightest disturbances in the environment. When intruders approach, the searing specters emit an eerie wail that reverberates throughout the caverns, alerting nearby monsters to the presence of enemies. To simplify things, they are the so-called watchdogs. What's with all this pointless talking? We can just kill them all no matter how many arrive. We're just wasting time here while the duration of the potion is decreasing still. Autumn Breeze suddenly interrupted, feeling that Su Feng was being overly cautious and extra. From the start, it had been him leading and there were 0 fights. In fact, they couldn't even move a bit further away from him, lest he would scold them. Autumn Breeze, I know your mind isn't that bright and you have a grudge against me. But can you read the system mission again for the dungeon? Su Feng asked sarcastically. The mission is to defeat the boss, Inferno Tyrant, and not some other monsters. Upon being ridiculed by Su Feng's statement, Autumn Breeze's face flushed with redness. To be told that she was not only ignorant of the main objective, but was also insulted for her not-so-bright mind, She truly wanted to give him a punch to the face. It was just a shame that she couldn't rebuke him since what he said made complete sense. The system mission indeed only stated the defeat of Inferno Tyrant and nothing else. Realizing she was at a disadvantage, Autumn Breeze could only grumble lightly and kept her mouth shut, unwilling to speak up again. Who knows if Su Feng would scold her again? It would have been beyond humiliating to be scolded repeatedly, in front of her fellow guild members no less. Not even Gentle Wind would scold her so harshly and directly like this. Anyway, how do you think we should proceed? Gentle Wind calmly asked, paying no mind to the farce. Being a guild leader was naturally taxing to one's mentality, having to manage many members. Thus, she had gotten used to members having disputes among others. No need to worry too much. It's just a little troublesome, and we can easily surpass this obstacle if someone can listen to my command well. As Su Feng finished his sentence, he turned his attention to Autumn Breeze, his intention being quite clear as to who he was referring to. No. Autumn Breeze frowned slightly as she twitched her mouth. I'm not incapable of following directions, okay? Good, because whether this will be easy or difficult depends on your performance. No pressure. Su Feng shrugged. Gritting her teeth, Autumn Breeze vowed to follow his direction to the T, ensuring he wouldn't get any excuse if it failed. You can rest assured, so long as you make the command, I'll oblige it. She told him seriously. Nodding his head, Su Feng was satisfied that his provocation worked. By provoking her in this manner, the percentage of failure decreased substantially. After all, she wouldn't want to detour from his command unless she wanted him to have another chance to reprimand her. First, activate your Lesser Elementalist, he commanded. Without even bothering to question, Autumn Breeze summoned a Lesser Elementalist. The Lesser Elementalist materialized as a spectral figure, its form flickering with ethereal flames. Its body appeared humanoid, composed of swirling fire and ash, with fiery eyes that blazed with intensity. Wisps of smoke trailed behind it, leaving a trail of smoldering embers in its wake. All right, now navigate your Lesser Elementalist to approach closer to the searing specters, Su Feng instructed. Although worried about being discovered with such action, Autumn Breeze still controlled her Lesser Elementalist. Just right when the Lesser Elementalist subtly attracted the attention of the searing specters, Su Feng commanded her to unsummon. Thankfully, her reaction speed was quite fast and unsummoned Lesser Elementalist. Nevertheless, she held a scornful expression at Su Feng, believing he was messing with her. First, you ask me to summon it and then desummon it. Just what do you want to do? She screamed internally, wanting to ask these questions but refrained from doing so. Though it wasn't needed when everyone else began to notice the searing specters acting weird. They seemed somewhat confused, swirling left and right with no precise directions. It was at this moment that Su Feng signaled for the sorcerers to be ready. When those searing specters stop moving, immediately unleash your lighting arc at my command. Split into a team of 2 and remember the interval is around 5 seconds, so ensure you don't mess up. He warned sternly, his eyes focusing on the swirling movement of the searing specters. With Su Feng focused entirely on the searing specters, Gentle Wind quickly assigned a team of 2, with 3 sorcerers on each side. At the same time, Gentle Wind was paying more attention to the actions of Su Feng. Unlike most players who would simply rush forward and kill monsters, Su Feng was cautious and meticulous. He was unwilling to alert the monsters or exert too much of his team's stamina. And maybe if it wasn't because of her members' constant distrust of him, forcing him to explain most things, they would have advanced quite far by now. It seems like I need to discipline them further. They have been too lax and filled with quite the ego. Gentle Wind exclaimed inwardly, feeling ashamed of her terrible insight into how fragile her members were. Just a few sentences or actions were enough to irritate them. How could one manage a guild when their members are so easily manipulated or provoked? Now, fire your lighting arc, Su Feng commanded. Instantaneously, Gentle Wind, along with the other 5 sorcerers, fired their lighting arcs simultaneously at their respective targets. Each of the 3 sorcerers' lighting arc was fired on one of the searing specters, and the other 3 on the second one. The lighting clashed with the searing specters, creating a spectacular display of crackling energy as it arced through the air, illuminating the cavern in a dazzling array of colors. The searing specters writhed and recoiled from the onslaught, their ethereal forms wavering under the intense assault of magical lightning. Inspecting their movement closely, Su Feng promptly activated Blinding Strike as well as Sacred Fire. A few seconds later, the searing specters ceased their struggle, dissipating into particles. Few didn't alert the other monsters. Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Despite knowing the outcome already, it was still a bit worrying in case something unexpected occurred. All right, let's move forward, he ordered, not giving Gentle Wind and the others a chance to question him regarding his knowledge in dealing with these searing specters. After all, the actions he did were a consecutive effect that required intensive knowledge of the monster and when to act upon it. It might have looked simple and easy on the surface, but just a slight miscalculation would have resulted in disaster. Time slowly passed by, and Su Feng finally led the team safely to a passage with 3 different directions. Here comes the annoying part. Su Feng sighed inwardly, feeling exhausted at this particular process. Facing 3 different directions available for pathing, Su Feng wanted to curse the person who developed the terrain. No matter which path you chose, it would all lead to a dead end, well, somewhat of a dead end. He called it a dead end because there would be monsters appearing that were out of their league temporarily. Although still killable, the time consumed on killing would be tremendous, meaning he would have to cough up more fire resistance potion for them. To be forced to consume another one was something Su Feng was unwilling to do. After all, the potions aren't just useful in the Scorched Caverns, but can be useful in many other places as well. There are 3 passages here. What route should we take, Lin Feng? Gentle Wind asked softly. Rubbing his chin softly and turning his attention to her, Su Feng suddenly detected Steelshot from the side. Right, he's a gunner, his lips curled upward as he stared intensely at Steelshot. Meanwhile, Steelshot felt a chill running down his spine when he realized Su Feng was staring at him. He might not have been able to see his expression since Su Feng was still wearing a mask, but he could somehow sense a malicious smile was being flashed upon him. What does this bastard want now? Steelshot wondered silently. Stop staring at me and look away. I didn't even go against your instruction and stayed in my position obediently. Steelshot, Su Feng suddenly called out, prompting the latter to nearly have a nervous breakdown. What is it? Steelshot asked, albeit somewhat cautiously. Earlier you said I forgot about you, so now I'm giving you a chance to shine. He replied courteously. Alas, his courteous tone was equivalent to a devil's whisper to the current Steelshot. After witnessing the crazy ordeal and how Su Feng dealt with the searing specters so efficiently, he was now afraid of him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration that he would meet his demise once Su Feng decided to target him specifically. You must be kidding, Senior Lin Feng. Steelshot laughed awkwardly. I'm just a small character and am willing to remain put in the center group. He added, going as far as using honorific to address him now. No one else within the team blamed Steelshot for his change of attitude. None of these people here were fools and had been playing numerous virtual games before the release of Divine World. Thus, they knew exactly how fearsome and terrifying Su Feng's ability was with that flawless fight. To accurately calculate and predict the enemy's actions in a split second was no easy matter. Whom are you trying to waste my time again, dear Steelshot? Su Feng questioned. Come over here so we can proceed further. He instructed. Steelshot wanted to refuse, but when he noticed his fellow comrades, especially those berserkers and gun knights from the front, stepped aside to create an open path for him. He wanted to swear at them. Traitors! You all are goddamn traitors. Why are you pushing me to my death? Without a way to retreat, Steelshot swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he attempted to gather his courage and walked towards Su Feng. Once Steelshot was in front of him, Su Feng patted his shoulder and said, You're courageous, Steelshot. As a gunner, you have the highest agility among us here, so you will be given a very important job. Before Steelshot could even react, Su Feng turned around and pointed at the right passage. Go over there and attract aggro from the monster. I believe in you and your survivability. No. Attracting aggro was a game terminology that meant the player would actively seek and provoke the monster into targeting them only. And usually, these types of action are done by warrior classes in Divine World, given they can withstand several hits compared to other classes. Hence, being assigned such a job when he was a gunner, Steelshot had the impulse to fire a bullet at Su Feng. However, what pained him deeply was the fact that he didn't hear a single rebuke from his fellow comrades. He even turned to Autumn Breeze seeking assistance, but she merely tilted her head sideways, clearly ignoring his plea. Didn't we agree to be in a pact against him, Autumn Breeze? Why did you ditch me? Steelshot cried inwardly. All right, stop wasting time, big boy. We've got work to do. Su Feng suddenly said, going behind Steelshot and kicking him in the butt, propelling him forward to the right passage. Despite feeling a somewhat pain sensation in his butt, Steelshot's emotions were more damaged, having received full-blown emotional damage. Discarded and betrayed by his fellow comrades, Steelshot could only cry bitterly in his heart as he ventured deep into the right passage. As Steelshot's presence slowly vanished from the dark passage, Gentle Wind asked, "Are you getting revenge on him for the earlier instance?" "If I'm going to be petty, then I wouldn't have done just this, Gentle Wind." Su Feng responded casually. As a gunner, his agility stat is higher than us all, so his survivability is naturally higher. Also, we need to save as much mana as possible. By sending Steelshot alone, he alone would help save the 19 of us from depleting our mana. He added, explaining his actions to her. Nodding her head in understanding, Gentle Wind realized she seemed to have misunderstood him. However, she quickly retracted her thoughts when she heard his next sentence. Now this next action of mine is me being petty. Su Feng chuckled menacingly. He turned to Autumn Breeze and ordered, Autumn Breeze, summon 2 lesser elementalists and have them rush toward the left and middle passage respectively. Ensure that you anger them and retreat to the right passage. Speechless, the crowd was immensely stunned by the wickedness of Su Feng. Can this even be identified as petty anymore and not murder? Don't look at me like that. This is called a baiting strategy, one for all. Steelshot's sacrifice will be remembered in our hearts. Su Feng patted his chest lightly, seemingly trying to glorify Steelshot's magnanimous deed. Although Su Feng's tactic could be said to be despicable, none of the players attempted to speak it aloud. Yes, it was despicable, but it was also necessary and logical. Instead of causing the entire team to have their mana severely depleted, they would only have one person now. And since Su Feng had chosen Steelshot for the job and not them, they were inwardly glad. At the same time, they wanted to thank Steelshot for attracting Su Feng's pettiness, allowing them to escape this crisis. Seems like no one has any objection regarding my plans. Su Feng nodded his head after a few moments. Naturally, he expected no one to complain about his plan, especially when he emphasized it was done by pettiness. However, what they didn't know was that he truly believed Steelshot would survive the ordeal since he buffed him with his skills during that kick. Blessed Protection and Blessing Valor were given to Steelshot. Additionally, his arrangement of having Autumn Breeze attract the other 2 monsters in the passage was to assist him instead. Most players always seem to have a misconception of a dungeon containing monsters that attack players only. But what they didn't know, monsters among each other in the same dungeon could also be enemies. This was the reason why Su Feng had no hesitation in throwing Steelshot in the open, whilst giving an excuse to conceal this critical information. When the time came for the questioning, he would merely feign ignorance and praise Steelshot's great fortune for escaping death. He only had a business contract with Gentle Wind and not some kind of good relationship. As if he would divulge so much important information to her for free. Step 1 and Step 2 are done. Now the final step is merely the Inferno Tyrant boss. Su Feng thought to himself, feeling satisfied by the current result. The spawn of the monsters was indeed randomized, and the lava beasts especially are troublesome monsters, having been capable of inflicting a burn state on players. Luckily, they didn't need to confront them and avoid them with his careful movement. However, Su Feng didn't think his luck would continue when fighting the Inferno Tyrant boss. After all, this troublesome boss could summon its own lava beasts, and it was not something he could prevent. I'm afraid half of these people would die during the boss fight. He concluded in his mind. Time slowly passed by and Autumn Breeze successfully baited the monsters out of the passage, albeit with some delay as instructed by Su Feng. Remember to wait until one of the monsters enters the right passage for at least 10 seconds before bringing the second one out, Autumn Breeze. Su Feng warned again. The timing was crucial here to ensure the monsters wouldn't meet each other until they were in the right passage. Otherwise, a fight would commence in front of their very eyes, and Su Feng would have to give his condolences to Steelshot's unfortunate sacrifice. Stay hidden, Su Feng ordered a swift retreat when Autumn Breeze gave him a signal. Sure enough, a second later, a ferocious beast filled with magma in its body rushed out and chased after the lesser elementalist controlled by Autumn Breeze. It's about to die, Lin Feng. Autumn Breeze mumbled, feeling anxious. Don't worry, just ensure it's near the entrance of the right passage before it dies. He reassured her. Nodding her head, Autumn Breeze did as told, and just right when it reached the entrance, the ferocious beast slashed its mighty claw against the lesser elementalist. Afterward, it snorted coldly, hovering around before entering the right passage, mistaking it as its habitat. Good job, now when's the next one arriving? Su Feng praised and asked. My other lesser elementalist is not that lucky. It died before even reaching the exit. Autumn Breeze smiled bitterly. Her control of her summons was clearly lacking experience, so it was inevitable that she had failed. In fact, it was already nice that she succeeded with one. Patting her shoulders softly, Su Feng chuckled. If it fails, then it fails. No need to brood over the matter. It's already amazing of you to manage to accomplish one of them. Contrary to everyone's expectations, they didn't expect Su Feng to compliment Autumn Breeze. Having witnessed his strict demeanor since entering the dungeon, they thought he would begin scolding her. Are you being sarcastic? Even Autumn Breeze could not help but suspect him of speaking sarcasm. You overthink too much, he flicked her forehead and turned around. Since two monsters are now occupied in the right passage, it's time to advance forward through the middle passage. Don't let your fellow comrades' honor be wasted, he announced, taking the lead once again. As for the rest, they were somewhat speechless by his shamelessness. To utter something like a comrade's honor without any shame when he practically forced Steelshot to be a scapegoat was unbelievable. Let's go, Gentle Wind told her members, clearly reminding them to not think about Steelshot's situation. What had been done was done, and there was no going back anyway. Yeah, it's Steelshot's fault for being a gunner class and having the highest agility among us. Autumn Breeze chimed in, causing the rest to look at her in surprise. You were clearly the person most against Su Feng, but now you change sides so easily. Could it be you have been brainwashed because of his compliment? It was just a shame that they couldn't continue to ponder over the matter when wailing noises echoed from the right passage. I'll treat Steelshot to a meal after this. Otherwise, he might really hold a grudge. What's the point? He's definitely holding a grudge, so just save your pocket money. You've got a point. To be fair, he kinda deserves it for his behavior earlier anyway. Let's stop talking and follow Lin Feng. I don't want to be the next Steelshot. Almost unanimously, the guild members of Gentle Wind seemed to have decided to follow Su Feng's direction without question. While Su Feng was busy inside the dungeon, Scorched Caverns outside of the dungeon was filled with numerous players. Is it true that Gentle Wind is tackling the Hell mode difficulty currently? Harold Fist roared at a nearby player on the scene and inquired. Yes, Gentle Wind made the announcement, and something occurred when she entered the dungeon. The entrance blinked bright red 3 times. The unlucky player quickly explained the situation, unwilling to become a target for Harold Fist. Damn it, Harold Fist clenched his fist angrily. How is she so confident? I think she might have stocked up a lot of the new potions that were listed in the auction market. Ardent Lance suddenly said, opening his auction market. So far, there have been 10 batches sold in the auction market, and the buyers always chose the buyout option. We only managed to buy 3 of the 10 batches sold, meaning there are 7 batches sold to unknown buyers. He explained. Fuck, if it weren't for those useless bastards that can't even buy the silver coins fast enough in the exchange of currency interface, would we have lacked the funds to buy them all out? Harold Fist was frustrated, feeling overly annoyed by the situation. He had lots of real-world currency, but he couldn't even purchase in-game currency fast enough thanks to other players' swift fingers. Are these all single players? He wondered silently, having believed that was the only way they could train their fingers to be that fast. I've treated those useless bastards too well and they are now enjoying life. I'll need to punish them later on. Just as Harold Fist was thinking of punishing his incompetent subordinates, Ardent Lance suddenly exclaimed in shock. Boss, someone is selling silver coins in batches again, but the asking price is too much. Too much? Harold Fist held a disdainful expression. With his wealth, how could the asking price be too much? Checking on the exchange of currency himself, Harold Fist nearly choked on his own saliva. What kind of greedy bastard is this? He shouted in a disbelief tone, scratching his head. The anonymous person was selling each silver coin for $15,500, whereas a batch of 5 silver coins for $75,000. The prices previously were merely 1 silver coin for $1,500 and 5 silver coins for $6,500. Yet the current asking rate was multiplied times higher than it. We're not forced to buy it, boss. Ardent Lance swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Let this anonymous person suffer the consequences for asking such an exorbitant price. I doubt anyone would buy his silver coins." Zlab. Astonished, Ardent Lance didn't know why he was slapped by Harold Fist. Fool, if I don't buy it and others buy it for the potions. Then what am I supposed to do? Buy it all. Harold Fist exclaimed loudly. I, Harold Fist, am not short of money, he announced, making sure everyone present was able to hear him clearly. Understood, boss. Ardent Lance nodded his head and quickly purchased the silver coins, albeit with a slight heartache. This was money that he couldn't even earn with his current salary, yet this anonymous person managed to earn it in one go. They're all purchased, boss, Ardent Lance reported, but halted himself when he saw a new batch of silver coins instantly listed up again. Boss, there's another new batch. No. Silence. Harold Fist didn't know how much money he was going to burn this time to prevent others from having an advantage. Buy them all and then camp on the auction market. We'll start doing the hell mode difficulty once we gather enough potions. Gritting his teeth, Harold Fist was prepared to lose a lot of money. After all, everything would be worth it once he snatched the first clear achievement of hell mode difficulty. Not even for a second did he believe that Gentle Wind would be capable of such a feat. Gentle Wind is clearly making a risky bet, and she's going to pay the price dearly once she fails miserably. He thought to himself. As Harold Fist was standing ferociously by the entrance, seemingly terrorizing the others that no one was allowed to enter the dungeon, back in the dungeon, Su Feng suddenly halted his movement. What's the matter, Lin Feng? Gentle Wind quickly asked, her tone somewhat cautious. Every time Su Feng made a pause, it meant something unusual occurred. Oh, nothing, I was just surprised by something. Su Feng laughed it off and subtly turned off the system notification temporarily regarding players purchasing his coins and potions. What a jackpot. Some idiotic rich folks really purchased them in bulk. It was indeed nice to have Gentle Wind make the announcement and cause the others to get a sense of pressure. He exclaimed inwardly, feeling blissful to have trapped such a filthy rich idiot. Originally, he planned on delaying the dungeon for as long as possible within the potion's duration, because he wanted others to actually purchase his listed items. But now that a rich fool had done it in advance, Su Feng no longer needed to delay it. What was the point of bulk buying if the first clear achievement was already taken? There was only one of them, so even if others decided to redo it, there would be 0 achievement given to them. In other words, once a guild or adventure team obtained the first clear achievement of any difficulty, it would be useless to attempt it. Are you sure there's nothing wrong? Gentle Wind raised an eyebrow in concern. Nodding his head, Su Feng said, Yeah, there's nothing wrong, and I have a feeling we're going to have a smooth route ahead of us. Smooth route? I think we might encounter the boss and avoid most of the fighting. Is that so? Although stunned by his remark, Gentle Wind didn't plan on being negative either. It would indeed be a good thing if they were going to have a smooth route after all. With most of his objectives completed now, Su Feng no longer delayed their journey by acting overly cautious. Instead, he confidently advanced forward while secretly inspecting the surroundings. As each inspection went on, the more confident Su Feng was, given he was familiar with the mechanism and the monsters. The passage wasn't that long and dangerous, given the monster was baited out by Autumn Breeze already. What made it difficult was the endpoint of the passage. At the endpoint, there would inevitably be monsters camping, and he would not be able to use any loopholes or tricks to avoid them. However, knowing it and divulging the information were two different things. He needed to be careful when divulging the information. Alright, near the endpoint would be monsters camping there. Su Feng turned around and explained. I've explored the hell mode difficulty earlier and managed to reach the endpoint before being killed, so we must be extra careful. He added, revealing fake information on how he was so knowledgeable. Aha, I knew it. Autumn Breeze suddenly clasped her hands. I knew something was fishy when you seemed quite familiar with the environment and the monsters. It all makes sense now. You're level 2 because of the severe death penalty while exploring the dungeon, right? She added, feeling quite proud of her deduction. Nodding and scratching his head, Su Feng's action was no different than admitting it. Alas, little did they know that the current Su Feng wanted to lift Autumn Breeze up for such great assistance. Geez, you really are wonderful. I'll just let you mistakenly believe that your statement is the truth. He exclaimed inwardly. Thanks to Autumn Breeze's statement, no one else, including Gentle Wind, suspected him otherwise. After all, there was no way a person would suddenly think of a reincarnation possibility as the reason for him being knowledgeable. Thus, the only plausible and logical reason here was that he attempted the Hell Mode difficulty dungeon multiple times, prompting him to be stuck at level 2. Anyway, let's not talk about this trivial matter and focus on the important things. Su Feng tried to brush the matter aside, acting perfectly in line with someone who had been caught red-handed and wanted to avoid embarrassment. He's short team leader. Autumn Breeze held a gleeful smile, remaining ignorant of the truth. Ignoring her tease, Su Feng's aura subconsciously changed to a domineering and fierce one. Since he was no longer required to stall, it was time to get serious and end this dungeon. Gentle Wind, Autumn Breeze, and the rest of the members were able to sense this change from Su Feng. The pressure was palpable despite not actually feeling it physically. Despite being completely stunned by the aura of Su Feng, they managed to compose themselves rather quickly as they followed him closely. Sometime later, they reached the endpoint of the passage, and glancing from above, they all noticed that underneath them was like a mini arena stage. And in the mini arena stage, there was only one monster present, Inferno Tyrant. The Inferno Tyrant loomed ominously on the arena stage, its massive form towering over the area like a living inferno. With molten lava coursing through its veins, the creature radiated intense heat, causing the air around it to shimmer with waves of distortion. Its body was encased in rugged obsidian-like armor, adorned with glowing runes that pulsed with fiery energy. Twin horns protruded from its head, gleaming like polished onyx, while its eyes burned with a fierce, otherworldly glow. Each step of the Inferno Tyrant sent tremors rippling through the cavern floor, and its deep, guttural roars echoed off the rocky walls, instilling fear in Gentle Wind's guild members. With every movement, it seemed to command the very elements themselves, bending fire to its will in a display of raw primal power. Are we seriously supposed to defeat that? One of Gentle Wind's members, a berserker class, asked in dismay. Stop being a coward, Rageheart. Autumn Breeze snapped out, slapping Rageheart on the back of his head. You're a berserker, and it's your job to confront these types of monsters. If you can't even stand your ground, then you might as well delete your account and remake a new class. Rageheart, upon being reprimanded by Autumn Breeze, merely flashed a bittersweet smile. Weren't the other people feeling the same sense of dread upon witnessing the Inferno Tyrant's appearance? The only wrong thing he did was ask if it was possible to defeat it. It was a question that any normal person would have asked. There's no need to chide him for being frightened by the Inferno Tyrant's appearance, Autumn Breeze. Su Feng suddenly chimed in. The Inferno Tyrant has an aura of intimidation that instills fear toward nearby players with its mere presence. The most affected ones are tanks such as Gun Knight, Knight Lancer, and Berserker. He explained, saving Rageheart from the embarrassment. Is that so? Autumn Breeze was taken aback by the explanation. She then turned to Rageheart and apologized, admitting her fault straightforwardly. Sorry about that, Rageheart. It's fine, Vice Guild Leader. Rageheart smiled and scratched his head, not blaming her a bit. Although Lin Feng said the intimidation affected tanks the most, you can see the others are trembling slightly. Yet Lin Feng is still calm and collected. Our mentality simply needs work. He added, pointing at his fellow comrades. Sure enough, Autumn Breeze realized the others were intimidated as well, and when she glanced down, she noticed her hands were trembling subconsciously too. So I was intimidated as well, eh? Autumn Breeze was shocked inwardly. She then glanced at Gentle Wind and noticed she was in the same situation. However, when she turned to look at Su Feng and saw him completely normal, she was stunned. How is he fine? Her eyes nearly popped out from the astonishing scene. Literally, all of them were intimidated, but Su Feng was perfectly fine. Just when she began to wonder what secret he was hiding, Su Feng turned to them and cast Blessing Valor. As Su Feng cast Blessing Valor toward the team, the intimidation received from the Inferno Tyrant diminished substantially. You've cast Blessing Valor on yourself since the start. Autumn Breeze seemed to have been enlightened from her earlier confusion. Su Feng was happy to take the credit for such and nodded his head in agreement. Thanks to her deduction once again, she allowed him to avoid answering that it was because he had been baptized, which caused him to have high resistance to intimidation. Indeed, I thought your cleric would know better to cast Blessing Valor from the start, so I didn't bother to give the command. But alas, who would have thought? He added, shaking his head, seemingly blaming himself for his lack of insight. However, everyone knew he was indirectly calling their cleric useless and inefficient for not knowing what to do. Others were still fine with the subtle disappointment, but the two clerics wanted nothing more than to bury themselves alive. Just how embarrassing was it to be called for their slow reactions? What do you suggest we do now, Lin Feng? Gentle Wind faked a cough at this time and inquired, most likely to avoid any embarrassment from happening to her members. To look into it further, she was trying to hint to Su Feng to not go overboard with his words even if it was true. Nodding his head, Su Feng had no intention of blaming her members either. He was merely trying to warn them to have faster reactions next time. After all, if he wasn't baptized, then he would have immediately cast Blessing Valor the moment they were about to reach the endpoint of the passage. This was common sense and typically the standard for players. But maybe it was because they didn't expect how realistic the divine world would be and failed to adapt to the mechanics temporarily. Listen, when we initiate the raid, everyone must listen to my command precisely. Don't you go and attempt to do your own things, meaning even if your teammates are about to die, you are not allowed to do anything unless I tell you to. Is that clear? Once again, Su Feng heavily emphasized to them to listen to his command precisely. He knew how to defeat such a frightening boss, but that was on the basis that everyone cooperated properly and didn't attempt to do any hero play. Rest assured, Lin Feng. My guild members will follow your command. If anyone is caught disobeying, then I'll remove them from the guild. Gentle Wind reassured him, purposely deepening her tone in her last remark. Good, then let me explain some things first. The Inferno Tyrant has a total of 10 active skills, with the most deadly one being Incinerate. Incinerate targets a single player and incinerate them instantly. In other words, the unlucky player who got targeted will be insta-kill. He revealed some bits of information, lest these bunch of people would be no different than headless chickens. Pondering over the information, Gentle Wind asked, is it possible to manipulate who gets targeted? Despite being suspicious of how he knew such information, she knew better than to ask such sensitive questions. Instead, she wished to prioritize the success of the raid. As expected of Gentle Wind, Su Feng chuckled. Indeed, I can somehow manipulate the boss to target a player, but who do you wish to sacrifice? Stunned, Gentle Wind began to knit her brows, seemingly in deep thought. Clerics are definitely impossible since we're short of them already. Sorcerers are needed for huge DPS, so it can't be that. Steel Shot is probably a goner, so it's unfortunate as well. She sighed inwardly. In times like this when she needed Steel Shot to be cannon fodder, he was not there because he was used already. After debating for a few seconds, Gentle Wind smiled cheekily at him. I suppose you can decide among whom to be sacrificed. You're the team leader for this raid after all. Passing the ball back to Su Feng, he seemed relatively calm by her cheekiness, almost as if he expected such a response already. For a guild leader to decide who to sacrifice, it was indeed a difficult question. After all, no matter who she chose, the person chosen wouldn't feel happy about it. However, if it was his choosing, then the chosen person could only curse their terrible luck. Since Su Feng already made a bad reputation for himself by mercilessly using Steel Shot as a scapegoat, what else could he not do? Very well. Then Gun Knights, Knight Lancers, and Berserkers come to the front. Su Feng commanded. He then turned to the clerics and instructed them to cast their buff to the tanks only. Their initial reactions were filled with surprise, given the norms were supposed to split the buff between the tanks and the damage dealer. Yet Su Feng's instruction focused heavily on the tanks. Nevertheless, they didn't dare to question it and quickly cast their buffs to the tanks. And since their levels were higher than Su Feng's, their buffs were naturally better and had more varieties than him. Sai cursed that damn system for imposing such a debuff on me. I didn't even get caught by the NPCs, so why must it interfere? Su Feng was frustrated by the situation, but there was nothing he could do about it. The system was an intangible being. Fighting against it was no different than asking a person to punch the air, as if the air would receive any damage whatsoever. Shaking his head, Su Feng prayed for a massive level up from the abundant experience points of the Inferno Tyrant. Alright tanks, activate your skills and hop into the arena stage. Su Feng raised his hands, officially starting the raid. Let's go. The tanks roared in unison as they raised their weapons and activated their skills. RAWR. The Inferno Tyrant roared in fury upon spotting the intruders in its habitat. At the same time, the arena stage was soon being filled with magma, astounding the others aside from Su Feng. What a burning blaze skill cheat code. Why can't I do the same? Su Feng lamented silently. The burning blaze was a cataclysmic event triggered by the Inferno Tyrant, marking a significant phase transition in the battle. As the boss's rage intensified and its power reached its zenith, the very fabric of the arena stage began to warp and twist under the overwhelming heat. Fiery fissures erupted from the ground, spewing molten lava and scorching flames into the air. The once stable ground trembled and cracked, giving way to rivers of magma that snaked across the arena, creating hazardous terrain. What the hell is this? One of the berserkers uttered in disbelief. We haven't even attacked, but the boss is already changing the stage. Just how messed up is this game? Another berserker voiced their complaint, clearly astonished by the scene. They merely leaped down from the top and had yet to even initiate an attack, but the boss was filled with rage already. However, their astonishment would only prolong further when the changes hadn't stopped. Amid this chaos, pillars of fire erupted from the ground at irregular intervals, casting flickering shadows across the battlefield. The air became thick with smoke and ash, obscuring vision and making it difficult to discern friend from foe. As the burning blaze consumed the arena, the temperature rose to unbearable levels, causing them to sweat profusely and struggle to catch their breath. The crackling of flames and the roar of molten lava drowned out all other sounds, instilling a sense of dread and urgency in those who dared to challenge the Inferno Tyrant. Stop being distracted by the environmental change and focus on the front. Su Feng's voice echoed throughout the stage as he cast Blinding Strike at the boss. The Blinding Strike doesn't do damage, but it affected the Inferno Tyrant's eyesight slightly, prompting the burning blaze to stop temporarily from altering the stage further. The environment is now hostile against us, and we will continuously take fire damage over time. But fret not, our fire resistance potions are decreasing the damage, so do your best and attack the boss. He added, telling them to remain focused. With Su Feng's wake-up call, the Gun Knights, Knight Lancers, and Berserkers stopped overthinking as they charged toward the Inferno Tyrant. Enjoy this strike of mine! The Berserkers screamed simultaneously, activating their skill-crushing blow, which delivered a powerful melee strike, dealing bonus damage. Originally, the skill was also supposed to knock back the opponent, but given the Inferno Tyrant's status as a raid boss, that effect was nullified thanks to its immunity. Nevertheless, the damage was dealt, followed by the Gun Knights that activated Rapid Shot, firing a quick succession of bullets at the boss. As expected of a raid boss, my shots are dealing peanut damage. One of the Gun Knights clicked their tongue at the mediocre outcome. The glaring large red health points, HP bar of the Inferno Tyrant still shone brightly, with barely any changes to it. No need to be too disappointed. We can just chip it down slowly. A Knight Lancer snickered coldly, activating Shield Bash and striking the boss with its shield, hoping to stun them. Alas, the Inferno Tyrant's immunity was still great, and the stun lasted only for a brief second before it started to move again. Just as it was ready to retaliate against the tanks in response to their puny damage, Su Feng was able to detect its actions first. Sorcerers now! Fire your spells at his right molten arm. He ordered decisively, detecting the Inferno Tyrant's movement and determined it was trying to use Magma Burst. If the boss successfully activates it, the Magma Burst will cause a volcano eruption, dealing area of effect AoE damage and knocking the tanks back. Thus, Su Feng could not allow it to use it, and commanded the sorcerers to attack now to interrupt its sequence. Thankfully, the sorcerers were efficient and unleashed a collective number of spells at the boss's right molten arm as instructed. Lightning Arc, Firebolt, Frost Nova. As each of the sorcerers fired their spells while calling the skill name, Su Feng was somewhat left in a daze. Are they seriously calling their skills aloud? Just be discreet about it when using them. He was dumbfounded by their actions. Only an idiot would be calling out their moves to let their opponent know about it. Luckily, the boss was just a programmed monster, and it was still in the early stages of the game. Otherwise, their spells would have been rendered useless if the boss was capable of deflecting or defending them. It was a pity that Su Feng had no time to correct their behavior, given the Inferno Tyrant was further enraged by their collective actions. Everyone retreat back to the center, and clerics, start activating your protection skills. Tanks, use your shield to defend the front and side. He yelled out. A brief seconds later, everyone followed Su Feng's instructions without hesitation, forming a defensive stance. Just when everyone barely managed to finish forming their defense, the Inferno Tyrant made another move. As it unleashed another one of his active skills, the very air seemed to ignite with blistering heat. Flames danced across its massive form, wreathing it in an aura of searing fire that sent waves of scorching heat radiating outward. As the boss reared back, a deafening roar echoed through the cavern, heralding the impending onslaught. With a mighty roar, the Inferno Tyrant unleashed torrents of flame from its gaping maw, casting molten fireballs and searing projectiles in all directions. The ground trembled beneath the relentless barrage, and their defensive stance was shaken repeatedly. Some players were forced to dodge due to not having enough coverage. As they weaved through the inferno, their clothes and armor were singed by the intense heat. The air crackled with the sound of burning embers, and the acrid scent of smoke filled their nostrils, making it difficult to breathe. Don't panic and focus on healing the tanks. Ensure the tanks survive this ordeal. Su Feng cast his own healing toward the tanks, focusing solely on the one receiving the most damage. A few minutes had gone by since the Inferno Tyrant launched its retaliation against them, and the damages were already far beyond what they could imagine. My shield's durability is dwindling at a rapid rate. One of the gun knights said in desperation, clearly anxious about the shield breaking down at this critical juncture. The intense heat of the Inferno Tyrant was displayed crystal clear to them. The durability of their shields decreased with each passing second. What they were afraid of was not losing their shield, but losing the very protection that was shielding them from the molten fireballs and other searing projectiles. No need to worry about your shield's durability. The boss's attack will stop in another 3 seconds. Afterward, there is an interval of cooldown where we will have the chance to unleash another round of offensive stance. Su Feng calmly told the group. His voice was usually annoying to them, to say the least. After all, he was not exactly a likable fellow, especially with his conduct and harshness. But in the current moment, his voice was like a reassurance sound, blessing them with confidence and reliability. Being able to hear his calm and collected tone despite the drastic situation helped reassure them greatly. Thus, with the encouragement from Su Feng, the tanks up front persisted in their defense, followed by the other 2 clerics' constant support. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity despite only 3 seconds having passed, the Inferno Tyrant stopped its fiery retaliation. Now, sorcerers, attack with everything you got, and remember to avoid those molten armors and attack the molten flesh itself for more damage. Tanks, try your best to immobilize the boss. It might not show much effect on the surface, but it'll work at the very least. Su Feng quickly instructed. Meanwhile, the cleric was about to buff the tanks again, but was halted by Su Feng. Zdob, your mana is probably low now, so use this time to drink your mana potion. I need them to replenish above 50% by the next rotation. Yes, leader. Unbeknownst to the 2 clerics, they had started subconsciously addressing Su Feng as the leader instead of his name. After all, what they cared more about was capabilities, and Su Feng displayed his capability amazingly well throughout this ordeal. Their initial displeasure with him, as well as his somewhat arrogant way, was quenched. Sometime later, the glaring large red HP bar of the Inferno Tyrant was starting to diminish and could be spotted. It's working, Autumn Breeze exclaimed. This boss is really deserving of its status of being Hell Mode difficulty. Don't be too happy yet, Autumn Breeze. Gentle Wind suddenly said, casting numerous of her spells at the molten flesh whenever her cooldown was gone. Look at Lin Feng's posture. He's been staring at the boss for quite a while now. Indeed, I think he's trying to predict the boss's next move. She responded, but then a question popped up in her mind. How was he able to deduce the boss's next move? Did he study its attack pattern in such a short amount of time? Being able to predict a boss's next attack pattern and determining the best course of action was the norm for any player wanting to do a raid. However, the problem here was that the time required to do so was consuming. The dungeon also had a level requirement that they must be level 2 to enter. In other words, she arrived at a discovery that Su Feng must have been continuously tackling the Hell mode difficulty repeatedly, prompting him to lose many levels in the process. Yet that didn't deter or dishearten him from his objective as he continued to tackle the dungeon. From his reaction to his clear and concise command, he must have extreme persistence and endurance to keep it up. Autumn Breeze thought to herself, realizing there were many more secrets in this person. Simultaneously, Gentle Wind was also having such thoughts, except she was more wary about the mysterious person she had been messaging. The mysterious person remained anonymous in her contact, and was able to send out such a capable and frightening subordinate to assist her. If the subordinate is already this terrifying, then what is this person's true capability to subdue such a subordinate? Gentle Wind wondered silently, feeling nervous about the situation. Damn, did I overdo it? Su Feng noticed the two women were starting to get distracted and sensed they were glancing at him occasionally. It wasn't that he wanted to show off, but if he didn't command the team properly, then it would have just resulted in a wipeout. Thus, in a situation like this, along with the contract agreement, Su Feng couldn't risk getting a wipeout result, nor could he stop concealing his ability. Whatever, they might be suspicious for now, but they won't do anything about it. Shaking his head, Su Feng stopped worrying about an event that would happen in the future. After all, the most important task currently was to defeat the Inferno Tyrant. Focusing back on the battle, the Inferno Tyrant was infuriated by the constant bombardment of spells, along with the tank's attempts to immobilize it. Just at this moment, the air slowly thickened with the suffocating heat of the boss's aura, and the players found themselves struggling to maintain their focus. Sweat poured down their faces as they gritted their teeth against the oppressive pressure, their movements sluggish and uncertain. Despite their best efforts, their attacks faltered and veered off course. Their accuracy was hindered by the searing heat that surrounded them. Spells fizzled out midair, their trajectories warped by the infernal presence that hung heavy in the cavern. It's getting harder to aim our spells at the molten flesh. One of the sorcerers cried out, her face dropping beads of sweat. The intense heat emanating from the boss made it difficult for players to concentrate, reducing their accuracy and increasing the likelihood of their attacks missing. How troublesome. Su Feng knitted his brows, realizing the boss was much more clever than he had anticipated. The cleverness of the Inferno Tyrant in utilizing its active skill, infernal presence to disrupt the team's momentum and cooperation, prompted Su Feng to realize his underestimation of its intelligence. They might be nerfed currently, but it seems like their battle instinct hasn't decreased at all. He concluded, feeling the need to reevaluate the monsters in the divine world. When pressured well enough, these monsters could sometimes regain their battle instinct and put up a strong resistance. The intense heat is affecting all of us. Gentle Wind smiled bitterly when her spells were either fizzled out midair or missed the target. Only 1/3 of her spells managed to land on the target, but even then the damage was greatly diminished. Despite that, her situation was actually greater than the rest, with some of them even missing their spells completely. As everyone's struggle became more apparent, Su Feng's pressure increased tremendously. Clearly, everyone was now expecting him to make a response. Isn't this just forcing me to showcase more? He smiled bitterly. The situation seemed grim, but it wasn't unsalvageable. After all, if he didn't anticipate all the different types of scenarios, then he wouldn't have even bothered attempting this raid. However, the problem was he didn't want to show off too much. The more he showed off, the more attention he would receive, and by that time the excuses and lies he came up with would be exposed sooner or later. No lies would be able to last too long if you have to use many more lies to cover up the initial one. Faking a cough, Su Feng turned to Autumn Breeze and asked, "Do you have any lesser elementalists that are of ice or water element?" Surprised, Autumn Breeze took a brief second before nodding her head. "Yes, I have a water elementalist, but not ice yet." She was surprised mainly because she didn't think he would ask such a basic question. Given his expertise so far, she thought he would have known about her skills tree. Naturally, Su Feng also knew she only had water elementalist, but to lessen his capability, he forced himself to ask such basic questions. All right, summon the water elementalist and have them go toward these locations. He instructed, informing her of the specific coordination. But will it work? Autumn Breeze raised an eyebrow. The heat is too intense, and my water elementalist is barely capable of withstanding the heat before it gets vaporized. It's either if you can do it or you can't. Su Feng changed his tone, turning into a strict commander. Stunned by the change of tone, Autumn Breeze realized she had asked too much. Without delaying it further, she waved her wand and summoned 3 water elementalists, controlling them to head toward the coordinates that Su Feng had listed out. And with no surprises, the water elementalists were vaporized by the intense heat after 10 seconds. Just when Gentle Wind and Autumn Breeze began to wonder about his actions, Su Feng suddenly yelled out a retreat. Split into 3 teams with 2 tanks going with 2 sorcerers. Clerics are divided into 1 team each at the vaporized area. There's 2 extra tanks in that case. Gentle Wind quickly calculated. The extra 2 tanks will be in the center as well as Autumn Breeze. We are going to be the frontal core, he explained in a heartbeat. With the new arrangement, the members quickly coordinated to their best effort. 1 berserker and 1 gun knight were situated on the left side, along with 1 cleric and 2 sorcerers. And on the right side, 1 berserker and 1 knight lancer was the tank, along with the 1 cleric and 2 sorcerers. Meanwhile, in the center, the remaining 2 berserkers, 2 gun knights, 1 knight lancer, Autumn Breeze as the summoner, Gentle Wind along with another timid female sorcerer. Su Feng stood behind them, mainly because they believed he was the weakest one, and he was too lazy to even try to explain that he was not some weak healer. In total, the 19 of them were now coordinated into a strategic position, with the remaining member, Steelshot, who was probably still wailing at his miserable fate in the passage. A few seconds later, the members were somewhat confused, initially by the position Su Feng told them to go. But upon arriving at the position, they finally realized the pressure of the infernal presence had diminished. Although not by much, their original pressure had indeed lessened because of Autumn Breeze's skill, effectively countering the intense heat emitted by the boss. However, what made it frightening was their current position now was quite ideal in attacking the boss. With so many different positions, it would prove difficult for the boss to target them all in one attack. Wait a minute, if we can split off to make it difficult for the boss to target us, then why didn't we do so from the start? Autumn Breeze began pondering over the reasoning. Suddenly, she recalled the time when the Inferno Tyrant retaliated in response to their offense with fiery retaliation. If we had been split off by that time, then we would have suffered immense casualties. She felt a sudden chill upon realizing how intimidating and strategically minded Su Feng was. The fiery retaliation from the boss was deadly, and if it weren't for the fact that they stood together and defended simultaneously, a lot of them would have mostly died. He had it all planned, she mumbled, having no choice but to admit Su Feng's foresight and insight was far superior to theirs. The look she had for Su Feng changed completely from their initial meeting. Meanwhile, Su Feng felt like crying when he could sense the deep stare that Autumn Breeze had. Given she was a summoner and not supposed to be near the front, she stood next to him, albeit further to the left. Thus, he could sense it and wanted nothing more than to beat the Inferno Tyrant to a pulp. All of his arrangements were slowly coming to light one after another because of his sudden battle instinct. Why can't you just accept your death peacefully? It's not like you won't respawn when another challenger comes in. Su Feng clenched his fist. As Autumn Breeze's impression of Su Feng continuously increased, Su Feng himself was feeling anything but proud. Please stop being impressed by me. He wanted to hide his ability as much as possible. He did not want to show off at all. This was supposed to be a quick business deal with no attachment. How was he supposed to advance further if people became interested in him so early on? Suddenly, Su Feng was enlightened and seemed to have realized a great method to get Autumn Breeze to dislike him. Turning to her, he chuckled lightly and said in a somewhat cute tone, "Pretty awesome, right? Sometimes I really am just that amazing, don't you agree? Others say I'm acting awesome, but I'm just born awesome. This is why I never like to reveal myself often. Indeed, you are really awesome." Autumn Breeze flashed a graceful smile and gave him a thumbs up.
No,
This kind of unexpected response nearly stumped Su Feng. Clearly, he was expecting her to become disgusted at his supposedly cute tone and acts. Alas, if Su Feng knew his display of capability so far had completely changed her impression of him, then he wouldn't have attempted such an embarrassing act. After all, now that he had proven himself, whatever words he said would be soothing to one's ears. Not to mention, Autumn Breeze only hated those who talked big but couldn't back it up. Thus, she was absolutely fine with his impromptu act, despite being surprised initially. Feeling his face burning up, Su Feng was relieved that he had a mask covering his face. Otherwise, he might really have to dig a hole and bury himself. Ah, didn't you hate me earlier and was always against me? What's with the sudden change of behavior? He lamented inwardly, realizing his charm was just simply too high to be stopped. Thankfully, there was no time for small banter when the Inferno Tyrant's attack phase resumed. All right, focus up. The left side will be called Team 1, and the right side will be called Team 2. When I make the command for your specific team, you will do as follows. Su Feng shouted loudly. Autumn Breeze, start off by summoning your lesser elementalist and shield it. I want you to control it toward the open area there. He turned to her and said, pointing at a large, empty area. Initially confused, Autumn Breeze soon realized what he was trying to achieve. Got it, she said, summoning the water elementalist specifically and shielding it properly this time. By the time the water elementalist appeared, the Inferno Tyrant seemed to be infuriated. Its glaring magma eyes were locked on the water elementalist. It was quite clear that the appearance of the water elementalist reminded them of the failure of pressuring the intruders. Very clever, Su Feng praised her, having instantly grabbed the aggro from the boss. Of course, Autumn Breeze's intelligence is not one to be fathomed with. Gentle Wind suddenly chimed in, seemingly acting quite mysteriously. Her words seemed to have hidden some deep meaning, but Su Feng's mind was too occupied to care about at the moment. While the Inferno Tyrant overlooked the rest and focused solely on the water elementalist. Su Feng began his command, Team 1, use brutal bash and armor-piercing round bullets at the left of the molten leg. Sorcerers, remain in your position and try your best to angle the trajectory of your spells before firing. Turning his attention to the right side swiftly, he instructed, Team 2, use Savage Slam and Jousting Sweep simultaneously at the left molten arm. Same thing for the sorcerers, but remain steady and calm. No need to rush things. As for us, we shall wait. Su Feng then mumbled softly to Gentle Wind while asking for the timid female sorcerer username. You're talking about Silent Whisper. Gentle Wind raised an eyebrow. Did she do something wrong? Ah no, I was just curious since she's a sorcerer like you. Su Feng shook his head. And he continued, later on it's going to be the final struggle of the boss, so I'll need you to remain focused completely. There can be no mishaps. I understand. Gentle Wind nodded and clenched tightly on her staff, her expression turning solemn. Sometime later, Team 1 and Team 2 completed their task flawlessly, as the Inferno Tyrant focused its attention entirely on the water elementalist, ignoring the others. In its mind, the pitiful amount of players attacking him was nothing but futile damage. Just when it finally caught up to the water elementalist and annihilated it with a fierce magma palm strike, the Inferno Tyrant finally realized its movement was disturbed. The collective damage dealt upon his left leg and left arm made him somewhat balanced on one foot. The gravitational impact of it was slowly causing him to fall down. Now, Gentle Wind and Silent Whisper, aim your spells at the boss's right torso. Su Feng commanded and buffed Gentle Wind specifically. With the buff, Gentle Wind's spell damage increased, as well as its knockback effect, prompting the Inferno Tyrant to collapse from its mighty height position. At the same time, Su Feng was eyeing someone very closely. Oh, they can still endure it, huh? Well, it's not like you have a chance either. He thought to himself, wondering if he should allow them an opportunity. It was just a shame that his thought process was interrupted by another loud roar from the Inferno Tyrant. It's roaring again. Autumn Breeze rolled her eyes. Does it know anything else other than roaring? As soon as Autumn Breeze finished her question, the Inferno Tyrant started to float in the air, deflecting everyone that was nearby it, specifically the tanks such as Berserkers and Knight Lancers who had to go on melee range. While the rest were astonished by the situation, the Inferno Tyrant started spitting out magma from its mouth. From within the magma that was spit out, they slowly merged until their appearance looked no different than lava golems. You had to ask, didn't you? Su Feng gazed at Autumn Breeze, followed by Gentle Wind and nearly everyone in the area. A moment of silence occurred, with almost everyone gazing at Autumn Breeze, mainly because she had to ask if the boss could do anything else other than roaring, and the boss proceeded to summon lava golems to his command. The timing of such an incident couldn't be any worse for Autumn Breeze, as they now believed she was a jinx. There's no way the boss reacted because of my question, right? She smiled awkwardly. It was clearly not her intention to try to make the raid any more difficult than it already was. Luckily, Gentle Wind sighed softly and turned to Su Feng. You aren't going to help her out. Since he had mentioned it earlier that the boss would undergo a final struggle, she had a reasonable suspicion to believe he knew this would have happened. You all can stop gazing at Autumn Breeze like this. Regardless if she asked such a question or not, the boss would still proceed to summon lava golems to assist it. Su Feng calmly explained. With his credibility now, they finally stopped their gaze on Autumn Breeze. Meanwhile, she looked somewhat aggrieved toward Su Feng. If you knew it would happen, then why did you make it seem like I was a jinx? After all, it was due to his statement that caused everyone's attention to be directed at her. My bad, I just wanted to test something. I supposed we're even now, okay? Su Feng scratched his head, referring to the time when she repeatedly judged and labeled him as a fraud. Although it still left a bittersweet taste in her mouth, Autumn Breeze could only brush past the matter and not try to argue. Of course, Su Feng didn't do this merely to tease Autumn Breeze, but he was waiting patiently for that person to make a move. And sure enough, during the time when everyone's attention was focused on Autumn Breeze, that person made a move, confirming his earlier suspicions. Well, at least that's another headache gone, he thought to himself, proceeding to instruct others on how to deal with the ongoing incident. Follow the previous arrangement and split into your respective team. No one is to focus on the lava golems. Tanks, you are to simply deflect them, but don't waste any effort on it. Su Feng commanded, astonishing the rest. If we don't deal with the lava golems, then they're just going to continuously amplify. Gentle Wind suddenly chimed in, clearly nervous about the lava golems overwhelming them. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. He chuckled softly and went closer to her, whispering something into her ear. His volume was so low that only Gentle Wind could hear it, leaving Autumn Breeze and the others nearby curious. Meanwhile, Gentle Wind's expression slowly changed from confusion to surprise. She even made a gasp but quickly covered her mouth. SHH, keep it a secret, he warned gently. Nodding her head, Gentle Wind kept quiet and decided to wait for the timing of his signal. As Su Feng returned his focus to the Inferno Tyrant and instructed the rest, Autumn Breeze slowly crept toward Gentle Wind. Speak, what did he whisper to you about? She asked in a low but subtle tone. I'll inform you later. Gentle Wind responded and lightly tapped on her right shoulder. The moment she did that action, Autumn Breeze's expression changed for a brief moment before she returned to her original composure. She then proceeded to throw a tantrum, seemingly acting as if she was infuriated by Gentle Wind. Her actions managed to fool everyone except Su Feng, mainly because he could somehow comprehend there was more than meets the eyes with Autumn Breeze. He had a strong feeling that her so-called childish and impulsive actions were all an act. Alas, Su Feng didn't have the opportunity to analyze further when the Inferno Tyrant resumed its attacking phase. Luckily, the members now knew what they were dealing with. Even without the instruction of Su Feng, they already knew what to do as they began to adapt to the situation, saving him a great amount of energy and effort. Phew, at least they aren't called elites for no reason. Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Given the attack pattern was similar to the previous one, the protocol was the same. As the boss's HP bar began to drop below 50%, changes began to occur once again. Its resistance to damage increased tremendously, but the most glaring change was the fact that the lava golems began to merge. The lava golems that were ignored previously started to merge and combine into one giant being. Its size was nearly identical to the Inferno Tyrant's size. You have got to be kidding me. Is this seriously how all hell mode difficulty is going to be? Just how are we supposed to complete the raid when the difficulty is insanely crazy? Gentle Wind's guild members started to despair at these abrupt changes. Despite pouring so much effort and sweat into this, they started to lose hope of winning. At first, they wanted to blame Su Feng's misjudgment for telling them to ignore the lava golems from the start, but their rationality prevented them. After all, regardless if they were to target the lava golems from the start or not, there would still be many leftovers anyway. No need to despair because this isn't even the finale yet. Su Feng suddenly announced, garnering every attention upon him. "It's your show time, gentle wind." He snapped his fingers and said, "I've been ready." Gentle wind sneered as she unleashed her most powerful and mana-consuming spell. However, what caused everyone to be astonished was the fact that her spell was targeting neither the Inferno Tyrant nor the lava golems. Why is the guild leader aiming at a wall? My eyes must be blind, yeah, that should be it. Disbelief colored their eyes as none of them believed their guild leader would miss so horrendously. Just when everyone was wondering what the hell was going on, the wall that received the impact of the spells cracked open, and soon a familiar voice echoed in the arena. "I'm still alive." The blissful tone and joyous moment of someone screaming they were still alive caused a tremendous shock to the guild members. Holy crap! He's still alive. They say good guys die early while evil guys live a long time. I supposed it's the truth. Indeed, otherwise how else can you explain Steelshot to still be alive? They were astonished by the sudden appearance of Steelshot, whom everyone believed to have been sacrificed already. However, their astonishment had merely begun as the closer they looked, the more nervous they were. Their mouths were wide open as they realized two ferocious monsters were just right behind Steelshot. Damn, is he abating the monsters over to us? It's over, this raid is a bust. Enough of the despair talks. Can you still call yourself elite for such a shameful display? Gentle Wind loudly scolded, clearly embarrassed by her guild members. Just how could their mentality be so bad? Maybe the situation and scenario were far different than the other games they had played, but to react in such a way in front of Su Feng was extremely embarrassing for her. Stop being distracted and focus on the Inferno Tyrant. Su Feng shouted, reminding them that there was still the raid boss present. While everyone was brought back from their initial shock, they started to coordinate with each other to attack the Inferno Tyrant. As for Steelshot, he quickly rejoined Gentle Wind. "Guild leader, I didn't disappoint you," he reported. Good job in baiting them at that precise location." She praised, watching the two ferocious monsters fight each other with their might. Steelshot smiled brightly, but occasionally would make some small glances at Su Feng. How did he know I'll still be alive and that I won't be in any harm? He wondered silently, clearly not expecting a message to be sent to him while he was trapped in the dead-end passage. What made him even more curious was that the buff he received from him was just adequate enough for another monster to suddenly join in and attract the monster he was facing into a confrontation. Due to this sudden change, all he needed to do was stand at the corner, avoiding any collision or damage. Naturally, he was crying and cursing Su Feng whenever he had the chance to do so, but who would have thought his guild leader would suddenly inform him of what to do next? He planned this from the start. Muttering, Steelshot subsequently stood behind Autumn Breeze, purposely avoiding Su Feng's line of sight. Although he survived, the event was still somewhat traumatizing, and he did not wish to be kicked to the front line again. While everyone was focused on their own tasks, Su Feng sneakily walked toward the two ferocious monsters. Upon approaching them, he retrieved a fire resistance potion and threw it at them, mimicking a baseball pitcher. Startled, the two ferocious monsters temporarily stopped their fighting and bared their fangs at Su Feng, clearly identifying him as an enemy. However, the moment the potions were shattered by their tough hide and the liquid slowly drenched their body, their vision became blurry. "Hey, go and be my lovely tools." Su Feng sneered coldly, watching the two ferocious monsters slowly regaining their vision. As their vision became clearer, they ignored Su Feng and instead dashed ahead toward the lava golem. Boom! A loud collision occurred between the two ferocious monsters and the lava golem, attracting attention almost instantaneously. What the? The monsters are attacking each other. Is this even a game? How come everything is so out of the norm? Nearly everyone was stunned by the scenes in front of them, and even the Inferno Tyrant temporarily halted its actions and glanced at its lava golem being friendly attacked. Roar! It tried to use a guttural roar to command the monsters to stop, yet there were no reactions. The two ferocious monsters seemed to be drunk and were gnawing and slashing at the lava golem wantonly. Infuriated, the Inferno Tyrant changed its focus toward the disobedient ferocious monsters. Soon, a battle royale commenced within the monsters group. Don't be idle and drink your mana and health potions now. Clerics, remain in your position and wait for further instruction. Su Feng commanded at this time, telling them to use this opportunity to recover their health and mana. However, some were confused as to why the clerics were not allowed to assist them. Nevertheless, they didn't dare to idle around any further and did as instructed. Time slowly passed by and Su Feng's lips slowly curled upward beneath the mask. Seems like you couldn't wait any longer, but the same goes for me. This raid indeed needs to end soon. He exclaimed inwardly, patiently waiting for the lava golem and the two ferocious monsters to die. Despite the Inferno Tyrant's constant barrage of attacks against the two ferocious monsters, they still managed to annihilate the lava golem until their last breath. Seeing the situation deteriorate into such, and losing his support, the Inferno Tyrant's eyes gleamed in dark redness. Here it comes, Su Feng clenched his fist, finally ready for the Inferno Tyrant's strongest active skill, Incinerate. On my command, everyone buffs Rageheart to the maximum. He shouted, giving some buff to Rageheart the Berserker. Confused, Rageheart didn't expect to suddenly be buff. Huh? Why are you buffing me? He asked in shock. Fret not, you aren't the only one. Su Feng chuckled somewhat sinisterly as he gave his remaining buff to the inconspicuous and timid female sorcerer, Silent Whisper. I forgot to mention, but Incinerate doesn't really target a single person. It can target multiples so long as the conditions are met, and currently, you two traitors have met that condition. He added, his tone turned colder by the time he finished the sentence. GG Guild Leader, I'm not a traitor. Silent Whisper panicked and quickly turned to Gentle Wind, her expression filled with sorrow and grief. Despite her sorrowful tone and aggrieved look, Gentle Wind didn't even have the opportunity to respond when Su Feng intervened. Either way, even if you're not a traitor, you should gladly embrace the role of being sacrificed for the greater good of the team. After all, once Incinerate is used, that's when we'll have the time slot to defeat the boss. Both Silent Whisper and Rageheart were filled with disbelief at the actions and cold tone of Su Feng. Just why were they chosen to be sacrificed? And most importantly, how did he manipulate the situation into causing the Inferno Tyrant to focus on them? It was just a shame that their doubts couldn't be answered when the Inferno Tyrant already had its eyes locked onto both of them and unleashed a frightening wave of heat, vaporizing them in an instant. Incinerate, the most powerful attack from the Inferno Tyrant. Not even Su Feng dared to say he had the confidence to help someone deflect it at their current level. They were guilty as charged. Evidence is not needed. Su Feng exclaimed inwardly, not feeling an ounce of guilt for sacrificing them. Although he might not have evidence to prove his claims, he was positive of his intuition and suspicions thus far. Not to mention, Gentle Wind herself was recording the dungeon from the start. Hence, they could always rewind the scenes to analyze. Meanwhile, the most astonished one was Steelshot, clearly terrified of being chosen to be sacrificed next. I am going to be killed, right? He mumbled, glancing at Gentle Wind. Don't overthink too much, Steelshot. Lin Feng never suspected you at all. Gentle Wind flashed a calm smile, patting him on the shoulder. With her reassurance, Steelshot breathed a sigh of relief and decided to give his utmost effort. As if he was willing to make any mistakes and be mistaken as a traitor. That man could coldly sacrifice anyone in a heartbeat. I definitely can't get on his bad side. Steelshot thought to himself, holding his gun tightly. All right, stop being in a daze and follow my command. It's the final bout, and you're all going to receive a glorious moment soon. Su Feng shouted loudly, snapping everyone out of their daze. Being informed of the glorious moment in which they completed a hell mode difficulty at such an early stage, blinded them all with greed. As for the matter of Silent Whisper and Rageheart being sacrificed, that would be for later. Woo, let's defeat this damn Inferno Tyrant. I'll show him who's the real boss here. Buff me and watch me tank his shot. As everyone's dopamine level reached a new height, the Inferno Tyrant became miserable by the second. Each of its attacks was no longer threatening or unknown to the players, courtesy of Su Feng's constant guide. Phew, I can finally take a back seat now. Su Feng thought to himself, turning his attention to Gentle Wind. I suggest you start to take command now, and only publish this part of the video to the public to showcase your leadership ability. He kindly gave her a suggestion. Nodding her head, Gentle Wind flashed a smile. Thanks for the hard work. Although his meaning might be subtle, she was able to comprehend his true meaning. Other than the fact that she would now take command of the guild, she was also reassured that there were no longer going to be any more surprises that she couldn't handle. How could she not be thankful when he literally set everything properly for her? He didn't need to do any of this to assist her, considering the new contract clauses were only about the credit being given to her, with or without proper evidence. Thus, Su Feng was technically doing her a favor by letting her gain valuable evidence. As Gentle Wind was ready to take on the mantle of leading the guild, Su Feng decided to be even more generous. I might have gotten those two traitors killed, but who knows if their mouths would remain shut. Su Feng whistled, looking elsewhere. Rest assured they're not going to be able to. Contrary to his expectation, it was Autumn Breeze who responded to his hint. Oh, I see then, he nodded, unwilling to inquire further. Since she had mentioned it like that, then he was quite positive that they already made some arrangements. After all, only a fool would not take precautions regarding their members, especially those categorized in the elite. Though it was indeed a shame that he spotted not one, but two traitors within Gentle Wind's elite group. Was this the reason why I haven't heard of Gentle Wind in the past? He began to wonder. With her decisiveness and straightforwardness, Su Feng found it unbelievable that such a person remained unknown during his time. That was not including the fact that her beauty was quite top-notch. Maybe just like me, she had some unforeseeable conflict and was ejected from the divine world. Sighing softly, Su Feng stopped trying to be curious and just let nature take its course. What he had with her was merely a business deal, and once the raid was completed, so would their cooperation. I need to start preparing things, Su Feng thought, beginning to plan for his next steps. As Su Feng pondered his next actions, the raid reached its climax. Keep firing and don't give it a chance to recover. Gentle Wind shouted loudly. Keep in mind of its regenerative movement. The moment you spot them, immediately interrupt the actions. She added, having learned very well from Su Feng. Similar to most bosses in typical virtual reality massively multiplayer online role-playing games, VRM their actions could be interrupted. And once interrupted, it would go into a temporary stun phase, allowing players to take advantage of it. Having been sidecast on the back, Gentle Wind took extra notice of when and where Su Feng made his command to interrupt the boss. Damn, she's learning from me. Should I have charged her extra for the lesson fee then? Su Feng thought, feeling like he had been scammed. While he was wondering if he had taken a loss this time, the Inferno Tyrant was battered and weakened by the relentless onslaught of spells and attacks. It stumbled backward, and its massive form began wavering unsteadily on the edge of the arena stage. With a deafening roar, it lost its balance and plummeted into the depths below, disappearing amidst a cloud of smoke and flame. The cavern trembled as the tyrant's roar faded into silence, signaling the end of its reign of terror. System, congratulations to Silver Wind Guild for completing the Hell Mode difficulty of the Scorched Caverns. The system announcement of their raid achievement was announced 3 times. Initially, the members of Gentle Wind were still in disbelief, and shocked that they actually defeated the Inferno Tyrant. However, with the loud announcement of the system resounding 3 times in a row, they finally realized the accomplishment they had done. Sheesh, we actually defeated the Hell Mode difficulty. Number 1, we're definitely the number 1 guild currently. Ha ha ha, who dares to say they're better than us now? If they dared to, then I want to see them complete a Hell Mode difficulty in such a level. As the members loudly cheered and started hugging each other for their achievement, Gentle Wind seemed to be in a daze. She was not stunned by the achievement, but seemed more occupied by something else in her mind. Suddenly, she felt a light tap on her right shoulder. Turning around, she realized it was Autumn Breeze. Hess, now that you made such an achievement, I doubt your path will be rocky anymore. Autumn Breeze smiled gracefully, void of her previous childish and amateurish demeanor. Indeed, the gamble paid off big time. Gentle Wind smiled in response, having made a sneak glance at Su Feng. I just wonder what kind of person could command such a fearsome man. She mumbled. Toward this question, Autumn Breeze held a helpless smile as well. I've been trying to investigate this Lin Feng person, but to no avail. All I know is that the person behind him is formidable, to be willing to give up this kind of achievement to others who are definitely not simple people. If it were so easy to investigate, then we wouldn't be having a headache now. Well, let's forget about that and savor your victory. I'm sure you wouldn't let this great opportunity go right. Autumn Breeze chuckled softly. Curling her lips upward, Gentle Wind's smirk alone was enough to indicate that she was definitely not going to be foolish and not bask in such glory. As these two women were discussing among themselves and distributing the rewards outside the dungeon, everyone went into an uproar. How is this possible? Harold Fist stuttered in disbelief. He nearly tripped himself as he staggered backward, clearly not expecting the sudden system announcement. That's Hell Mode difficulty level. The easy mode difficulty was gruesome enough, so just how did Gentle Wind and her Silver Guild achieve it? He shouted, his expression alternating between anger and astonishment. Given the fact that Gentle Wind entered the dungeon with only her members, the system made an announcement of their guild as well, with the members being listed later on. As Harold Fist became frustrated, the others were more astonished by the feat of Gentle Wind. As expected of my goddess Gentle Wind Tilda. I know, right? The goddess is just on another level. Before entering, she even announced that she would get the first clear achievement of Hell Mode. Now look at it, she has done it. No, I cannot idle here. I need to apply to the Silver Wind Guild right now. It's the best guild currently. Indeed, it's way better than the tyrannical and usually arrogant Tyrant Fist Guild who are all bark and no bite. Players began dissing Harold Fist and his guild mercilessly. After all, with the system announcement, it was undeniable proof that Harold Fist had been beaten by Gentle Wind. Meanwhile, one person stood in a daze, his vision focused on the members list. I did an investigation after knowing guild leader Gentle Wind was going to tackle Hell Mode, so I recognized most of the players here. Their username didn't change at all, but who is Lin Feng? There's no data on him. One Man Media thought to himself, feeling the event was somewhat fishy. Nearly everyone on the list was a regular and known member of Gentle Wind's guild in other games as well, yet the username Lin Feng had never shown up once. This clearly meant three possible situations. Lin Feng was a regular member who decided to have a change of username. Lin Feng was someone who recently got promoted to be in the elite reserve. And lastly, Lin Feng was an outsider and merely joined the guild temporarily. Out of the three possibilities, One Man Media had a feeling that it was the last situation. For such an important raid, he doubted Gentle Wind would choose someone who recently got promoted. Additionally, changing a username was quite unlikely once you and your comrades got used to the name. Hence, leaving the possibility of Lin Feng being an outsider, and most likely the key factor in their success. Of course, it was a far-fetched hypothesis, but One Man Media felt he was on the right track. While everyone was holding their own thoughts, multiple bright lights shone in the entrance. The atmosphere instantly turned silent as everyone held their breath, their gazes locked on the dungeon entrance as players began emerging. The first person in revelation was Gentle Wind, followed by Autumn Breeze, Steelshot, and the rest of the members. Goddess Gentle Wind. I want to join the Silver Wind Guild. Ah, Tilda, my heart is about to faint. Almost everyone cheered loudly once they noticed her presence, clearly enthusiastic about her glorious return. Tusk, I've lost all face and money this time. Harold Fist gnashed his teeth, giving Gentle Wind one final glance before leaving hastily. He was afraid of losing his cool and starting an attack against her, which would definitely result in their reputation to suffer heavily. Meanwhile, Gentle Wind was filled with joy upon seeing the high enthusiasm cheers and how many requested to join her guild. Waving her hand and smiling cheerfully in response to the crowd, Gentle Wind announced gracefully, "Thank you everyone for your cheers and praises. I'm glad to hear of your enthusiasm to join our guild, and happy to announce that we will start our guild recruitment in a few days. For further information, feel free to visit our websites or game forum where we will post the instructions." The original cheers and praises were heightened further once Gentle Wind gave confirmation that she was officially recruiting people for the Silver Wind Guild. Numerous people within the area were already posting in the game forum, spreading this news. Additionally, there were even some people wondering if they should leave their current guild to join Gentle Wind's guild. After all, the current hype and popularity of her guild, as well as her achievements, were undoubtedly the number one. Who else but Gentle Wind's guild managed to succeed in a dungeon raid, that too in the highest difficulty level? Of course, some factors such as her beauty were clearly included, but just that no one would be foolish enough to scream that aloud. Where did Lin Feng go? While Gentle Wind kept her appearance in responding to the crowd, she softly asked Autumn Breeze about his whereabouts. Alas, Autumn Breeze was distracted earlier by the enthusiastic crowd and failed to keep an eye on Su Feng. Huh? He's not here. She responded in confusion, clearly not expecting him to just vanish from the scene. Sigh, it seems like Lin Feng really doesn't want the attention or fame. Gentle Wind sighed softly, having somewhat predicted him to have left the scene secretly. I didn't even manage to get his contact information. She added, seemingly regretful that there hadn't been a proper opportunity to ask. Previously, her mind was fully occupied by the Scorched Caverns raid, and she was more concerned with the strategy than socializing. It was a good thing that she still got the conversation with Su Feng's boss, so not all hopes were lost. As much as she respected this mysterious boss, she wanted to do her best to poach such a talented individual to her guild. Lin Feng's talent and adaptability is just too good to be ignored. She exclaimed inwardly, promptly making an excuse to the crowd to leave, citing exhaustion. Elsewhere, Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the premises for a good distance. Phew, I knew the effect was going to be tremendous, but still I underestimated them. He mumbled, clearly stunned by the frantic crowd. Luckily, he managed to sneak away when everyone was distracted by Gentle Wind and Autumn Breeze beauty. Otherwise, the consequences were going to be unimaginable once he got entangled there. Just when Su Feng turned on his notification again, he was startled by someone. Hello, sorry to intrude upon you, but I'm One Man Media, and I hope to get an interview from you, Lin Feng. The person introduced himself. One Man Media. The person who spent quite the early fortune to snap a screenshot of me heading upstairs. Su Feng regained his composure as he realized who this person was. He didn't expect someone would actually be focusing on him and follow him so closely. However, once he noticed the sword near his belt, Su Feng seemed to have an idea. He must have activated a similar concealing skill, probably Shadow Step. He concluded. With Shadow Step, the swordsman could swiftly maneuver through the shadows, blending into the darkness and making it more challenging for enemies to detect their presence. It could be considered a beginner skill, but also not quite, as one needed to upgrade the required skills to obtain the skill tree route. Skill tree was akin to a tree with multiple branches, and each branch is independent from others. In other words, One Man Media needed to build his skills in a specified skill tree slot to unlock Shadow Step. Since this game had guns and spells involved, being a swordsman was actually a tough class. After all, they needed to approach close to their opponent to strike. Thus, with multiple long-range attacks from other classes, it became difficult for a swordsman to win a fight. However, just because it was difficult doesn't mean it was impossible, and what One Man Media built for his class was quite on point. To have Shadow Step was an essential skill of a swordsman. His intuition and information gathering seem adequate, and he got some brain to know where to prioritize his class to minimize the disadvantage. Su Feng thought. Meanwhile, One Man Media was somewhat nervous, afraid of being mistaken for a player-killer peeker when he noticed the silent response he received. Please don't be mistaken. I meant no harm and only wished to interview you. One Man Media explained, going as far as raising his hands up to prove his innocence. As a swordsman, his hand should always be near the sword hilt. That way, he could always unsheath it at a moment's notice. Thus, to raise both his hands up was an indication that he didn't have any intention of fighting. Staring at him for a brief moment, Su Feng finally asked in a confused tone, "Why are you interviewing me? Everyone else is focusing on the guild leader." His manner of speech was natural and polite, even when addressing Gentle Wind. One Man Media smiled bitterly. I've done some investigation once guild leader Gentle Wind announced her intention to raid the dungeon at Hell mode difficulty. Thus, I can somewhat recognize most of the usernames listed by the system, except you. So you decided to follow me based on that. Not just that. I might be overthinking here, but I doubt guild leader Gentle Wind is foolish enough to risk the success by bringing a newbie or someone recently promoted to the elite reserve. And what do you mean by that? What I mean is that the key factor of their success has to be related to you. After all, guild leader Gentle Wind wouldn't invite such a random person to her team suddenly unless they are needed, One Man Media revealed. But I could have just been someone who just changed his previous username. Su Feng shrugged his shoulders, still feigning ignorance. I've thought about that too, but the possibility is simply too low. No one would suddenly change their username once their comrades got used to them. Hearing his responses and explanations, Su Feng smiled slightly beneath his mask. If you want an interview, it's not impossible. But you must join my future guild. Astonished by the sudden recruitment, one-man Maida was speechless. He only wanted an interview, so how did it become a recruitment? That too with him being the target of the recruitment. I apologize, but I only wanted to get an interview and not join someone else's guild. One-man Media declined politely and stated his objective yet again. In case his username wasn't straightforward enough, he was literally called one man, meaning solo. A person who enjoyed their freedom and doing things alone without being restricted by anyone or anything. There's no need to decline it so fast. Su Feng chuckled softly. Although I did say I want you to join my guild, it hasn't even been created yet. I also don't plan on restricting any of your actions once you join my guild. Despite the explanation, one-man Media wasn't convinced, as he once again politely declined. Seeing how adamant he was, Su Feng had no intention of pushing it further. There was no need to rush when attempting to recruit talented individuals. Not to mention, he was quite sure that something must have happened to one-man Media, otherwise there wouldn't have been zero data regarding this player. What he threw out was merely a bait and a lifesaver route for him that would be utilized in the near future. It's fine if you don't want to join my future guild, but shouldn't you offer something in return if you want an interview from me? Su Feng asked calmly whilst dropping a tiny hint. Sure enough, one-man Media instantly picked up on the hint and understood the meaning behind his words. He's accepting the interview and asking for something in return. This means he's indeed the key factor to Gentle Wind's success. One-man Media was beyond excited to have struck gold this time. Who would have thought his intuition was truly on point? However, right after the excitement, one-man Media soon turned somewhat gloomy as he now needed to find an equal value of exchange if he wanted to conduct the interview. He knew the opposite party was definitely going to ask for something valuable, especially when he rejected them twice in a row on their recruitment attempts. I don't have much valuables on me, one-man Media confessed. The current him could be considered the poorest player of the poorest. To consecutively take screenshots to post in the game forum to gain some followers, he had bankrupted himself in return. Thus, he was quite desperate right now, especially when he hit the jackpot that the person in front of him was the key factor in the success of the Hell Mode difficulty raid. The profit he would gain in return for the interview would be immense. Remaining silent for quite some time, Su Feng calmly said, "You don't need to pay me any in-game currency. Instead, you can be my informant, gathering some information and relaying it to me." But that's a bit difficult to do, one-man Media frowned. Information is even more valuable than money sometimes because of how critical that information can be utilized. Not to mention, it was no easy task to gather sensitive or worthy information. You can think about it for a while. There's no rush. Su Feng waved his hand and was about to leave. But I don't even have your contact information. One-man Media shouted in a panic. I've just sent you a private message. Also, I must correct you one thing, I'm just a subordinate. My boss is the one running things behind the scenes. He responded, sending a hi message to one-man Media and establishing a private conversation. Additionally, he even dropped another bomb for him by mentioning his alias mysterious boss figure. To reel someone in, one needed to drop enough bait for them to be trapped. Sure enough, one-man Media was stunned on the spot, having made another huge discovery. He was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't even realize Su Feng had already left the scene. After all, Su Feng was somewhat surprised by the notification he received. He temporarily logged out of the game once he returned to Riverwood Town, just in case he might be targeted by some peekers. As he got out of the gaming capsule, he opened his phone message and read the text. Zhaokai, you were right, Feng. The school competition means nothing when they're just a bunch of ungrateful people. I left in a rage midway and bought the virtual helmet for the game. It seems like the timeline had truly been changed because of my actions. Su Feng thought to himself. In the previous timeline, Zhaokai never left the school competition and completed the entire process, albeit with little to zero recognition in the end. Hence, Su Feng didn't want him to waste time on it, even though he knew it was probably a futile persuasion. For some reason, Zhao Kai always seemed anxious, almost as if he was pressured into needing to prove himself. It was just a shame that he never had the chance to ask when he subsequently disappeared from his life, while he got busy with the Reaver Guild. Let me give him a reply now. Su Feng mumbled, sending him a text. Su Feng, I'm glad you have learned how pointless the competition is. So where are you now in the divine world? Once the text was sent, Su Feng patiently waited for a few minutes, but there was still no response. Seems like he's occupied in the game. He muttered, not finding the situation surprising. Even he had to cut off from reality when doing the dungeon raid because he needed to be in full concentration and could not afford to be distracted. Just as Su Feng was ready to re-enter the game to proceed with his next move, he suddenly heard a ringing kind of like sound. The ringing kind of sound was projected from the door, indicating someone was entering the apartment room. Smiling bitterly, Su Feng realized his plan was delayed yet again, considering it was time for him to meet the owner of this apartment. Sigh, was it a mistake to rent this room or not? He mumbled, feeling somewhat exhausted. The feeling that Su Feng was having was quite complicated. On the one hand, he was glad to have rented a room in this great skyscraper, but on the other hand, he was suspicious of the owner. The employees who assisted him in obtaining the rent mentioned the reason it was available was due to the owner having financial difficulty. However, upon inspecting and analyzing the interior, it was hard to say they were experiencing any financial difficulty. Even if they were struggling, the cost of the rent wasn't that high either, so it didn't really make sense since the rent was within his budget as well. I should just stop overthinking things and just ask the owner straightforwardly. Since I'm going to be living here for a while, I need to know what kind of person they are. He thought to himself, exiting the room and walking toward the living room. From afar, he could see a slender woman's figure gracefully moving about the living room. Her long, curly brown hair cascaded down her back, adding to her mature appearance and commanding presence, which left him somewhat astonished. Hi, you must be the owner, right? Su Feng waved his hand and asked. The woman turned around and nodded her head as she stared at Su Feng. Indeed, you can call me Erica. I've got your data from the agency that listed my room, but I still want to know your name from you directly. The woman, introducing herself as Erica, responded in a stoic tone. Nice to meet you, Erica. I'm Su Feng. Su Feng gave a bland introduction of himself without revealing anything aside from his real name. Since he needed to list real information to rent the room, he couldn't give out a fake name or use someone else. Meanwhile, Erica herself was watching every move of Su Feng when she asked her question. She was checking and scrutinizing him, most likely to ensure he wasn't some horny man in heat. Not to brag upon herself, but she could be considered a beauty, so to rent it for a man was already quite bold of her. Of course, that was because she knew how to defend herself, having learned how to fight. Thus, she was somewhat pleased to see his eyes didn't wander around her body aside from the first few seconds, probably to get a clearer look at who she was. At least he didn't have some creepy looks on me, but that could just be a pretense. Erica concluded silently. All right, I'm sure you must have been briefed by the rules and where you cannot go in this apartment, right? You can rest assured that. I won't intrude on places I'm not supposed to be. Good, then you can do your own stuff. I'm just here for a few things before leaving. She calmly said and went to her room. A few minutes later, she came back out and exited the apartment. You're here for a few things, but you came and left empty-handed. Su Feng twitched his mouth. With his keen insight, how could he not tell that her real motive was just to interact with him briefly? Once she accomplished that and had an early judgment on him, her objective was done. Fixing his glasses, Su Feng didn't find her behavior abnormal, given he would have done the same if their position were to swap. Not to mention, he appreciated how fast the interaction was, saving him quite the time and money. Well, time to begin my next phase without delay. He muttered, returning to his room and hopping into the gaming capsule. While he logged into the game outside the apartment, Erica's phone was ringing constantly. Ugh, how annoying. Erica rolled her eyes as she picked up the phone and answered the call. My dear Erica, why are you causing trouble for me? A sweet voice resounded immediately once the communication connected. Enough of the sugary words, father. You cut off my allowance just because I refuse to go to the blind date, which is so damn old school now. Erica scoffed, not buying his sweet tone. And just because of that, you decided to rent one of the rooms out of your apartment. I've been informed that it's a male that rented it. Aren't you just trying to frustrate me at this point? I'm just repaying you tit for tat, father. I don't care about the blind date or who you think is best for me. My romantic life is decided by me. Ayah, my precious daughter. Your mother back then also reacted in such a manner, but who am I? I'm James Winston, and I managed to charm your mother through effort. So why can't you give your blind date one chance? Erica's father, James Winston, asked in an aggrieved tone. I'm different from my mother. Just how are you two different? Your appearance is nearly alike, and even your demeanor is identical. The two of you are always bullying me. Shall I call mother about what you just said? Forget it, I'll give you back your allowance, so just kick that new tenant out. My precious daughter is living with a stranger, a man on top of that. Vad chance? Well, too bad because we signed a contract already. Erica responded flatly and disconnected the call without giving James a chance to respond. Meanwhile, on the other side, James, who was seated in the presidential room, was rendered speechless. This daughter of mine is just a carbon copy of Claire. James smiled bitterly. In his life, there are only two people who would dare to disconnect him on the spot, and that was his wife and daughter. No one else would dare to attempt such a thing toward him other than them. My daughter is stubborn as a cow, so there's no way she'll cancel the tenant contract. But that doesn't mean I'll just stay put. James clenched his fist as he pressed a button on the desk. Yes, Mr. James. My daughter rented a room to a stranger, and I want you to unravel every last bit of details about that stranger. Remember, be discreet and ensure my daughter doesn't know about it. Understood, Mr. James. I swear if there's something unclean about that man, then I'll rip them to shreds. James vowed silently, knitting his brows with his finger. Unbeknownst to the fiasco that occurred between Erica and her father, James, Su Feng had arrived at the town hall once again. The moment he entered the town hall lobby, the area was still crowded like previously, albeit much more manageable now. It seems like most players are now interested in the Silver Wind Guild now. Su Feng deduced inwardly. Forget it, that mysterious person had not come down since forever. Yeah, why did my guild leader want me to even camp here when that person is probably hiding? The game forum literally announced him outright, so why would he reveal himself? Agreed, I might as well use this time to see when guild leader Gentle Wind is recruiting. At the very least, Silver Wind Guild is better than my current one. As Su Feng walked around, he heard numerous players discussing Gentle Wind's recruitment. Their attention and focus are shifting at a rapid pace, with many even complaining about being forced to wait for some mysterious player. It didn't take long for these players to feel a puff of rage as they decided to drop their assignment and follow the masses to test their luck in joining the Silver Wind Guild. Hey brother, are you going to apply to the Silver Wind Guild as well? As Su Feng was minding his own business, he was suddenly called out by a random player. Smiling softly, he shook his head in response. I'm too low level, so I definitely won't be accepted. No, is that so? Good luck to you, brother. With Su Feng's clever response, the player no longer bothered him as he followed ahead of the masses. Meanwhile, Su Feng's smile turned bitter as he recalled his level. That damn system is really cruel. How is the Inferno Tyrant regarded as a normal monster and gave me 1% of the total experience points only? He cursed silently. Despite his cursing, 1% of the total experience points of the Inferno Tyrant still helped him level up once. Though it could have been much more, and that was what made him frustrated. Inferno Tyrant was considered a raid boss and not a normal monster. So for the harsh debuff to apply made 0 sense. It was illogical and complete bullcrap. Alas, there was no way he could voice his complaint to anyone, because the system itself was like an overlord in the game. Whatever it stated was the final verdict, and no one else could overrule that. While he was frustrated by the outcome, Su Feng was spotted by a familiar receptionist, Sandy. She was just about to open her mouth to talk, most likely to greet him, but Su Feng quickly signaled her to stop. He then pointed at her desk, seemingly trying to act as a regular adventurer. It was a good thing that Sandy understood the signal and didn't expose him on the spot. After all, there were still some players in the lobby, waiting to turn in their mission for completion. Thus, if Sandy openly greeted him, then wasn't that equivalent of announcing his special privilege or identity on the spot? Sometime later, Su Feng walked toward the receptionist's desk and asked in a low but subtle tone, "What's the matter? You seemed quite frantic." "Ah, adventurer Lin Feng, surely you must be teasing me. Didn't you know your deeds have been spread across the town already?" Sandy responded, even flashing a warm smile. "My deed? Of course, to complete the notorious Scorched Caverns dungeon at your level is astonishing. Even herbalist Elias wanted me to send his congrats to you on his behalf." "Is that so?" Having cleared up his initial confusion, he now found it surprising that news of his achievement had already spread to the NPCs at such an alarming rate. Although there were many more members on the list of completion, his name was quite familiar to the likes of Sandy and Elias, given their prior interactions. Herbalist Elias knew you were going to achieve something big with the rare herbs you have given to him. Hence, he told me in advance to provide you with this if you happen to make some big achievement. Sandy smiled brightly as she informed, handing him a silver shield-like badge. As Su Feng glanced at the silver shield-shaped badge, he received a system notification prompt. "System, due to your meritorious and amazing achievement, you have been granted a noble status, Baron." A noble status just like that? Su Feng was astonished at the reward. The noble status was something every player vied for because it allowed them to gain many accesses and privileges that would benefit them thoroughly. Benefits such as being granted the authority to construct any buildings, hiring NPC guards, and even owning a piece of land within the game world were among the many privileges of a noble status. Additionally, players with noble status often receive special quests and invitations to exclusive events, providing unique opportunities for advancement and prestige. It was a remarkable reward that could significantly enhance Su Feng's influence and capabilities within the game. "Let me check the noble status first." Su Feng quickly investigated the noble status he received. After all, some noble status was limited to certain regions and areas only. They are not universal, and only the places that recognized or acknowledged the noble status could be utilized. A few minutes later, Su Feng's expression remained stoic on the surface, but inwardly he was dancing in joy. The noble status was not limited to the Riverwood town, but the Etheria Empire. The difference between having a noble status limited to the town and the empire was massive. If the status was limited to the town, then once he left the town, he would become an ordinary adventurer again. However, with his noble status limitation on the Etheria Empire itself, any town he would visit in the future that was under the jurisdiction of the empire would have to treat him with a certain respect. Forget about the 1% experience points gained. "I'll take that kind of punishment anytime in exchange for a greater reward," he exclaimed inwardly. There were many different types of status in the divine world. Every player began as an adventurer, the lowest status possible. To rise up in status, players must not only rigorously complete missions requested by the NPCs, but they must also achieve some meritorious service to be eligible for a promotion. However, the promotion from adventurers to the new status was not of noble rank, but merely that of a citizen status. Nevertheless, citizen status was still more important than adventurers, given that citizen status means that they have been acknowledged as a resident of the said area or region. To simplify things, the ranks are listed from bottom to top: adventurer, citizen, baron, submayor, mayor, lord, viscount, earl, marquis, and duke. Adventurer rank is universal, meaning it applies everywhere, but the rest of the status is dependent on the scope of limitation. Thus, to be promoted to 2 status levels and granted the highest authority, Su Feng was naturally pleased by the result. His baron status was directly under the jurisdiction of the Etheria Empire, and not just some towns. Receptionist Sandy, is this status also given to the other members who completed the raid along with me? Su Feng quickly asked, inquiring the details if he was the only recipient or if there were many more. Sandy smiled lightly as she shook her head. "I'm afraid that's not the case, adventurer Baron Lin Feng. This reward is exclusive to you, having gained the recognition of herbalist Elias." Her addressment toward Su Feng had subsequently changed as well, going as far as using a more polite tone now that Su Feng was granted a noble status. His nobility now could be said to have reached a new height, especially when it had gone over the scope of Riverwood Town. Even the town mayor would have to be respectful despite the actual rank being higher than a baron by 2. After all, a town mayor's jurisdiction was only within the town, but Su Feng's status surpassed the town. That's quite unfortunate then, Su Feng feigned a regrettable tone, showing a gloomy expression. However, inwardly he was cheering and laughing in joy. To be able to monopolize this noble status for himself was amazing. Herbalist Ilias was indeed not wrong to have praised you highly. Although it's regrettable that only you have received this status, our Riverwood town is happy to spread your achievement along with your guild members to other nearby towns. Sandy informed him. As much as Su Feng wanted to reject this suggestion, given it would expose his name further to other players, it was a little bit too late. After all, the crowd outside the dungeon should have been rigorously posting on the game forum without pause. Thus, he nodded his head in agreement with the suggestion and continued with his fake act of compassion and loyalty. There was no hate between him and Gentle Wind, but there was also no way he would give them free benefits either. If they want something this great, then they must pay an equivalent price to obtain it. Herbalist Ilias, I really want to give you a hug now if possible. He was grateful to Ilias for such an amazing gift. His unexpected gift helped nullify all the punishment that the system had imposed upon him. Comparing temporary experience points losses versus the gain of a noble status was simply too laughable. Anyone in his shoes would choose to have their experience points debuffed in exchange for a noble status. Even if it was only limited to a single town, they would still accept such a thing in a heartbeat. Anyway, Herbalist Ilias looked forward to your progress and requested me to inform you to meet him in the Herbalist Association whenever you have the time. Sandy kindly said, I will and thank you. Su Feng nodded his head. Is there anything else that you'll need my assistance on? He inquired, clearly expecting a mission to be brought forth at this moment. Sure enough, Sandy's eyes lit up as she nodded her head. Indeed, there are some that our town needs assistance with. There has been an insurgency lately with former mercenaries unsatisfied with the towns and have been causing trouble. If possible, please capture them and deliver them to the prison. She revealed, assigning him a mission. System, Receptionist Sandy has informed Adventurer Lin Feng of an insurgence undergoing in the shadow. Would you be willing to assist her? An insurgent's mission, huh? Su Feng was amused. Insurgence doesn't happen often, but when it does, the rewards are usually quite amazing. Not to mention, this kind of mission was to guarantee a reputation increase and possible rapport gained from unknown NPCs. Of course, with great rewards naturally comes great risk. Insurgence was usually filled with enemies that were at least 2-5 levels above the normal players. After all, the difficulty wouldn't be set in easy mode. If that was the case, then what was the point of hiring them to do the work when they could have handled it? Pondering for a brief moment, Su Feng readily accepted the mission without hesitation. It'll be my honor to assist the Riverwood town in such a crisis. He responded, acting righteous as he clicked on the yes from the system prompt. Great, I'll look forward to your success, Baron Lin Feng. Sandy clasped her hands, seemingly grateful that he had accepted the mission. Given your noble status, you are allowed to take 2 items in our vault to assist you. The 2 items would be yours to keep if the mission is successful. She added, giving him some benefit already. Feigning a shocked expression, Su Feng smiled sheepishly and thanked Sandy sincerely. If it weren't for the Baron's status, then I really wouldn't dare to accept an insurgent's mission this quickly. He exclaimed inwardly. During those brief moments of thinking, he had already set up a plan in his mind. Otherwise, it would be foolish of him to accept a mission without thinking of the consequences. Following closely behind Sandy, Su Feng made sure to remain inconspicuous. He waited until most of the players had left and told Sandy to pretend that she was assisting him in turning over some mission. To have Sandy agree to it, Su Feng made up a lie that there could be possible spies hidden in the town hall, so they must remain casual. Despite being somewhat clever and more human than most NPCs, Sandy was still quite easy to be deceived. Of course, that should be attributed to my great charm and persuasiveness, right? Su Feng thought to himself, feeling quite narcissistic. He soon regained his composure and stopped having such silly thoughts once Sandy brought him to the entrance of the vault. Here we are, Baron Lin Feng. Sandy introduced, not bothering to lower her volume now that they were somewhat alone. The vault was located in a discreet and restricted area. Normal adventurers are barred from setting foot here, and once caught, they would be detained and imprisoned for 3 days in real time. As Sandy activated a mechanism, the heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit chamber filled with rows of shelves and cabinets. The air was cool and musty, hinting at the treasures hidden within. Entering the vault, Su Feng was instantly greeted by the sights of numerous treasures. The shelves were lined with various artifacts and precious items, each carefully catalogued and protected by magical barriers. Gold coins gleamed in the dim light, stacked neatly in piles, while gemstones of all colors sparkled from their settings. Priceless paintings adorned the walls, depicting scenes of mythical creatures and ancient battles. However, what attracted Su Feng the most was the ragged scrolls. These ragged scrolls were nestled among the other treasures, their edges frayed and their parchment yellowed with age. "You seemed interested in those ragged scrolls, Baron Lin Feng," Sandy said, upon noticing his attention was distracted by the yellow parchment scrolls. Su Feng nodded his head, not bothering to hide his intention. "Indeed, those ragged scrolls are very useful, but it's a shame that I'm only allowed to take 2 items." He smiled bitterly. On the surface, he was flashing a disappointed look, but inwardly he was praying for Sandy to have a change of heart. "Come on, increase the limit of items I can take. Don't you see how bitter and disappointed I look?" His acting was extremely realistic, causing Sandy to turn hesitant, almost as if she felt bad about the circumstances. Noticing her subtle expression and movement, Su Feng knew he was very close to his objective. The enemies of the insurgency should be numerous. Even if I wish to eradicate them and capture them, the time required would be unimaginable. He lamented, blaming himself for his inadequacy. "If Baron Lin Feng only wished to take the ragged scrolls, then I'm authorized to allow you to pick some more," Sandy said with much difficulty. "Yahuo!" Su Feng screamed internally but kept a calm expression on the surface. "Huh? But is that all right? These ragged scrolls are very important and powerful," he asked, sounding uncertain about the arrangement. "Yes, the ragged scrolls are indeed difficult to find, but our town still receives distribution of them from the Etheria Empire's top mages. These ragged scrolls are Tier 1 and Tier 2, so it should be fine," she explained. Ragged scrolls are essentially powerful spells that are locked within the yellow parchment papers, and they are ranked individually by their tiers. The higher the tiers, the more powerful the attack was. "If only you had shown me this earlier, then I wouldn't have struggled much in the Scorched Caverns," Su Feng thought to himself. Even a Tier 1 ragged scroll was more powerful than a level 10 player. So it goes to show just how rare and important the scrolls are. After all, there are no cooldown restrictions or usage limitations. As long as you have the ragged scrolls, then you can spam it as much as you want. In other words, it was like a machine gun that didn't run out of ammo. One could discern how powerful a machine gun was if it could continuously fire without stopping. "Since you've said it, then exactly how much I can bring out?" He turned to her and asked. "If you are only going to pick Tier 1 scrolls, then I can allow you to choose a maximum of 6. But if you are going to pick only Tier 2 scrolls, then I'm allowed to let you choose 3. Then what if I want a mix of both? If it's a mix of both, then the distribution is 3 to 1, meaning you can choose 3 Tier 1 scrolls and 1 Tier 2 scrolls." Nodding his head, Su Feng realized the options available. Either he chooses 6 Tier 1 scrolls or he could choose 3 Tier 2 scrolls. And if he can't decide, then he could choose in between. Overall, depending on his choices, he could leave with either 3 scrolls, 4 scrolls, or 6 scrolls. It was a difficult choice, to say the least. He might have future memories intact, but he wasn't a know-it-all person. There was no way he could remember all the details precisely, especially when he had never truly dealt with the insurgency other than hearing about it. "Can I inspect these scrolls more thoroughly?" Su Feng asked. "Naturally, let me help you organize them," Sandy responded, taking out the scrolls and placing them neatly in a row for him to inspect. "It's going to take some time, so I hope you don't mind." "No worries, you can take your time. I'll wait by the side." With that being said, Sandy promptly stood by the door, trusting him completely. Of course, Su Feng wasn't going to attempt any exploit and secretly stash a few of them in his inventory. The circumstances between here and the holy sanctuary were different. If he were to be caught here, then all the good rapports he made with Sandy and herbalist Elias would crumble in an instant. Why can't you all be generous and give them all to me if you really want me to assist you? This game is just forcing me into the highest difficulty mode." He sighed inwardly. With all the time given to him to inspect, Su Feng began calculating all types of possibilities in his mind regarding which ragged scrolls would offer him the greatest benefits. Contrary to most belief, these ragged scrolls don't only contain offensive spells, but many other utilities as well. Scroll of Elemental Insight, Scroll of Healing Remedies, Scroll of Shadowcraft, and Scroll of Arcane Lore were among the Tier 1 categories. However, none of these scrolls are offensive. Despite not being offensive, that didn't mean these scrolls were useless. In fact, some of them were even more useful than mere offensive spells that are just one-time or three-time uses. This Scroll of Shadowcraft helps unveil the basics of shadow magic. If I learn this, then I can manipulate the darkness subtlety and conceal myself. Su Feng picked up the scroll as he pondered inwardly. As a cleric, his health points were naturally among the lowest possible compared to other classes. Not to mention, his defense attribute was practically non-existent, meaning he would easily be killed if he lost his focus. With that in mind, Su Feng knew he had to eliminate the second choice of choosing only Tier 2 scrolls. After all, he could not afford to give up the chance to dabble with shadow magic. Shadow magic was uncommon, and aside from the scroll in front of him, the only method to learn is through the guidance of someone adept with shadow magic. They are usually learned through the player's class change, but here he could learn it for free. Only an idiot would give up this opportunity. With this scroll chosen, Su Feng proceeded to glance at the Scroll of Healing Remedies. Originally, he didn't plan on dabbling much of the herbology, but with herbalist Ilya's sponsor, he would need to study them a bit more. They do say a plan is merely a path, but not one without divergence. He exclaimed inwardly. Now that he had chosen 2 Tier 1 scrolls, Su Feng continued to gloss over the rest. Alas, none were adequate enough for him. They were either offensive spells or utilities unrelated to his class or to his specific needs. Let's glance at the Tier 2 scrolls then. He murmured. Picking each scroll individually and looking at the system information prompt regarding them, Su Feng took his time analyzing. Sometime later, Su Feng found 2 scrolls that interested him dearly, Scroll of Forbidden Arts and Scroll of Divine Blessing. Both scrolls could be considered the polar opposite of each other, with Divine Blessing granting insight into invoking blessing and divine blessing. Meanwhile, the Forbidden Arts would assist him in learning darker magic, offering knowledge of necromancy, blood rituals, and other sinister spells. Damn, is the game trolling me specifically? At this point, Su Feng wondered if he was being trolled. After all, these 2 scrolls were amazing in their own right and would advance his class further. Yet he could only choose one according to the agreement with Sandy. Or he could toss out his previous Tier 1 scrolls decision from earlier and stick with 3 Tier 2 scrolls. Although the scrolls he chose thus far contained 0 offensive spells, Su Feng found them even more valuable. Hence, he was struggling right now with the decision. Frustrated, he turned to Sandy, who had been standing by the door, and asked, "Is it possible to choose 2 Tier 1 scrolls and 2 Tier 2 scrolls?" Unfortunately for him, even if he feigned a pitiful and frustrated expression, Sandy remained firm this time as she shook her head in response. "Apologies, Baron Lin Feng, but these are the rules being set. I can't manipulate it or help you in this aspect," she said apologetically. "Then what if I give up one of the Tier 1 scrolls?" he then asked, clearly trying to find a sweet spot for a deal. Sure enough, Sandy began knitting her brows, seemingly in deep thought. Considering the original deal, what Su Feng did was mitigate the mixed deal. By choosing only 1 Tier 1 scroll and 2 Tier 2 scrolls, he was essentially changing the distribution from 3 to 1 into 2 to 1. This is quite problematic though, Sandy smiled bitterly and said, clearly in a difficult position. "But shouldn't it be possible since I'm a baron? Like I should at least have this kind of benefit, right? I'm sure you won't get into trouble if you use my new noble status as the shield." Su Feng persuaded her sweetly, going as far as using his nobility status. After what felt like an eternity, Sandy finally sighed softly as she stared at Su Feng intensely. "You really love to make things difficult for me, Baron Lin Feng." She pouted but still nodded her head. "I suppose with your baron status, it should still be possible for you to choose 1 Tier 1 scroll and 2 Tier 2 scrolls." "I appreciate your help," Su Feng smiled brightly as he quickly grabbed the scrolls he wanted. It was just a shame that he would need to return the Scroll of Healing Remedies, but sacrifices were needed. If he couldn't even afford to give up something, then he should just quit the game. Meanwhile, Sandy began logging the scrolls that Su Feng had chosen. You've chosen the Tier 1 scroll, Scroll of Shadowcraft, and the Tier 2 scrolls, Scroll of Forbidden Arts and Scroll of Divine Blessing. Is that your final decision? She asked, confirming the information with him. Nodding his head, Su Feng responded, Yes, I've chosen them after much consideration. Very well, these scrolls now belong to you. I hope they can assist you well with the mission. The town mayor is currently unavailable, but he should return in a few weeks. Hopefully the crisis is resolved before his return. Sandy suddenly said, revealing some critical information. A sudden time limit for the mission, huh? Su Feng was quick to pick up on the hints that were subtly dropped for him. Most players were always impatient and constantly skipping or ignoring the dialogues of NPCs. However, doing that in the divine world was equivalent to asking to be ignorant and missing the crucial information. The divine world was unlike most games, where the mission offered tons of information and guides on how to succeed. Instead, you would need to figure everything out yourself with little to brief information given. Though they aren't that harsh either, and as long as you triggered some certain event, you might receive some important information. And just now, Su Feng seemed to have triggered that with Sandy, prompting the latter to reveal that the town mayor was currently not in Riverwood Town. In addition, the town mayor would return in a few weeks, and according to his knowledge, that meant he had around 5-7 days. The time zone that NPCs operated on differed from us players, so their few weeks are just 5-7 days. As expected, this must be the alternative plotline because of my mitigation in the original deal. Su Feng quickly deduced the reason for the change. Despite knowing he was the reason for the sudden deadline, he had no regrets. After all, Sandy only mentioned that the town mayor would want the crisis to be resolved before his return. This meant that he would still be safe and sound, albeit with the loss of good rapport with the town mayor. In other words, this was an incentive bonus if he was efficient in his mission. Rest assured, Sandy, I won't disappoint you or the town mayor with these scrolls in my hand. Su Feng responded confidently, flashing a bright smile. Great, I hope to see your success as well. There are many people who would like to meet with a competent adventurer, much less someone with a noble status from the Empire. Sandy clasped her hands. System, congratulations to Baron Lin Feng for opening the rapport relationship with receptionist Sandy. Stunned, Su Feng didn't expect Sandy would have a rapport status. Most importantly, the system prompt no longer addressed him as adventurer, but as Baron now. Opening the rapport feature, he went to check on Sandy's information. Rapport status with NPC, receptionist Sandy. Current rapport level amicable. Recent interactions. Received a noble status from her on behalf of herbalist Elias. Accepted a mission from Sandy regarding the insurgency rising. Engaged in a friendly conversation about the mission. Nodes. Receptionist Sandy seemed to have high hopes for your success in resolving the insurgency. If the player succeeded in the mission before the town mayor's return, it might lead to improved rapport and a bountiful reward. This is unbelievable, Su Feng twitched his brows slightly. What caught his attention was the notes part, in which he might receive a bountiful reward. Instead of saying it might, Su Feng was more inclined to believe it was a guaranteed reward. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have bothered listing that in the notes. A rapport status of an NPC revealed confidential information that could not be found anywhere, and the best part, it was always accurate. Okay, I've confirmed everything and shall return to my post. If you need anything else, I'll be at the receptionist's desk. Sandy said once the two of them exited the vault. Su Feng gave a polite response before exiting the town hall, feeling quite confused. Never once did he expect there would be a rapport status for Sandy. I guess it really helps by tipping others generously. He thought to himself, wondering if it activated because of his generous tipping and continuous amicable conversation with her. Glancing at the sky, Su Feng realized his knowledge of the game seemed to be more expansive. There were things he was exploring that he never did or knew about, and for some reason he was feeling excited. Instead of feeling worried that the game might be developing into something more unknown to him, he was actually anticipating to figure out what other new things he would find. Maybe that was just how a real gamer would feel once they have believed to complete most of the objectives in a game. They would seek more thrilling and difficult events, especially going into excitement once a new update occurred. Well, I guess it isn't so bad, he murmured, being quite optimistic about the situation. He was not a bit worried that new changes could hinder or delay his main objective. After all, he was someone who had gone through numerous crises and difficult obstacles. If he were to falter due to some trivial changes, then he might as well stop trying to get revenge or even challenge the filthy rich. Not to mention, he would have wasted this miraculous chance of returning from the future. As Su Feng began to head toward the Mercenary Association, a place that catered to NPC who worked as a mercenary to gather some information, he received a notification. The notification came from the real world via his smartwatch. By connecting his smartwatch with the divine world, it allowed him to receive notifications on both sides, whether it was the game or the real world. This was another reason why a smartwatch was an essential part of a player who wished to make a living through divine world. Opening the notification, Su Feng noticed the sender was Zhao Kai. Looks like he finally read the messages I've sent. He mumbled, checking on the message. Zhao Kai, haha Feng, this game is really immersive. I feel like I've been reborn in another world. Anyway, I checked the map and I'm in Greenbird Town currently. Greenbird Town, huh? If I recall correctly, there are some players from there migrating to Riverwood Town. Su Feng thought to himself, opening his map as he began to investigate where Greenbird Town was. To his astonishment, the town was extremely far from Riverwood Town, requiring at least 3 teleportation and some more walking to arrive here. These migrators are really risk-takers. He had to praise these players for their courage and determination to come all the way here. If it was him in the past, Su Feng wouldn't have dared to take such a risk that was not only time-consuming but also potentially dangerous. After all, you could easily be robbed or killed during the trip when you're traveling alone. Having learned that Zhao Kai's current location was Greenbird Town, Su Feng sent a message and asked him to travel to Riverwood Town. Su Feng, can you come over to Riverwood Town as soon as possible? There's no future in Greenbird Town. With the development of the situation, Greenbird Town no longer held much value. Otherwise, the players who originated there wouldn't have spent so much money and time to migrate over to Riverwood Town. This was the harsh reality of the divine world. Just because both are towns, the differences between them are massive. Alas, the reply from Zhao Kai nearly caused Su Feng to stumble. Zhao Kai, I don't think I can travel there. I'm broke. Su Feng, wait, how are you broke? With 10 copper coins given as a starter, the teleportation would only cost you 2 copper coins to teleport elsewhere other than your beginner town. Zhao Kai, about that, I saw some goodies so I purchased some. Goodies? Confused, Su Feng was unable to comprehend his meaning. What kind of items caught his eye to spend his entire fortune? No, the question should be, what kind of good items would cost 10 copper coins only? Su Feng, what items did you purchase and what are their stats? He would really go insane if Zhao Kai purchased some garbage items and wasted his fortune for naught. Maybe he found a good bargain and the item was amazing. Trying to think positively, Su Feng patiently waited for a response. After a few minutes, Su Feng finally received a response, and the more he read it, the more he wanted to strangle Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai, about that, I was kind of in a rage when I started, so when I walked through the streets I smelled some good food. I couldn't control myself and bought a lot, filling my stomach to the brim. Su Feng, is that the reason why you said the game is immersive? Not because of the fact that you can control your body as if you live in this world, but the fact that you can feel your hunger subsided upon consuming food. Zhao Kai, yep, sounds about right. Feng, you really know how to summarize my meaning. I give you 3,000 likes. Fuck. Su Feng suddenly cursed in public, causing quite a commotion in his surroundings. As most players paused their tasks temporarily, their attention locking onto Su Feng, he smiled awkwardly in response. Haha, I just lost my auction bid. He quickly gave an excuse for his swearing. Sure enough, the players soon lost interest and returned to their own tasks. Tusk, so it's just another loser that lost their bid. Heh, I bet he's broke and that's why he lost. There's no way he lost because of the time. Haha, just look at his gears and you can tell he's not even level 5 yet. The players gossiped among themselves regarding Su Feng's current condition, prompting him to hurriedly leave the scene to avoid being the topic of discussion. Never once had he lost his composure as much as now. This damn Kai is really one of a kind. Su Feng twitched his mouth, clearly frustrated by his conduct. Who the hell blows their entire fortune away from buying food? Was he really that hungry? Despite feeling frustrated by Zhao Kai, he also needed to praise the latter for discovering something quite early on. The fact that he felt full while eating in the game meant that he subtly discovered that the game could affect reality somewhat. This was not easy to discover despite it being a simple purchase of food and consuming it. After all, Su Feng couldn't think of another person who would purchase the game to buy food to consume. Instead, everyone would be focused on their character stats, missions, levels, and fame. Finding a discreet location, Su Feng double-checked his surroundings to ensure no one else was nearby. Phew, I actually lost my composure and became a laughing stock. He smiled bitterly, clearly not expecting his awesome image to be ruined by a few messages from Zhao Kai. Taking a few seconds to calm his emotions, Su Feng asked Zhao Kai for his username in the game. Luckily, unlike before, Zhao Kai managed to respond swiftly. Shadow Blade, huh? How cringe is this name? He thought to himself, not realizing his naming sense was no worse than Zhao Kai either. With the username and the tag that was unique solely to Zhao Kai, Su Feng sent a friend request to him. You should be honored, Kai. So many people want to add me as a friend, but only you managed to be my first. He smirked pridefully. For the people who had been private messaging him, those didn't count since you don't need to be friends to send a message. However, Su Feng was quite positive that most of them wanted to add him as a friend officially. After all, with his extensive knowledge and current resources, only a fool would want to slight him. Sometime later, Zhao Kai accepted Su Feng's friend request once he returned to the divine world, and the first thing he did was video call him. No. Speechless, Su Feng accepted the video call, which was only available to friends and guild members. And speaking of guild members, Su Feng had already left the guild the moment his business with them was done. Had he remained any longer, he was afraid gentle wind might pester him to stay a bit longer. That woman's eyesight near the end of the raid was akin to a predator. She's definitely trying to poach me into her guild, but how can that be possible? He exclaimed inwardly, finding the situation humorous. He was his own boss, but no one else knew that, so it was hilarious to be poached by others from him. All right, speak, where are you? Accepting the video call, Su Feng got straight to the point, directly asking for his whereabouts. Just because they are now friends in the game doesn't mean they could see each other's location. The only thing they could see was whether they were online or not. With the video call, Su Feng could see the gears that were on Zhao Kai. To his surprise, Zhao Kai was holstering a gun near his belt, which meant he was a gunner class. Or at least that was what Su Feng had in mind. You picked a gunner class but call yourself Shadow Blade. Just how does your mind function? Su Feng wondered silently, feeling more and more speechless by Zhao Kai's conduct. Okay, stop playing with your gun and tell me your current location already. Annoyed, Su Feng asked once again, having noticed Zhao Kai was being distracted. All right. My bad, it's just that the gun makes me feel cool and authoritative. Zhao Kai scratched his head and laughed aloud, unbothered by his surroundings. Nevertheless, he still opened his map and checked his location. Yes, I'm currently in a place called Verdant Valley, he clasped his hands and answered. Verdant Valley, Su Feng twitched his mouth slightly. Verdant Valley was nowhere near Greenbird Town, as it required at least half a day of walk time with his current level and gear. No, the question was, how did he not die when traveling there as a beginner? Did you not encounter any monsters on the way? I'm not sure, Feng. I was just walking around and eating the food I bought. The food was amazing and helped me calm down that I lost track of time and whereabouts. Unbelievable. At this rate, Su Feng wondered if Zhao Kai was the true protagonist. His luck and conduct were so abnormal yet could make others envy him. Even he did not dare to venture that far to the Verdant Valley, especially with his current gear that needed an extensive upgrade. While Su Feng was pondering how to get Zhao Kai to come over to his town, Zhao Kai suddenly recalled something. Oh right, I forgot something, Feng. The person who sold me the food told me to get to Willowbrook Village to deliver a letter to him in exchange for more food. Do you know where that is? Zhao Kai asked. Meanwhile, Su Feng was stunned on the spot when he heard the name Willowbrook Village. Willowbrook Village was nestled amidst the rolling hills and meandering streams of the countryside, but that kind of description was a disguise. It sounded mundane, but in fact it was located in a discreet place, and without proper authorization one could not enter there. What made the place important, and why he could subtly recall the name, was because of the famous blacksmith located there. I struggled so much just to gain some head start, but this lucky bastard stumbled upon a chain mission by purchasing food. Are you joking with me? He screamed internally, wanting to strangle Zhao Kai on the spot. Luckily, his control of facial expression on the surface was near perfection, having remained quite stoic. Since it's a mission, the letter itself should have indicated some hints of the location. He calmly explained to Zhao Kai. Really? Yes, or don't tell me you never bothered to inspect the letter. Hearing that question, Zhao Kai flashed a cheeky smile, his meaning being quite clear that he had indeed not inspected the letter at all. When did he become such a foodie? Su Feng cried inwardly, wondering if he was still the Zhao Kai he knew. Or maybe this was the consequence of his actions. Had he not attempted to convince him to join the game, then he wouldn't have achieved this. Meanwhile, Zhao Kai used this time to retrieve the letter and indeed noticed some symbols on it. However, he was unable to make heads or tails with the symbols, looking extremely lost and confused. Fang, what does this symbol mean? Zhao Kai turned to him and asked. Forget it, I'll make my way to you, so just send me your coordinate. Su Feng knitted his brows, having given up on trying to have the latter go to him. After all, if he helped Zhao Kai with his mission, then he could possibly use this opportunity to become acquainted with the blacksmith. Gears might be an external factor and should not be relied on heavily, but that doesn't mean one should neglect their gears. Now that the opportunity had arisen for him to come into contact with a famous blacksmith, he would be a fool to not take advantage of it. Sai just treat it as a repayment for the punch I gave him earlier. He thought to himself, making it seem as if he was the one returning the favor and not the other way around. His skills were great, but he was limited by the beginner gears that were given to every player at the start. Hence, joining Zhao Kai to assist his mission, as well as to gain some upgrades, would be Su Feng's main objective under the pretext of helping him. It was akin to killing two birds with one stone. What a genius he was! Sometime later, Su Feng received the precise coordinates from Zhao Kai, after having instructed him on how to do so as well, since the latter doesn't know how to do so. With the coordinate now revealed, Su Feng was astonished by his location. Just how the hell is he still alive? He wondered silently, seemingly amazed by Zhao Kai's luck. Zhao Kai was surrounded by a ton of high-level monsters, but he remained unscathed, which goes to show that he somehow managed to avoid them all. Wait, it could possibly be because of the letter in his inventory. Su Feng suddenly paused and thought of a possibility. Maybe it was because he was assigned to deliver a letter that he somehow got an invisible magical protective charm, warding off the monsters. If that's the case, then isn't it suicidal of me to try to meet him there? He twitched his brows. Faking a cough, Su Feng decided to make an excuse. Kai, you are too far away, so we'll meet in the nearest town. You are closer to Oakwood Town, so we'll meet there instead. He said, sending him the coordinate or direction there. Oakwood Town was a quaint settlement nestled amidst towering oak trees and sprawling farmlands. With simple wooden houses and a bustling marketplace, it served as a welcoming hub for adventurers starting their journey in the divine world. At the teleporter platform, Su Feng subsequently arrived at the town after spending a hefty amount of coins. Just like that, I lost 6 copper coins in one trip. He sighed inwardly. Although he could be considered wealthy, to lose money like this definitely stung him a bit. After all, he wouldn't have needed to teleport all the way over here had it not been for Zhao Kai. Shaking his head, Su Feng promptly walked to a nearby bench and sat, patiently waiting. As he was waiting patiently, he received a message from Gentle Wind. Gentle Wind, hello Lin Feng's boss, I came here to express my gratitude and thanks on behalf of your subordinate. He was excellent. Lin Feng's boss. Express gratitude. What does she want now? Su Feng tilted his head slightly, seemingly confused by her message. Was she here to rejoice in her rewards from the Inferno Tyrant? Given their prior contract, Su Feng didn't take any of the rewards from the Inferno Tyrant. That was despite the fact that some of the loot was amazing. He kept his principles and integrity, honoring the contract. Anonymous user, I suppose guild leader Gentle Wind is enjoying the rewards from the Scorched Caverns. As for gratitude, there's no need for it when we are merely obliged by the contract clauses. He responded somewhat politically, keeping a great distance from her. Just because he assisted her greatly didn't mean he was trying to establish a more thorough relationship with her. Meanwhile, Gentle Wind on the other side was rendered speechless by the somewhat cold response from Su Feng. He sure is putting his guard up. Gentle Wind smiled bitterly. Not surprising. With a capable subordinate like Lin Feng, he would definitely act cautious. Autumn Breeze chimed in from behind. Based on his response, it's clear that he doesn't want to interact much further besides business talk. She added, understanding his intent. Nodding her head in agreement, Gentle Wind also understood the meaning. However, understanding and complying were two different things. If I didn't check on the recording and notice just how many things Lin Feng was secretly doing to prevent casualties, then I wouldn't have mustered up the courage to contact him again. Gentle Wind sighed softly. Previously, her mind was occupied by the bountiful rewards, followed by the enthusiastic cheer from the crowd, prompting her to be unable to review the recording footage. And now that she had somewhat gotten everything under control, she checked on it, only to realize Su Feng had been discreetly buffing and healing her guild members in a timely manner. Without this assistance and great timing, she was positive that the casualties would have been sky-high. Well, I have to admit that Lin Feng is extremely adept in his skills, even superior to the clerics under us. But his deduction skill is a little lacking. Autumn Breeze suddenly said. After extensive investigation, Rageheart had indeed betrayed us and was helping your rival, but not Silent Whisper. She was just really timid and terrible that she got mistaken for betraying us. We can't blame Lin Feng given the situation back then. Silent Whisper could only blame her bad mechanic skills for being sacrificed, but we will compensate her a bit on behalf of Lin Feng. Gentle Wind faked a cough, defending Su Feng's action. It was definitely not a crime to be terrible at the game, but it surely was if you were terrible enough to be mistaken as sabotaging the team. That was especially true when they were playing at a high-risk difficulty. Therefore, even if Su Feng was half correct in his decision, Gentle Wind had zero intention of blaming him for it. Had it been her who had discovered and found them suspicious, she would have done the same thing. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. I've already gone ahead to pacify Silent Whisper. When I got there, she was bawling her eyes out and apologizing for being nervous at that moment. Autumn Breeze smiled awkwardly. It's indeed unfortunate for her to be wronged. But anyway, that rival of mine must be feeling like crap right now. Your rival is being reprimanded hard according to my spy. Even the board directors this time were overwhelmingly disappointed at him and were praising you. These board directors are just a bunch of useless old men that got lucky with their purchase of shares. Once I have enough shares, I'll turn the table on them. Gentle Wind snickered coldly. She then turned to Autumn Breeze and flashed a coy and docile expression. Zhao Xin, when will you stop your behavior and help this little sister out? Zhao Xin. Not good, she's doing it again. Autumn Breeze exclaimed inwardly, retreating a few steps. Didn't you say to only call us by username and not by real name? Autumn Breeze, otherwise known as Zhao Xin, responded. Oh come on, my big sister Zhao Xin. There's only us two here and no one else. Won't you help this pitiful little sister out? Gentle Wind latched herself onto Autumn Breeze, flashing a cheeky smile. You are playing rogue, Qingru. Autumn Breeze screeched, trying her best to push her face away from her. Alas, Gentle Wind was like a leech, unable to be removed easily no matter how hard she mustered her strength. If playing rogue will get you to help me, then I don't mind. Gentle Wind smirked. My dear and lovely Xin, you have full control of the Zhao Enterprise. Also, haven't I been indulging in you to act willfully and naive despite your actual capability? Speechless, Autumn Breeze knew she was caught in her trap this time. If I help you, then how are you going to justify yourself? Don't forget, your father would definitely complain to my father at that time for intruding in your family business. She softly explained. Zhao Xin, commonly known as Autumn Breeze in the game, was actually the heiress to the Zhao Enterprise. Her personality and behavior contrasted deeply compared to how she was in the real world and game. Not only was she extremely fierce and domineering in the real world, but she was also the person in complete control of the Enterprise. Her father, Zhao Liang, was even sidelined, given Zhao Xin's grandfather, Zhao Guofu, doting on her and trusting her completely. My grandfather dotes on me and even transfers all his shares to me, but I can't do things that disappoint him. If your father, Feng Jian, complains to him, then it wouldn't look good for you. Zhao Xin calmly explained the situation. Naturally, she would be happy to assist her, but if she did, then the situation would technically worsen for Feng Qingru instead. The Zhao Enterprise and Feng Enterprise had a cooperative relationship, so it would be impolite of her to intervene in the Feng Enterprise, given her unique identity. After all, it could easily be maliciously used by others to spread rumors of Zhao Xin wanting to swallow the Feng Enterprise. Such a malicious rumor would definitely cause unimaginable chaos, and even her grandfather might start to question her motive. You should know that my grandfather will still believe me, but those brothers of mine would definitely make a mess. They've been trying to drag me down all along. Zhao Xin smiled bitterly. Meanwhile, Feng Qingru remained silent for a few minutes. What Zhao Xin said was a warning to her and the consequences of their actions. And it wasn't the first time Zhao Xin had mentioned this specific matter. As much as she wanted to assist her, the multi-thread line of the relationship was complicated and involved too many things. Of course, I know about it, Xin. You told me this a long time ago, and that's why you could only assist me through virtual games to help me gain a foothold. But this time, it's different. The Divine World is not just a simple virtual game. Feng Qingru released her grip on Zhao Xin and said, her expression resolute. The Divine World immersion is completely different from the other virtual games, and I can feel its impact in this world is going to be immense. It's only a matter of time before everyone realizes the potential of the Divine World. Hence, I must use this time to grasp the opportunity fiercely. Hearing her declaration, Zhao Xin remained silent. How could she not understand Feng Qingru's emotions? Her brothers were exactly replicants of her, albeit minus the hideous appearance and despicable demeanor. They were all trying their best to gain authority. Are you positive that you want me to intervene now? Zhao Xin asked in a solemn tone, void of her previous playful and childish expression. It was as if she had undergone a huge transformation, turning into a domineering and fierce person. Feng Qingru flashed a determined expression as she nodded her head. The tide has turned with the recent success of clearing the Scorch Cavern's Hell Mode difficulty. The Silver Wind Guild earned explosive popularity, and the board directors are finally recognizing my ability. If I don't act now, then I will lose the chance. Very well, I'll give you some of the capital funds to fight, as well as giving you some of my trusted subordinates. Not just that, Xin. Feng Qingru suddenly smiled. I also want your vast network and ability to search for this Lin Feng. With his skills, as long as I can employ him under my guild, I can definitely earn more merits. Now you're just asking for an impossible task. Zhao Xin rolled her eyes. The security of the Divine World is so strong that even my greatest hacker can't infiltrate. In fact, he nearly went into a coma from an unexpected electricity shock. She added, stating that it was completely impossible to track Lin Feng. Looks like the only option is still this anonymous user who continues to keep his identity a mystery. Feng Qingru sighed softly, feeling helpless. Rest assured. I can just play rogue and shameless to get Lin Feng. Zhao Xin suddenly grinned. Don't forget, no one knows my real identity except you, and I love to relax when playing games. Right, you are the best, Xin tilde. Feng Qingru clasped her hands joyfully, having forgotten Zhao Xin's eccentric style. Despite managing a large enterprise and being aloof in the real world, she preferred to relax in the game instead. To her, it was a breather and a relaxing day where she could escape putting a strong front for others. Maybe in a way, Zhao Xin herself was also quite similar to Feng Qingru's situation. Both needed to put a strong front to avoid being underestimated or looked down upon. Alright, stop sulking now and go back to your work, Qingru. You still have the guild recruitment and planning your next steps in the Divine World. I'm sure Harold Fist is already rushing to level up hard to reach a city first. Zhao Xin kindly warned her while opening her message feature. What about you then? Feng Qingru responded with a question of her own. Don't you need to deal with your businesses? I've already finished them. Zhao Xin snickered and waved her hands. All right, don't bother me. I'm going to contact Lin Feng now. She added. Huh? When did you get his contact? Startled, Feng Qingru was surprised her bestie was able to obtain his contact. Even she was unable to, given the circumstances and unfortunate timing. I got his contact when he decided to split us into 3 teams. I pestered him like crazy to get him to open a conversation with me. Zhao Xin flashed a proud smile on her face, completely void of her previous serious demeanor. Ah, you really are like a rogue. Despite saying that, Feng Qingru gave her a thumbs up. Meanwhile, back on the bench at Oakwood Town, Su Feng was rendered speechless when another person contacted him. Just what is this play? After the big boss, now the mini-boss decided to show up. He murmured, seemingly in disbelief, that he was contacted repeatedly by Gentle Wind and Autumn Breeze. Sitting by the bench, Su Feng was getting a headache, believing he was being poached by two people simultaneously. There's no way these two who are like peas in one pod would message coincidentally at the same time. He fixed his glasses and opened up the message. Autumn Breeze, hi Lin Feng, the raid ended in a success. So shouldn't we have celebrated for the aftermath instead of sneakily leaving? In here I thought I was shameless enough. He twitched his brows, having underestimated how shameless Autumn Breeze could be. Did she really take him for an idiot or a fool? Just what kind of excuse was that? No, maybe it wasn't an excuse, but her indirect manner of asking him to show up and stop hiding. Taking a deep breath, Su Feng finally realized that this Autumn Breeze looked simple on the surface, but was actually quite the schemer underneath. Damn, this woman is really nefarious. He exclaimed inwardly. Not only was she indirectly telling him to show up, but she was also saying how heartless and dishonorable he was by sneakily leaving without a word. She's even more difficult to interact with compared to Gentle Wind. Su Feng pondered long and hard on how to respond to the message. If only he didn't open the message, then he could have kept it there without the need to read it. However, now that he did and it was marked as read, he was sure Autumn Breeze also noticed it. Thus, even if he attempted to change the status to unread, it was already too late, and doing so might even give her another leverage to screw him over. After pondering long and hard, Su Feng decided to play rogue as well. Lin Feng, who are you? Since Autumn Breeze obtained his contact through constant pestering, there was no point in going anonymous with her. Luckily, the divine world was quite lax in this aspect and allowed users to go anonymous or not with different players. His response to her trapped question could have been said to be a textbook answer. By pretending to not recognize you, what charges can you accuse me of? Sure enough, the advantage soon returned to him when Autumn Breeze was forced to explain who she was. Autumn Breeze, you are really heartless, Lin Feng. How could you forget about me when we literally completed the raid together just recently? Lin Feng, right, yes, my bad. What do you want? Autumn Breeze, our Silver Wind Guild is now experiencing exploding popularity because of your contribution, so we wanted to have a celebration. Lin Feng, I'll have to pass. My boss just assigned me a new task, so I can't afford to idle around. You wanted a celebration. More like you wanted to poach me. Su Feng exclaimed inwardly, having understood her intention rather quickly. After all, it was a common tactic to use celebration as a disguise to conceal their true intention. Had he attended the celebration, then they would surely bring up the topic of recruiting him to their guild. Having experienced what it meant to be discarded like a stray dog, Su Feng would rather kill himself than allow himself to suffer that kind of path again. Even if Autumn Breeze and Gentle Wind weren't such people, Su Feng still wouldn't place his bet on them. The only person he could trust was himself. A few minutes had gone by and Autumn Breeze hadn't yet responded, proving his response was concise and swift. It was clear that his message and intention had been delivered perfectly. She knew not to push the boundary further and just leave it as it was for now. Right at this time, Su Feng suddenly heard a shout from afar. Feng, I'm over here. No. Speechless, Su Feng wondered what was wrong with Zhao Kai for shouting. Does he really need to shout my name? He twitched his brows. Luckily, the saving grace here was that he only called him by his first name, and it was a common one at that. If he decided to call him Su Feng, then it would have been disastrous. He had been trying to conceal his identity, but Zhao Kai nearly exposed him the first thing they met up in the divine world. Unwilling to become the focus of attention, Su Feng stood up and rushed toward Zhao Kai, dragging him away to a discreet corner. Shush, Kai, from now on, only refer to us by username. Su Feng suddenly paused when he realized his in-game username was now somewhat popular. The game forum was filled with posts of the raid completion, along with the list of members that were in it. Anyway, just stop being so loud and attention-seeking. You don't even act like that in the real world. He sighed softly. Meanwhile, Zhao Kai scratched his head and smiled briefly. Well, I didn't mean to be attention-seeking, Feng. It's just that I felt free and alive here compared to the real world. I don't even feel the pressure that I always felt there. I supposed it's not that bad to act carefree. Su Feng suddenly said, patting on his shoulder. Just make sure to call me Feng and nothing else. I don't want others to know my identity. Gotcha, brother Feng. Zhao Kai flashed a cheeky smile and proceeded to point at himself. Call me Shadow Blade in here as well. Alright, Shadow Blade, who actually uses a gun and not a blade. Sometime later, the two were about to exit Oakwood Town, but were subsequently delayed upon Zhao Kai's insistence on getting some food. Brother Feng, buy me a meal. I'm starving. He acted coyly, sending a cold shiver down Su Feng's spine for his acting. Had it been a gentle and charming woman, it would have been cute, but him. With a disgusted expression, Su Feng moved away from him and asked, Didn't you just eat like a pig earlier? Yeah, but that was hours ago. My stomach is grumbling now. Zhao Kai then proceeded to rub his stomach shamelessly in front of him. Exhausted, Su Feng was promptly forced to take a detour temporarily to indulge Zhao Kai in his foodie life. Despite wanting to advance further and be up ahead, he decided it was not bad to take some time to rest. Maybe if it wasn't for Zhao Kai's insistence, he would have continued his old habit of constantly working. I might have changed slightly, but I still tend to overwork myself. He smiled bitterly. The competitiveness in the divine world during his time as an upper echelon of the Reaver Guild was intense. Even just taking a small break could have resulted in deadly consequences. However, the current moment was still in the early stages, and the competition was relatively mild. Not to mention, with Zhao Kai's coy acting giving him goosebumps, Su Feng would rather feed him full than receive that kind of disgusting behavior again. Don't ever try to act coy again or you're not getting any food. Su Feng warned sternly. Rest assured you won't see that persona ever again. Zhao Kai attempted to show a solemn expression, but somehow made it comical looking with how hard he was trying. I've heard that the redwood in here has some great specialty, so we need to go there specifically. He added, seemingly turning into a food expert. So you did research but only on food. Su Feng was baffled. He couldn't fathom why Zhao Kai would waste his energy and time on mundane stuff that doesn't really improve one's stat and progress. As the two walked on the street, it slowly transitioned to Zhao Kai leading the way, his eyes wandering around seamlessly. He looked no different than a country bumpkin who had just gotten to a big city. Why are you acting like this? Su Feng mumbled, using his hand to cover part of his face, trying to avoid being seen. As Su Feng quietly followed behind the enthusiastic Zhao Kai, they finally arrived at Redwood Inn. Before even entering inside, Su Feng could hear numerous chattering and laughter echoing from the interior. Come on, brother Feng. Let's head inside. Zhao Kai shouted once he realized Su Feng was distracted slightly. To ensure his stomach was filled, he proceeded to grab his arm and began dragging him along. Don't forget that you punched me in the face earlier, so now I'll call it even if you pay for the food. He then whispered softly, reminding Su Feng of his earlier action. Startled, Su Feng chuckled softly as he shook his head. And here I thought you had forgotten about it. Whatever then, eat to your heart's content. Although it was a pity to waste money on food, Su Feng was going to purchase the best out of it. After all, food in the divine world can provide a buff to players as well, but they are on the more expensive side. Since it provided them with a good buff and a way to make it up to Zhao Kai, he decided to bleed a little of his money. As they entered the Redwood Inn, they were greeted by the dim lighting which cast a warm glow over the rustic wooden furniture, creating a cozy ambience. Players and NPCs clustered around tables, engaged in animated discussions, or huddled over cards and dice games. Waitstaff bustled about, weaving skillfully through the bustling crowd, delivering trays of steaming food and frothy drinks with practiced ease. These players really have no future. Su Feng thought to himself, wondering why these players even bothered playing games if they were just going to waste their time here. Alas, he could only swallow those thoughts because he was now part of these players due to being dragged by Zhao Kai. Hello, how many people? One of the staff greeted them. Zhao Kai flashed two of his fingers out, and with a cheeky smile he said, 2 people and make sure to bring out your best beverage. My brother is rich and will treat me generously. Alrighty then, right this way please. The staff smiled and guided them to a table closer to the window side. Given the center zone was pretty much occupied, the table near the window side was a quieter zone. Once they were seated, the menu was promptly given to the two of them. Whoa, look at the pictures of these foods, Feng. It's like we're in a real inn and not just some game. Zhao Kai exclaimed in joy, his eyes glistening at the sight of the food picture that was tempting. What happened to Brother Feng's shadow blade? Su Feng twitched his mouth, seemingly speechless at how fast his tone and attitude changed once he swindled him into the inn. Tusk, I'll call you that when we're outside. Zhao Kai waved his hand, his eyes never leaving the menu selection. But for now, let's order these dishes. The spaghetti bolognese, Caesar salad, fish and chips, and some barbecue ribs. Drools began dripping down from his mouth as he mentioned those dishes' names. Meanwhile, Su Feng was rendered speechless completely. Not only were the dishes he ordered expensive, but they are also food that gives good buffs. Fuck, he's been playing the pig all along but was actually a tiger. Su Feng cursed silently, having realized he was played by Zhao Kai. What naivety! What innocence! Could he be called a brainless foodie who only had food in his mind when he made such meticulous calculations? The meal altogether would cost around 1 silver coin, Kai. You really think highly of me? Su Feng glared at him and said, not even bothering to use his alias. Zhao Kai shrugged his shoulders and flashed a smug smile. Hee, with my understanding of you, there's no way you wouldn't have a few silver coins by now. Also, this is a good place to listen in on these players talking about recent events. It's much better than browsing through the game forum and having to filter the information ourselves. He subsequently said, pointing at another group of tables filled with players.